They like hurting people. That... Zacharias paused. That, is not supposed to be the case. The teachings of Jez reveal that the true self within all of us is really our shared humanity. It is the benevolence and reason which govern the human spirit. That is what connects all of us. One for all for one. Huh. Kaya squinted at him. I don't buy it. Zacharias choked on his spit. You can't simply... that is not how it works. This is theory, the foundation of Jez's scripture. Yeah, or so you're telling me. She jabbed a finger at him. How long did it take you to get your whole body golden, huh, old coot? 8 months. Well, it took me an hour, so why should I listen to you? Thought so. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at the ceiling. It was as though she could see through the wood into the other, higher chambers of the church, the ones with Jez's techniques, the ones with his treasures. So, what else have you got for me? Zacharias' mouth had gone bone dry. Just what kind of monster have I created? And then, with considerably more despair as he watched her strolling about, prowling for more nuts to crush. And why did it have to be her? How in the 9 hells did she deserve to receive such an affinity? The girl's an idiot. 137. All That Power, 7. Dorian took the plunge. Kerplunk! At his stage, one breath could last an hour, if necessary. He could go a month without eating, if needs be. His body was fueled by mostly chi, so he was heedless as the sinkhole waters enveloped him in a cool embrace, heedless as he sank farther and farther in, feeling vast currents swirling and coursing all about him. He went on, seeking the depths, the fathomless deep blue and the promise of that sweet, sweet resonance. At first there were only things he'd seen at the surface, farming cages knotted with flora, nets draped over schools of silver-scaled fish, kelp forests drifting to and fro, mottled with warm hues by the sunlight. Only little critters up here, small schools of fat, lazy fish, oysters clinging to the sinkhole walls. What he sought went deeper, to the places the light hardly dared touch. As he swam, slicing easily through the waters, sunlight grew dimmer. The kelp forests spread out, twining and drifting over each other, choking the light above. Even from here, down some 20-odd spans, Dorian couldn't see how deep these stalks of kelp went. They only seemed to widen and multiply as he swam. The sinkhole was big, nearly as big as the Colosseum in size, but a solid half of it was entangled in this stuff. He kept going. Soon the fat fish thinned in number. The oysters vanished. The atmosphere was less cheery, sunny, lazy, more gloomy, murky, drab. The water was thicker somehow, gunkier. Each kick of his legs, each stroke of his arms took ever so slightly more out of him, and he could hardly see far at all. His hand was a dim pink haze before his eyes. So it was not with sight that he sensed them, but with sound and smell, a gift of that awesome tear of the dweller, a gift that might have saved his life. All about him, rank, rotting smells were drifting out from the walls, drifting out in arcs, coming closer. At first it was only a few, behind, in front, a smattering from above, and then more and more, breaking out, closing in. Dorian squinted. Suddenly his pupils dilated, and what once seemed impenetrable melted away. He saw, but not like humans did. He saw as he imagined the dweller must see. He saw them all around him in perfect definition, without color. Gunk eels, like giant squirming tongues made of gray, rotting flesh, one gooey, watery eye gazing out from a face that could have been drawn from a child's nightmares. Each of them had maws studded with rows upon rows of dagger-sharp teeth, and from them spewed an inky gunk which hissed as it left their mouths, as though it was burning the water itself. Profound realm beasts, one and all. There were even a few in the earth realm. And there must have been dozens of them. Dorian had dove straight into the middle of their nests, blundered in, crudely, brutishly, like a fool with hardly a plan in mind. Very unlike him. All this was true, but Dorian had also come in with a few key facts in mind. He was in the Earth realm. He had the Halong Javelin, now spiced up with 2 bloodline techniques. He had the Serpent's senses, an ace in the hole. Plans, strategy, tactics, none of this mattered when you held the ultimate trump card. Absolute power. He smirked. Of the mortal realms, he now stood at the second highest stage of cultivation. There was only the Sky Realm left before godhood, and he'd wager he was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the typical early Sky Realm spirit beast. Which meant after his latest breakthrough, in theory at least, almost nothing in this oasis could threaten him. Time to put that theory to the test. Dorian drifted there, letting the gunk eels seal up the exits, hemming him in, tightening like a net. But this environment was dark, soaked in shadow. The deeper he went, the deeper the shadows grew. It took but a flicker of will to call them to his aid. Black in the sky! Darkness flooded the waters. The eels tilted side to side, bewildered, their one eye suddenly made blind. The only one who saw through it all was Dorian. It was all clear as day to him, for these shadows answered to him. What they saw, he saw too. Level up, black in the sky, level 1 to level 2. Ooh, the technique's drainage went down nearly a quarter. How convenient. Dorian smiled, a flash of vicious white in the dark. Then, right above, another prick of white. Growing brighter, larger, a cruel fang unsheathed from the shadows themselves. Dorian closed his eyes. He saw the eels in his mind, points mapped easily by his new senses. Then he connected the dots. There was no screaming underwater. There was no writhing. It happened very fast, and his fang, powered by a full Earth Realm spirit sea, did its job with brutal efficiency. It was like a needle sewing, back and forth in clean lines, mercilessly stringing through flesh and bone as though there was nothing there at all. By the end of it, there was a pleasant stillness. These gunk eels did him the courtesy of not bleeding. They simply hung there, inert, gaping, massive holes punched through the centers of their bodies. Some were cut cleanly in 2. Dorian surveyed his handiwork, satisfied. Not bad at all. A nice warm-up exercise. It was a useful rule of thumb when entering a dungeon to clear out the chaff. If he found himself needing a quick escape out to the surface, the last thing he needed was these things gunking up the route. Then Dorian froze. He felt in an instant like a bug trapped under glass, staring up at the blinding and infinite sun. Something formless and absolutely massive drifted over him, and he knew, somehow, that he'd been seen. The mere gaze was enough to send all of his nerve endings flaring. It was so monstrously huge, it felt like he'd been swallowed whole, held in place under an aura whose sheer breadth and heft stole his breath, weighed down his chest. It passed, retreating once more to the depths from which it had come. For a time, Dorian only stared at the blackness below him. What the fuck? He'd barged in here gung-ho because he should have been essentially invincible in the oasis, yet that thing, that didn't feel like the pressure of a Sky Realm creature. That felt like the pressure of a fallen god. Dorian swallowed. A demigod, or even higher, potentially, that had been so wounded its cultivation had dropped back to a line straddling mortality and godhood, a line that let it seek refuge in the lower planes. The Dweller! That was it! It must be! The revelation had him slightly nervous, and also utterly giddy. It's true! The damned thing's alive! He hung there, treading water, without a clue what to do next. On the one hand, he'd just confirmed the existence of a creature that no doubt had the capacity to slaughter him, and he had no escape techniques, really, certainly not down here. If he went farther in and it took it as a sign of aggression. But did it? To it, Dorian must seem like a fly. There was no hint of malice in its gaze, only an impassiveness, a passing glance thrown his way as it shifted to other things. Dorian knew creatures like these that dwelled at the bottom floors of dungeons. The affairs of the riffraff seldom concerned them. Or am I just trying to talk myself into going farther? That was probably it. The safe, smart move would be to regroup, call himself lucky that it hadn't come after him, and live to fight another day. He frowned at the deep waters, dithering. Then he felt something. That resonance, once more. But now that he was closer, he felt something peculiar about it. Was it moving? And in more directions than one. A resonance drifting to the north, another, subtly different, shifting south. He strained his senses to their limits. Was that a mote of bloodline aura moving in a semicircle? And finally, he put his finger on what set the sinkhole's resonances apart from all the other bloodline resonances, what made them so vibrant and deep and layered. They felt like his own, which was to say they weren't inert, dead relics. They belonged to the living. 9 fucking hells. Does this mean what I think it means? Either there was more than one dweller, or the thing had descendants. Descendants filled with fucking bloodline. Fountains of blood swimming about, waiting to be sucked dry, burned up, waiting to rocket him up to the highest stratospheres of cultivation. This was not scrounging in the muck for possibly a bloodline relic as he'd originally intended. This was draining it from the source. He was getting too giddy. Far too giddy. His inner goblin was screaming at him to dive down there this instant and slurp up a seafood buffet, and good heavens did it take a firm hand on the inner leash of his soul to rein himself back. Hold on. Just a second. If I go down there like this and try to slaughter creatures with my own bloodline, creatures who the dweller may hold dear, this could very well be the last anyone ever heard of him. Yet how, after that, could he not go deeper in, if only to explore? If the whole point of this ordeal was to bloat up on empty calories, why, if he had access to this kind of bloodline to burn, he could practically skyrocket himself far into the sky realm. He could, in an instant, bloat himself with so much chi he'd be an army unto himself. He'd be a step from godhood, just like that. Okay, bit of a stretch. Calm down. That so-called step still meant imbibing and fashioning and deepening a Tao. That was still a tremendous undertaking. But if he could seize this thing and set all that bloodline ablaze, he might become the strongest thing under heaven. Certainly the chunkiest thing. The sheer size his chi pool would be made his head spin. It'd be like comparing the sinkhole to a common pond. He was nearly forming his own pond of saliva just thinking about it. This heft of chi wouldn't be merely uncommon. It'd be bordering on unheard of for any mortal. It'd be the most firepower he'd wielded as a mortal ever. Greed and caution warred within him, yet he already knew, going into it, that greed would win out. What the hells was he to do? Not try for it? The only thing he conceded to wisdom was to rein himself in a bit. He could not afford to brashly stride into those depths. All his assumptions were flipped on their heads. This little stunt with the eels was a one-off. From now on, slow and cautious. If anything, he told himself, he'd merely go take a peek at it. He nodded. He was well and truly warming to the idea now. Yes, just a peek, just to scout things out. It couldn't hurt, right? And if an opportunity does arise, well, we'll see, won't we? He plunged farther into the depths. 138. All that power, 8. Breath check? No issues there. He still had a good half hour, maybe more. Chi check? Good, and fast recovering. Merely swimming these waters gave him a pleasant boost to his chi recovery. He felt the energies of the universe seeping through his skin. He was ready. His mission had changed. Where once he'd come as a treasure hunter, come to clear out some beasts and perhaps snag some stray blood, now he felt like a spy. As he swam deeper, he cast his senses out as widely as he could. He soaked in the smells and sounds and tastes drifting about him. Slowly, a crude map of his surroundings took shape in his mind's eye. Down and to the left, a domed, hard shape, scaly tail sticking out, drifting amid the kelps. Its neck and head were a drake's. It was a dragon turtle, or Xuan Wu. 2 lumps stuck by it, tiny clones of its shape. Children, maybe? Whatever the case, Dorian steered clear of it. He was lucky he'd inherited his serpent's senses. He noticed a flurry of swirling water rearing up from ahead, closing in fast. He pedaled out of the way just as a school of water worms, gilled, webbed bastards of their land-bound cousins, raced on by. Nearly all were deep in the earth realm. Phew! He kept swimming. To his right, nestled into the wall, a hive of drakes. He gave it a wide berth. Another school of water worms, earth realm one and all. He swam around them. Deeper and deeper he went, 100 spans deep, then 200. The resonances were only growing stronger. He felt them like heat waves sinking into his flesh, warming the core of his being. They only grew hotter as he drew near, and they grew more distinct, too, each flush with its own life signature. They sung to him sweetly, ferociously, shivering his soul, boiling his blood. The closer he got, the more alive he felt. He was only 100-odd handspans away. He could feel it. By now there was no light, and neither was there much kelp, or anything at all, for that matter. The walls had gone from hard-packed sandstone to a moldy, craggy stone. This was no place for the living. The beasts that swam these depths were huge, nameless things, fish-like, eyeless beasts with skin the consistency of rock and gaping, toothless maws. Still, Dorian was as a moth to a flame, drawn in almost irresistibly. He felt it before he sensed it. He sensed it before he saw it. Right above him, piercing down, a sudden and colossal presence. Blindly he wrenched to the left, and a huge tongue of flesh speared by. "Human scum!" A deep, warbling voice echoed in his mind. Telepathy? The thing spun around, and Dorian saw it in full. It might have been the ugliest beast Dorian had seen this run. Every inch of skin was marred with a sore or a scar, its cyclops face squashed flat on one side. It was like a gunk eel, but more, bigger, uglier, gunkier, and, most pressingly, most powerful. From it emanated the furious aura of a sky realm beast. Fuck! Dorian tensed, calling his javelin to his side. This could get ugly. "How dare you trespass upon my territory? How dare you slaughter my children?" The beast spun around, bearing down upon him again. "I, Eel King Woe, shall melt your flesh off your bones." The thing opened its mouth. This time Dorian didn't even have time to react. It happened so fast. Part of it was his fault, really. He'd been so focused on this new threat that he'd lost sight of what was below. One moment the Eel King was there, the next he simply vanished. A Sky Realm beast, gone. Just like that. In his place was a wall of scales, shooting upward in a torrid blur. Dorian blinked, squinting, struggling to pierce the darkness. What? It took a heartbeat for the rest of his senses to catch up. Then he registered it, a raving heat of sheer resonance blasting out from this wall, a thump, thump, thumping of some great and powerful heart. And then the wall curved in on itself, for it was never a wall at all, and as Dorian took it in, the whole of its breadth, it dawned on him. Was that a throat? A throat studded with scales upon scales upon scales, scales that looked a lot like the scales he'd swallowed. He froze. His vision was limited to a black and white sketch, and its range left much to be desired, so he only made out the nature of this new thing as its mind-boggling heft curled around to greet him. Basilisk. Its head was like two gargantuan slabs of polished obsidian bolted unevenly together, opening into a mouth frothing with inky spray. And what a mouth it was! So big it went beyond his field of view, like the mouth of a cavern filled to the brim with rows upon rows of wicked teeth, teeth that looked an awful lot like his own javelin. To either side of this mouth were two slitted eyes wide as a man was tall. Now it trained its gaze on him. It felt like he was standing before a furnace of sheer resonance. He was certain his skin was about to melt off his body. Hold on. Dorian's eyes went wide. I know this thing. They knew it as the Evernight Basilisk, but he knew it by another name. Is this thing a fucking torch dragon? He was astounded. Here? He knew these things. He'd fought these things. These were god beasts native to the upper layers of hell. It was said that they were born at the center of volcanoes, and there they dwelled their entire lives, feeding off the toxic ash and molten brimstone following explosions. They fed off the chi at the core of the plane itself. Among the serpentine bloodlines, torch dragons were top tier, no less venerable than such great lineages as rain dragons or azure dragons, the births of which could shake a realm by itself. Dorian had only seen a handful across all his lifetimes. As Salus God-Hunter, tasked with hunting one down for its heart, it had taken Dorian centuries just to find one, and the ensuing fight was hellishly tough, even as a god-king facing down an Empyrean. And now, in a middle-of-nowhere backwater lower realm, he'd found one. An infant, judging by its cultivation. In adolescence, it'd already be a god. Not merely one torch dragon either, judging by the resonances below. Several. It was mind-boggling. It was absurd. These things all ran through Dorian's mind in a flash as he and the torch dragon eyed each other, and one thought above all rang in his head. If this thing decides it wants to eat me, I am so utterly fucked. Dorian almost didn't dare to so much as let his heart beat. It seemed only curious for now. Dorian sensed its emotions through the resonance, a swamp of confusion. It must have been wondering how it could feel kin to this tiny thing, how its blood ran hot in such teensy veins. Dorian hoped against all hope that this shared bond would be enough. A long, horribly slow beat passed, and then a resolve seemed to settle in the torch dragon's mind. Dorian's heart dropped. Oh, fuck! Dorian bolted. The fang materialized in his hand. He grabbed on with all his strength and willed it to get the fuck out of here. It shot up. Not fast enough. It defied all logic how something so massive could move so fast. He'd seen it rear up, almost teleport to snap up the Eel King, but in the back of his mind, its speed seemed unbelievable, somehow impossible, until it happened to him. He'd gotten not 5 handspans before a lance of white-hot pain tore up his thigh at the joint. He gasped, glancing down. Precious air bubbles fled his lips. It had sunk its teeth clean through his leg, but not fully through. This was by intent. He saw it in his eyes then, its horrid, cruel, huge eyes. It didn't want a piece of him. It wanted the whole thing. Then it tugged, and Dorian knew that he could not resist. Not even 100 Dorians could resist the heft of this force. It was so vast, so undeniable. It'd be like trying to pull back against gravity. He'd be helpless as the beast dragged him back in, perhaps to the sinkhole floor, dragged him down, and ended him. His heart sank like a stone in his chest. He knew then what he had to do, and he did it without a moment's pause. The javelin fell, sheared through flesh and bone. He screamed. It felt a hot nail had been hammered into the center of his skull. The pain was so piercing he almost blacked out. But he was free as the torch dragon twisted downward, its fleshy prize in maw, thinking it had won. By the time it realized it had been tricked, its prey was already fleeing to the surface. As he went up, clutching onto his streaking javelin for dear life, Dorian had another hope, a prayer, really, to any god who might be listening. For saint's sake, do not let that thing follow me. His prayer was not answered. At the far edge of his senses, the waters were thrust aside with astonishing speed. It was all Dorian could do to invoke serpent senses, but even still, pushing the technique to its limits, the thing moved so fast it was like he hadn't slowed time at all. His only reprieve was that it was no longer teleporting. He could at least see it move, which meant he could react, and that made all the difference. In a blink, he'd halved the distance to the surface. In a blink, it had more than halved the distance to him. Holy... One last desperate thought shot to mind, one final trick. He could see the sunlight now through the kelp forests, but it wouldn't matter. It was too late. He'd barely breached the surface before its jaws closed around him. As though on cue, its maw opened wide, bristling, and Dorian felt through the resonance a blast of ravenous hunger. Dorian had but a fraction of a second. Here goes nothing. Blacken the sky! There was no time for any huge shifts. That didn't matter. All he needed was two slight adjustments. The kelp forests cast flickering shadows all above him. He willed them to detach, to pool into a space just large enough for his javelin to enter. Then he willed the shadows made by himself, those shadows he cast on the massive snout of the beast, to pool too, hanging there in the water, an exit point. Then he let his javelin go. It slipped into the space of shadow above and vanished, and then it was only him, free-floating, defenseless as those ridiculously huge jaws hinged wide open. But all Dorian focused on was that second space of shadow, the one he'd made on the torch dragon, and held still as it opened its mouth, as it kept coming up, the one that now sat squarely at the center of its open jaw as it made to swallow him whole. Just when they were on the verge of clamping shut, when they neared their peak extension, when Dorian could see the fleshy innards of its throat puckering up, the javelin emerged again. The jaws came down, and so the fatal race between the two began. It finished an instant later. The torch dragon's jaws almost clamped faster than Dorian could think. But Dorian had one crucial advantage: momentum. Each tiny fragment of a second meant the torch dragon came farther up, meant the distance between its fleshy throat and that shadowy pool was cut that much shorter. A torch dragon's fang gored flesh, but this time not his own. 139. All that power, 9. A rule of thumb: creatures impenetrable from the outside often hid a soft interior. The javelin gored through a huge chunk of flesh and kept going, spearing through a bulbous bulge of throat, quickening as it went. He saw the torch dragon's pupils flare out, dilating, a trembling corona of pale orange. The beast's jaws made to clamp down and gagged, mere feet from crushing Dorian's head to paste. Dorian's heart skipped a beat. Then they breached the surface. Dorian shot up first. The torch dragon writhed in hot pursuit, burning up with fury, blinding sunlight slicking furiously off its scales. They hung there for an awful, interminable moment in the air, borne aloft by sheer momentum. Dorian let out a heavy, shuddering gasp. Any instant those two jaws, those two hulls of endless, man-sized teeth would snap shut. Any instant he'd wake up in the unstuck space, his run brought to a bloody and painful end. But they never did. They held still, wide open, like a gate jammed at its hinges. And all this time, something wasn't still. The javelin had not stopped moving. It had gone down, even as the torch dragon had gone up, and it found only soft, mushy flesh. Even the rougher sinews and muscles were ripped wide open as it speared down, seeking an end. 1 heartbeat, 2, and then gravity took hold of both he and the torch dragon again. Down they went. Shit! A quick cloud-treading step vaulted him over to the side, away from the beast's still gaping maw. As he rocketed away, he observed the falling body. Hells, that thing was massive, and saw it had gone slack all along its scaly breadth, utterly at the mercy of gravity. Its eyes gazed dully. Its jaw hung loose. Dorian's breath caught. Could it be? 2 sounds came next. The first only Dorian heard. A clink, a sound his javelin made deep in his soul. At last it had bore up against something hard, definitive. It stopped. The second, the entire oasis must have heard. The torch dragon's body, so huge its shadow stretched across the whole of the sinkhole, a body which must have weighed as much as a fleet of steel battleships, struck the water, tail first. It was so violently loud it blew out Dorian's ears. Just the vibrations rattled him down to his bones, sent his teeth chattering. The whole world shivered with it, as though stung by an electric shock. Then came the water. Dorian saw it rise, then rise higher and higher and higher still, until it smothered the light of the sun. He didn't even bother trying to escape this one. He was spent. He accepted his fate, let it crash down upon him, and then was lost, wrenched about in a melee of monstrous currents, dragged into a universe of irresistible chaos. For a time he was spun, tossed, battered, drowned. Then the waters receded, and he washed ashore, gasping, spluttering, alive. Brushing the wet hairs from his eyes, he scrambled up. The torch dragon lay belly up in those sinkhole waters. Dead. Dorian's whole body went limp. Dimly he felt himself fall to his knees. I'm alive! He laughed, hysterically, freely. Ha ha! By some mad roll of the cosmic dice. God's damned alive! Then another thought struck him. His laughter choked off. He scrambled up, tried standing, forgot he'd lost half a leg, swore, and then settled into a flamingo perch. Stable, he squinted at the sinkhole, at the corpse full of fresh blood. Cackling, he kicked off. Behind him he heard gears cranking. The gates were blowing open, guards streaming in as he flew through the air. Voices cried out, "Wait!" Then he swan-dived past those endless rows of teeth, past the torn-up strips of throat, deep into the blackness of the torch dragon's gaping maw. There was one thing, and one thing only, that any beast hunter did upon first slaughter, before the blood could settle and get stale and dry into the corpse itself. Beast core. The beast core was much like the spirit sea. It held all a beast's blood essence. Left alone, it'd leak out and infuse the body, making bloodline relics. Sure, there was bloodline to be had elsewhere. A good handful of this torch dragon's scales might qualify as bloodline relics. Its larger fangs might, too. But the real treasure lay deep within. The real blood essence was stored in the core. Most often it was nestled right under a beast's heart. And it just so happened that Dorian's javelin, still stuck in the torch dragon's body, had carved him a tunnel straight through the thing. Greedily, Dorian plunged in, ricocheting off squelching, fleshy, awfully warm walls of a sagging throat, diving farther down the fleshy, sticky tract. He landed in a splash of strange, sticky, oil-black acid. It hissed, but didn't burn him, almost as if it knew not to, as though it knew he was kin. Then he slid down the world's gunkiest waterslide in complete darkness, led only by a sharply growing sense of resonance and his own rising eagerness. There! A glow, not of light, but of blood, of heat, something like a boulder nestled in these walls of flesh. His javelin lay beside it. Gritting his teeth, Dorian sank his fingers into the walls of the creature's intestines. He skidded to a bloody halt, right before it. Then, trembling, he climbed for it, stabbing handholds into the creature's insides until he was side by side with the thing. Up close, it felt like he'd put his face against the surface of a star. He could feel a scalding heat tonguing his skin. It was almost unbearable. My gods! He was shaking as he held his hand out. His eyes were wide, and he couldn't keep a panting smile off his face. He was drooling. He almost couldn't bear to do it, couldn't bear to reach out and with one finger make contact. The touch was physical, but the connection was spiritual. It went somewhere beyond, and he felt his bloodline brush up against something massive. The whole bloodline of a Sky Realm beast, of his lineage, freshly deceased, at his literal fingertips, dormant, waiting for someone with just the right timing, just the right fit to suck it all up. A weird thought popped into Dorian's head. One of his earliest memories of his childhood, a truly mind-boggling amount of time ago, was seeing one of his family's pet dragonfish eat another in his pond. Then, crying, running to his brother Huyi. Huyi had held him, of course, gone through the motions of comfort, but it was what he'd said after that stuck with Dorian now. "Remarkable," his brother said, eyeing the dragonfish flatly, clinically. "This fish weighed a stone. Its victim did too. In but a meal it has doubled its mass." Then a corner of Huyi's lips quirked. "Imagine if humans could do that." Absurd how it came to mind now, all these eons later. Dorian felt his lips quirking too. Imagine if humans could do that indeed. It was his turn to open his mouth, a mouth of the spirit. Then he sucked. Bloodline rushed in, fresh, hot bloodline. It tasted like a nectar of the gods. One sip had his head flushing. He felt like all the nerves in his skull had been set on fire. It rushed in, then down, seeking out his spirit sea. Level up, bloodline density, 21% to 25%. Hells, that huge. Core saturation, 11% to 15%. A dizzying rush of blood essence was gushing into him. It felt like he was drinking molten magma. It hardly felt like his body could contain it all. He was taking it in so fast. Level up. Bloodline density, 25% to 29%. Level up. Core saturation, 15% to 28%. How much more was there? All Dorian could do was keep that spiritual mouth wide open and drink. The speedrunning part of this run had well and truly kicked into gear. Level up. Bloodline density, 29% to 33%. Level up, core saturation, 28% to 46%. Oh my, oh my. He was so happy he was nearly delirious. He would have laughed was he not so busy trying not to puke out a lump of swollen, boiling chi. He felt like he'd just eaten a sumptuous dinner, like he'd been stuffed full to the point of bursting. And yet the plates just kept coming and coming and coming without any signs of slowing. Level up, bloodline density, 33% to 36%. Level up, core saturation, 46% to 66%. In one stroke, one damn stroke, 3% to 66%. Deep into the mid-Earth realm, like that. His grin was threatening to stretch off his face. It was so ridiculous, so stupid fast it was nearly worrying, and also dizzying. Like he was a mortal who'd been rocketed up so high into the atmosphere the air was hard, almost painful to breathe. He was struck by an overpowering jolt of vertigo. He couldn't actually enter the Sky Realm proper, not as he was now. The Sky Realm necessitated an infused core. It meant he needed to select a law and instill its insights into the core for it to advance, which meant that there was a rock-hard bottleneck he simply could not pass. The beast core didn't care a whit, of course. That flow of godly liquid was slowing. Absurdly, he was almost thankful for it. He was so bloated. But it still meant he was taking in more and more, almost more than his body could hold. His skin was starting to smolder, leaking smoke-black light as though about to burn off his flesh. His body was suddenly horribly heavy, like his bones had turned to lead, his muscles to cement. But still, level up, bloodline density 36% to 39%. Level up, core saturation 66% to 78%. Hells, am I actually about to explode? Dorian wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. What an issue to have, powering up too fast. But he didn't have time to think on it, for the next level up in this fast-flowing stream arrived. It stole his attention utterly. Level up, Halong Javelin, second form, Toxic Spear. The javelin is now tipped with the bloodline acids of the basilisk torch dragon itself, which no metal known to man can withstand. Anywhere it goes, it leaves a trail of this hyper-potent acid derived from its new bloodline density. As it moves, it terraforms the battlefield. Dorian was beside himself with joy, and also dying of bloat all at once. Fuck it. If I die, I die. Keep that shit coming. 140. All that power, 10. There wasn't even time to play with his nasty new javelin form, no time to settle down and soak in his new power gains. The bloodline would not stop flowing. Dorian was a man of many flaws. This much he admitted, and he didn't really care a whit about most of them. But one flaw he did acknowledge as a real issue was his sheer thirst. That inner goblin of undying greed sometimes grew so big he and it were one and the same, and that was when the trouble began. That was when he was most prone to losing his head. In the heat of the moment, right now, he was gone. Even as he kept his soul wide open, even as he embraced the flood, some quiet, rational part of him sighed and buried its face in its hands. He couldn't bring himself to give a shit. He was still cackling, sounding a little deranged even to himself, as he inhaled that sweet, sweet bloodline, as the energies of the heavens and the earth set every vein of his body on fire, torched his flesh with the living breaths of the multiverse, flushed every inch of him with a sizzling ecstasy. He was getting God's damned huge. Level up, bloodline density 39% to 41%. Level up, core saturation 78% to 84%. Oh, he was really starting to feel it now, bloating up his stomach. He felt a little like a balloon tied up to a hose, sagging with water, stretching to new limits and stretching farther, faster still, impossibly. It was this great glut of chi and bloodlines sitting heavy as two sandbags in his core and his spirit sea, overflowing, spilling a turgid mass of white-hot energy into the rest of him. Still, like a chuckling fatty at a buffet reaching for his 10th dish even as the buttons started popping off his coat, Dorian persisted. He felt greasy. He felt sort of awful. But he also felt like a goddamned saint descended to the mortal plane. His cackling grew louder. 89. Hells if he was stopping now. Level up, bloodline density 41% to 43%. Level up, core saturation 84% to 90%. Dorian started. What the hells was that? Was that a mental burp? Some strange gasp of the spirit? That tiny voice of reason in the back of Dorian's head was starting once more to niggle at him. He frowned. Even he hadn't gone from almost 0 to 100% of the Earth realm in one sitting. He'd blasted through the thing without touching on a single law. You were supposed to infuse your cultivation gains with law insights, and in this way create a symbiotic foundation for the Sky Realm. It was the only way to advance. He'd just swallowed a huge, unrefined chunk of chi. Bloodline-dense chi, true, chi that on its own was deliciously potent even without a law, but still. Level up, bloodline density 43% to 45%. Level up, Core saturation, 90% to 96%. He was struck by a weird spell of drowsiness. Okay, fine. I'm at the limit. Time to end things. His greed was sated, as was his flesh. His skin was glowing with chi, and not in a good way. In a bulging water balloon filled to its limit sort of way. One wrong move and he might just pop. He was about to run up against a hard bottleneck, and that'd be the end of it, and perhaps the end of him. It still stung some deep-down part of him to let the bloodline left in the Torch Dragon's core dissipate into its corpse. But such was life. He'd snatch up the relics it made later. Sighing, he made to yank his hand out. It wouldn't budge. He frowned. He tried again, harder. Couldn't move it an inch. No way. With one last heave of his spirit, he tried tearing himself away. It felt like trying to yank his arm out of a vat of tar. No luck. Tried again, desperately. Nope. Shit. Somehow he was stuck. Not merely physically, spiritually too. His spirit had so firmly connected to the core that it wouldn't let him go. It was like they'd been welded together. And still the gains kept coming. Level up, bloodline density 45% to 47%. Level up, core saturation 96% to 100%. Fuck. Dorian's whole spirit felt sluggish, bogged down. His skin was literally cracking. A white lattice of chi shimmered down his body like the fissures dicing the earth before the earthquake struck. He almost couldn't believe the absurdity of the situation. Every inch of him was so raw and so seething hot, he could hardly believe his skin wasn't melting like a wax sculpture. He racked his mind, running down a list of possible escape plans. Something, anything. A beat. Nothing came to mind. Fuck! Another excruciating heartbeat passed, then another, the morbid ticking of a grisly countdown clock. This is the single stupidest way I could possibly go out. He felt his core and his chi flexing under the weight of the bloodline, under the chi, felt his innards groaning in protest. Any moment now. I really managed to speedrun the realm too fast, he thought miserably. I'm really about to fail by being too good. It was such a damned shame, too. How often did he get a perfect grade spirit seed? Perfect grade spirit seeds were given their name not merely because of their great capacities. They were also seamless, their walls utterly durable. They leaked no chi. To a god, such a thing was invaluable. It wasn't just that. How often did he chance on such a good bloodline this early? He'd never tried his current setup before, precisely because it was so ridiculous. No one knowledgeable, talented, and skilled enough to attain a perfect grade spirit seed would then steadfastly refuse to infuse a law into their earth core. It'd be like building a pristine granite foundation and then slapping a ramshackle straw hut on top of it. The most optimal procedure was to build up Tao insights alongside Chi progress, weaving them together into a glorious tapestry of being. Instead, he'd just gotten fat. So fat with Chi, it strained the imagination. He'd kneecapped his own progression by going too fast and not ingraining even a hint of a law in his cultivation. It would have taken him a mere month or so of meditation to do it. Time he didn't have. He was forced to do this. Still, what a silly set of circumstances. What a dumb way to die. The lines on his skin flared out deathly white, as though leaking the glow of the afterlife. The chi and bloodline boiled up in him at once, sloshing about with pent-up energy, and he felt a knife-stab pain in his gut, then an unpleasant, nauseating tearing as his core and his chi stretched beyond their seams. Wheezing, he opened his mouth, trying to breathe. All that gushed out was a stream of black chi. His eyes squeezed shut. So long. Level up. Bloodline density 47% to 49%. Weapon technique. Night Stalker. Level 0 to level 1. The wielder of the Haylong javelin may enter any shadow within a set radius and exit from any other. Great! In any other instance, Dorian would have been ecstatic. This thing had so many uses. If only he lived to realize them. At this moment, it felt almost ironic, a sick joke. Thanks, fate. Excellent timing. He sensed it in his perfect sea. He sensed it struggling mightily, trembling within him, seeking out the next path, seeking a way to merge fully with the core, melting into each other, and in so doing form a perfect sky of being. But it simply could not. There was no bridge, no Tao, no spark to melt them into each other. For a second they ground up against each other, struggling yet finding no purchase, no way forward. Dorian soaked it all in, resigned. Any moment now his sea would give, and it'd all break out like floodwaters smashing through a dam. And his poor, poor body would be its victim. He was about to be burned alive, popped, burst wholly open, by his own chi. He tensed, sucking in a breath. Here it comes. He felt his spirit sea stretch to its ultimate limit. He felt it at the threshold. Then, with excruciating slowness, it edged past. And held. He blinked. Wait, what? Level up. Core saturation 100% to 104%. His spirit sea had flexed. It had stretched. It had met the bottleneck and been denied the path forward. And then, at last, it didn't break apart. Instead, has it adapted? Dorian gaped. It can do that? He sat there, frozen. That shouldn't be possible. Yet there it was. He was very much still stretching at his seams. He was still bloated as all hells, and yet he was not unraveling. Is this because of some hidden property of the perfect grade C? Could this be due to its seamlessness? He was half convinced this was a fever dream. How the hells hadn't I known about this? He paused. Well, it is rather obscure. Almost every Earthrealm fighter ended up with some law insight or another merely by osmosis. Most stumbled upon it by accident, like artificing head Ton. The few that knew what they were doing intentionally wove it into their course, which left a group of wackos that now included him. People skilled and talented enough to form perfect-grade cores, and yet willfully oblivious enough to choose not to infuse them with laws across their whole time in the Earthrealm. Level up. Bloodline density 49% to 51%. Level up. Core saturation 104% to 106%. He took it in numbly. His mind was still far away. Yeah, no sane person would choose to do this. The sky has nearly double the capacity than the sea and the core combined, and the addition of laws puts you in a whole new category of power altogether. In truth, there's no benefit to going down this wacky side route. It'd be like choosing to remain a child when you could evolve into an adult. Nonsensical. No wonder I haven't heard of it. And yet, here he was. Huh. He shrugged. Well, at least I'm alive. The bloodline flow was slowing to a trickle now. He wasn't even sure he'd squeeze another level up out of it. He grinned, burped, patted his belly. Peak Earthrealm, huh? Not bad. Then he froze. A strange thought came to him out of the blue. Wait, can I exploit this? His spirit sea didn't feel stretched at all now. It had stabilized and comfortably housed the sum total of his chi. Huh. It had grown to accommodate his new chi reserves. Now it felt like he was at 100% saturation, even though in theory he'd gone 6% beyond the limit. The implications were starting to break his mind a little. He now had more chi than the perfect sea and core should have been able to hold. And yet the idea now struck him like a bolt of lightning. Can I go even farther? I can burn my bloodline for chi, right? Chi that would then go into my core. And as long as I don't take in any laws, I can't advance to the sky realm. So won't my sea be forced to stretch and expand farther and farther and farther? He sat there in the belly of the beast, utterly dumbfounded. 6% more than the theoretical limit is already a noticeable difference. What if I burned more of my bloodline and got up to plus 10%, 15%, 20%? Is that even possible? And then his eyes shone. I can burn my bloodline and use it to overload my chi reserves. Isn't there a repository of bloodline I can use to replenish my lost blood with? Right below my feet? Foot? There were several other resonances in that sinkhole, after all. Can't I go fishing again? And burn more blood? And take in more chi? Dorian sucked in a sharp breath. If he kept burning, and his sea kept adapting and expanding, and he snagged a few more of these god-beast cores, just how massive could his chi reserves get? He'd gone a little weak at the knees. If, and this is a huge if this theory is right, if adaptation is simply an innate property of my sea, if it has no real limit, if I simply refuse to infuse myself with a law and keep eating and expanding and farming more bloodline and eating and expanding and so on, could I become the single fattest Earthrealm creature on this plane? Hells, the single fattest Earthrealm creature in the whole multiverse? This idea, this setup, was aggressively stupid. It would be like if everyone else came to a fight wielding a sword, their law insights, which sharpened their techniques into deadly weapons. He'd come in nude, wielding only his prodigious fat rolls of chi. But if I cultivate enough mass, will it even matter? His mouth went dry. His heartbeats thundered in his ears. Could his battle plan simply be to get fat enough with chi that he could steamroll his way to victory via sheer, dumb, brute power? This was an incredibly stupid idea. And the more he thought about it, the more excited about it he got. Oh no, I'm going to go through with this, aren't I? My gods. If I am to beat down Skyrealm creatures wielding laws with only an Earthrealm base, just how fat will I have to get? 141. All that power, 11. Before Dorian left, he made sure to pocket the leftover relics. He ended up with a nice haul: 3 scales, a minor fang, and a strange purple swirly bead. All of them brimmed with bloodline essence. Perfect! He climbed out of the serpent's mouth, still grinning, and was met by a sea of officials on the shore. They gaped at the sight of him, perched on this floating barge of a torch dragon corpse. For a moment, no one spoke. They shuffled their feet and looked to one another, baffled. They seemed like they weren't quite sure what to make of this. "Greetings," Dorian called, waving. He nodded to the torch dragon. "Lovely evening for fishing, isn't it?" These guards were Heilong forces. In theory, they should in some way punish him. Detain him, perhaps. But Dorian was also, in theory, a Heilong higher up, and therefore also their boss. So all they could do was gape and splutter. Dorian shrugged. "Let's try this new technique out, shall we? Night Stalker!" He hopped back into the mouth of the beast, dipping into a pool of darkness, and vanished feet first. He was swallowed by nothingness. Not quite darkness. He'd been shunted to a place where his physical senses failed him, and all he could do was grope around with his spirit. No sound, no light. He was a cloak of cold, disembodied sensation, moving in mind, if not flesh. He was in a space that was not empty. Instead, it was filled with nothing, a subtle but important distinction. To the first-time teleporter, it would have been severely disorienting. Luckily, this wasn't his first time with teleportation. All of these techniques worked much the same, by shunting you into an in-between space, in this case a shadow dimension where the laws of darkness touched upon the physical realm, and then shunting you back out again. All he needed was an exit point. There, right behind a row of mute outlines, the imprints of the officials on the shadow realm, was an open space. Dorian dove into it. He emerged headfirst, did a ballerina's flip in the air, and landed with a cat-like, sinewy grace, and then promptly fell flat on his ass when he forgot he was missing a foot, which rather ruined the effect. The officials whirled around. Gasps peppered the air. "I'll be heading off now," said Dorian with a spry grin. "Stay safe. Oh, and sorry for the property damage. You can keep the corpse." He jerked his head at the still-floating torch dragon. "I'm sure that'll suffice as compensation. Good day." Without waiting for a response, he stepped into shadow once more and was gone. He went back home in jumps, flitting between shadows, stumbling over himself like a drunkard, giggling a little. This new technique, this Night Stalker, was excellent. Floop, another 20 paces covered. Floop, now 40. He jumped maybe 10 times and was still at close to 90% of his chi pool. He cackled. This was a game changer. Imagine if I had this during my fight with the torch dragon. Could have just teleported behind him and been done with it. He frowned. Say, just how wide is this thing's jumping radius? Next jump, he stretched as far as he could. He ended up somewhere near 60 paces forward. Fascinating. It's not that far, but I assume it'll increase as I level this thing, and it should prove quite useful if I need a quick escape. He thought again about that sweet sinkhole, that resonance singing to him, an untapped wellspring of possibility right there. He was going back. That much was certain. First, he'd go home, figure out what to do with this peg leg of his, and have a rest. Right now, he was running off sheer excitement. He was bound to crash soon enough. But tomorrow, I'll be bringing this funky new trick, and my upgraded Halong Javelin, too, with its second form. He'd be back very soon for round 2. He licked his lips. And this time, I'm the hunter. He stumbled upon Kaya when he came back, halfway through downing 5 bowls of noodle soup. They looked at each other and froze. "Since when did you get to mid-profound?" said Dorian, one brow raised. She beamed. "I went to the Church of Jez and made them teach me all their power-getting tricks. I went up so fast the church leader told me to knock it off. It was awesome." She slurped down a noodle. They've got all these stuffy rules, all these dumb ideas about morality or whatever, but if you kind of ignore all that stuff and do your own thing, you can get so much more done." Dorian blinked. She almost sounds like me. Aw, she's learning. He smiled and was surprised to find he meant it. "Hey, that's great. I'm proud of you." And what's up with you, huh?" She squinted at his missing foot. "This?" He wiggled it about. "Don't worry. That's all right. Just a little fishing accident. It'll grow back." She looked concerned. Are you sure?" "Yeah. I might cook up an elixir to speed it up. Who knows?" She scratched her cheek, as though chewing on a question. Then, "Okay." She went back to her noodles. He waved a hand, yawning. "I'm turning in early tonight, I think. Big day ahead of me. I'm going back to snag a few more fish, hopefully without losing a limb this time." "Fun." She wiped some sauce off her cheek. "I'll go back to my place, too. Try to wrestle away a few of those secret techniques they've got holed up in there, I think." She grinned. "Good luck." And that was that. He was a little surprised she didn't pry further. Dorian rather liked this new version of Kaya. No fuss. Shrugging, he went to his quarters. He didn't need to prep much for tomorrow. As far as he was concerned, all of his materials were contained within himself, and with his new movement techniques, his foot was hardly an impediment. There were only 2 things to do before round 2, really. The first was rest, of course. The second, there were still 3 bloodline relics burning a hole in his inner spatial ring. Let's see if my grand theory of fatness holds up. He swallowed the first, felt it drop down his body and nestle into his chock-full spirit sea. His sea and core churned as the relic let out its bloodline, squishing up against their walls, forcing them to flex out. He felt briefly nauseated, Less, oh gods, I'm about to hurl, more of an unpleasant churning of the gut. But then, after a few terse seconds, his sea eased into place, like clay hardening into a new mold. Level up. Bloodline density, 51% to 53%. Core saturation, 106% to 109%. Dorian waited. He didn't seem to be falling apart. He shrugged. Here goes nothing. He downed another. Level up. Bloodline density, 53% to 55%. Core saturation, 109% to 112%. It took a few minutes for his stomach to settle, but once it did, it felt weirdly good. Last one. Level up. Bloodline density, 55% to 57%. Core saturation, 112% to 115%. And one more time, his spirit sea stretched out, deforming and reforming to seamlessly enclose the new chi. He probed his spirit sea and found that its walls were as strong as ever. No visible stretch marks. Could it be like growing a muscle? The old bits didn't get stretched. It simply built upon itself, expanding, growing ever more robust. It didn't weaken as it grew, rather the opposite. What could be the limiting factor here? Dorian scratched his chin, frowning. Here's another theory. What if the only limiting factor is physical space? That was, the sea and its core within could grow as big as his body allowed. If this was the case, he hardly needed to worry at all. Chi was some of the easiest stuff to store in the world, in part because it was mostly non-physical. It was lighter and more fluid than a gas, and a spirit sea's worth of it could be held in a space the size of a fingernail. Though a creature's organs often varied greatly in size, a dragon's heart might be 10 times that of a human's, for instance. Spirit seas and cores seldom got any smaller than a sesame seed and seldom bigger than a fingernail. All a creature's magic, stored in one tiny space. Dorian's perfect-grade spirit sea at present was likely about the same as a typical adult Skyrealm dragon. Maybe a fingernail nestled under his heart, which meant it had quite some room to grow. How much before his body really started to protest was in question. But could he get to 200%? 500%? 1,000% even, and beyond? Interesting. He licked his lips. I suppose we'll find out, won't we? Day 2, morning. Dorian went back to the sinkhole, only to find that it had been barred by security. Now double the number of guards milled about the gate. He snorted, stepped into shadow, and promptly exited on the other side of the door. Whistling, he went up to the edge of the sinkhole, a sinkhole still bobbed with ruined fish nets and the crushed remains of cages, and even a segment of aqueduct, half sunk into an edge. Oops. He closed his eyes, took a breath in, let it leak back out, and with it leaked any other nonsense cluttering his mind, until only the task before him lay in his mind. Then he opened his eyes, summoned the javelin, and stepped into shadow with conviction. Round 2. 142. All that power. 12. A few important things had changed since his last visit to the sinkhole. First was his chi reserves. They doubled, which meant his raw power output was also twice as great. Second was his chi quality. His bloodline density had more than doubled. Its density had visibly reached a new level. All chi had a ghostly quality to it, a sheen of shimmering energy. His chi had been like this at 20% bloodline density. It had floated about like a shadow-given mass, a stream of energy darkly tinted. Now, at over 50%, it had thickened to an almost solid black. When he let it play across his fingertips, it looked like a river of ink. Thick, heavy ink. Third was his new and improved javelin and the fresh techniques it had gotten as he boosted up. It was shockingly agile as he tugged it about him. Its once white tip was now soaked in tarry black, a black which dripped chi like spilled, smoking ink, burning, hissing fissures into the ground. And there was Night Stalker, too. It all but guaranteed him a speedy escape, should he need it, but also a speedy entrance. It was with a great deal of confidence that Dorian stepped into the black unknown. He sought the depths, grasping past the outlines of shallow kelp, past the empty dens of gunk eels, past the milling dragon turtles and water worms patrolling the middle depths. He sought the places where the sun didn't shine, where he could exit anywhere he wished. So he did, at its outer reaches. There was a shock as his body snapped back to physical place, then a second shock as the deep, dark waters swept him up in their chilling embrace. Below him stirred a churn of resonances. They were some distance away, muddling together but clearly there, like the smudged glow of a lighthouse through heavy fog. He swam closer. How many? He honed in on the resonances. 6? No, 7? 8? As he got deeper, they resolved more and more before his senses that had grown so precise after his latest bloodline infusion, he could navigate the darkness about him as though it were midday. But resonances went 2 ways. He'd taken notice of them, sure, but now he felt the nearest 2 glows perk up. He felt them shift closer, higher, peaked. He felt their senses, huge and smothering, drift over his body. He summoned the javelin. He let its aura leak out proudly. He cycled his bloodline, holding nothing back, letting the full brunt of it shine beacon-like in the dead darkness. These other torch dragons must have felt the death of its brethren, perhaps sibling, just a day before, and now this little worm, who'd had but a smidge of bloodline yesterday, came back wielding double? Dorian felt a stillness take hold of one of them. And then a blast of icy rage swept the waters like a blizzard, shivering him down to the bones. Something was coiling, tensed to strike, deep in those waters. Something locked square onto him. He braced himself. Serpent senses! The world slowed tenfold and then some, buoyed by his chunky new chi reserves. He held the javelin tensed and at the ready and waited, his mind locked onto the space below. In his mind, the sinkhole appeared as a vast cylinder of shadow, a 3-dimensional portal of exit points, any of which his javelin could strike from. Too many. He isolated it down to one slice, one plane spanning the breadth of the sinkhole. His mind tightened, honed in. The rest of the world faded to a background hum. All he needed was to predict and select but a single point. What happened next happened very, very fast. The torch dragon screeched in a realm unheard, in a realm of the spirit, and Dorian nonetheless felt it and winced. Then the thing was a blur of vivid motion in his mind, streaking up to devour him. Caught off guard, he would have been slower to act, no doubt. This thing was at least mid-sky realm. He might have been swallowed whole. But planning was critical, and in a fight of such great powers, margins of error were but fleeting slivers of a second. Dorian bought himself time. Time was everything. That, the initial flicker of motion itself, was Dorian's trigger. No hesitation. He acted instantly. His mind had already settled on a very simple algorithm. He executed it with brutal efficiency. Its trajectory, linear. The path was a straight, clean line in his mind, crossing the plane he'd chosen, ending at his body. The point it had crossed, the latest point at which it had opened its mouth to swallow him, crystallized in his mind. Before the torch dragon even reached that point, before it had even opened its mouth, he shunted the javelin, a preemptive counter-strike, timed with pinpoint precision. It opened its mouth, bellowing madly, and ate shit. There was a gagging, a thrashing, a full-throated bellowing, and above all a horrible shearing, tearing sound that carved through the core of the massive beast. And then it was still, hung motionless in the water. Dorian grinned. Yes, a very simple trap, a textbook bait and strike, yet still damned effective. He made to go in for the core, and froze. Shit! A second resonance had reared its ugly head. He hardly had time to recall the javelin before it streaked for him, cleaving the waters of the oasis at mind-bending speeds. It was only early Sky Realm, much weaker than this one, but still fully capable of swallowing him in one gulp. And this was so much messier. No time for a setup, no clean visualization, no preempting. It was already but a blink away from swallowing him. So he got the hells out of there. 1 foot into shadow, out. And very convenient, since he was steeped in the stuff already, and not an instant too soon. A fraction of a heartbeat after he left, a cavernous mouth full of wicked sharp teeth swallowed up the waters where he'd been. Phew! An absurd idea struck Dorian. Its insides are dark, right? Can I just... He felt for the torch dragon as it went by. Nope. It was cloaked and suffused by the light of its own chi, a protective barrier. No entrance there. Then an even more absurd idea struck Dorian. An improvisation. He stepped back out of shadow into the exact same spot he'd left, just as the creature's momentum carried it past. Suddenly, he was behind it as it streaked up. In a lecture that he'd been forced to sit through so long ago, Dorian had once heard his brother Hu Yi make the observation that the vast majority of organisms in this world were really straws of varying lengths surrounded by flesh and bone. Take the human, for example. The straw has 2 ends. It starts as the mouth, passes through the body, and ends, well, this holds for the serpent, as for the dragon, as for the phoenix. At which point little Dorian had yawned and said, "Why do I have to know all this again?" And Hu Yi had frowned. To defeat one's enemy, one must first know him fully, utterly, better than you know yourself. To know him is to know his anatomy. Weird how that stick-up-his-ass prick kept popping up in Dorian's head at the weirdest times lately. In any case, it had all seemed a heap of drivel. Until now. A straw with 2 ends. Dorian's eyes flashed as he stared up. I was too late to meet the first, but certainly not the second. He chucked the javelin with all his might. It vanished into shadow and emerged at a very tender point. There was a word for this part of a serpentine creature. Cloaca. Another observation Dorian had noticed over the years. Creatures are so fast to guard their heads and their hearts, even their armpits and backs on occasion. No creature guarded its butthole. It was simply never a place the mind went when grasping for candidates for attack. A surprise attack to the butthole? In Dorian's limited experience, this had a 100% fatality rate. And so it held true here. Dorian winced as the javelin went up, pierced through a brief flicker of resistance, and kept going, ruthlessly, viciously. He felt a stark shock through the resonance. He felt the torch dragon's sheer, unending horror as it felt the point carve up, as it realized just what the hells was happening. It trembled, it thrashed, it gave one last desperate bellow, more a whimper, really, and then it, too, was still. All in all, one of the less pleasant ways to go, it had to be said. Still, he grinned. What an unexpected windfall! Now he had 2 prime spirit beast cores that promised to boost him to such heights it made him dizzy just thinking about it. He leapt for the first corpse, went down its throat, poked his way through the darkness, and snatched up the core. He didn't make the same mistake as last time. No eating for now, though he desperately wished to chomp it up then and there. Into the interspatial ring it went. He went back out and swam for the second corpse, happy as can be, and dove in. Seconds later, he'd found his way to the second core, lovely little inky bead of throbbing power, and was working on prying it free. He swallowed back some saliva, and with reluctant fingers stuffed it into his ring. Soon, my lovely. Very, very soon. Time to make his exit, he supposed. He licked his lips. Time to absorb all this sweet, sweet bloodline. Time to get stupid huge. His metamorphosis in a formless wrecking ball of utter chi began now. Of course, it was then that he'd felt it. He frowned. Something had changed in the waters. A new, unnatural stillness. He swam out, still frowning, and cast his senses deep into the vast darkness below him. The resonances below were swirling faster than ever, spiking, and he could feel a swell of emotion boiling down below, an agitation of monstrous spirits. Dorian hesitated. Not good. And then, even farther down, there was an exhalation. A long, slow breath out that seemed to run up and down the length of the sinkhole, rippling across every inch of water. Dorian did a double take. What? It came from an aura he'd somehow missed. He'd missed it because it was so far down, and because, up until now, it had not made its presence known. It had been dormant. Now its sleep had been disturbed. Even as he hovered here, heart pounding, he felt it like a mountain with no peak, shrouded in thick mists. It gave off the muted presence of a sleeping giant. It was suffocating for him even to exist in its presence. It made him feel disembodied, like all the world about him, the water in which he swam, belonged to it, and he was but an insignificant speck of a trespasser it could extinguish with but a flicker of thought. Oh my! Dorian knew in an instant that this creature could not be in the sky realm. This creature was of the beyond, and Dorian could guess exactly what it was. He rather suspected its detached fang was now the javelin by his side. Far below, in those fathomless depths, a giant tossed and turned in an increasingly fitful sleep. He was struck by a horrible thought, a thought he really hoped was not true. It felt to him like a giant slowly rousing from its slumber. 143. All that power, 12. There were times when it was right to push, when opportunity crested like a wave, and it was the task of the master cultivator to ride that oh-so-thin line straddling destruction and transcendence. So, when Dorian felt those resonances swirling below him, he'd grinned and bared his teeth. Bring it on. Then he felt the dweller, and his face changed. Dorian was beyond the peak of the Earth realm. He was as formidable a foe as they came in a mortal plane. Yet this aura was a well of gravity so vast it warped the very fabric of the Shadow Realm. So vast it made shimmering stretch marks and yawning micro-tears up and down the sinkhole waters, something that, by the goddamned laws of matter, should not be possible. But this aura didn't care about the rules of this realm, for it belonged to a deity. Deities could very rarely enter a lower realm. There were only two possibilities. One, they were inhabiting an avatar, a follower who donated his body as a host. They'd only be able to express a fraction of their powers. Or two, and this Dorian suspected was the case here, it was wounded. And so its cultivation had dropped just enough to some pseudo-sky realm state to let it seek refuge in a lower realm. This thing had been asleep. It might well have been in hibernation, nursing wounds centuries, perhaps millennia old, dormant. But now there had been too much chaos of its bloodline. There was a shock. It was waking, and likely because of Dorian. Shit. Even his presence here seemed to agitate those resonances below, and in turn the dweller grew more lucid. There were times when it was right to push. Now was most certainly not one of those times. Dorian made a mad dash into the shadows. He was spat out in a tree-shaded bank of the sinkhole, shivered at the warmth of the sun, and whirled to the waters. He watched every ripple, wide-eyed, tensed from head to toe. Deep below, the resonances simmered. And, as the seconds trickled by, he was relieved to find that that was all they did, boiling like a steaming pot over an extinguished fire. It was he that had agitated them, he realized. He was an intruder upon their lair. But now he'd vanished into nowhere. With him gone, their rage was losing steam. Those auras down below seemed to be settling back down into a normal-ish cadence, wafting to and fro. But still he waited there, unmoving, almost expecting a torch dragon to come charging up from the depths, screeching for his head. Were torch dragons solitary creatures, as most dragons were? Even mother dragons often cared little for their babes. It was a fair bet, or so he hoped, to guess that none would tear up the surface, seeking to even the score. Still, only after sitting until the sun struck noon did Dorian let out a sigh of relief. He gave the sinkhole one last backward glance before strolling off. Whatever, I certainly got what I came for. 2 cores lay snug in his interspatial ring, begging to be absorbed. If he wanted to tap this well again, and he most certainly did, he'd need a little more discretion. No sauntering in willy-nilly and chucking his javelin about. He didn't fancy the thought of waking that monster nestled in the brooding dark. Bah, I'll deal with this later. For now, he had more interesting concerns. Namely, chugging hyper-concentrated Torch Dragon bloodline until he either passed out, blew up, or got stupid huge. The Halong estate, newly rebuilt, would make a fine site for his breakthrough. It was still a mess of scaffolding and workers milling about, struggling to slap steel plates back on its 2 main towers, but the bare bones of a residence was here. Cultivation room, sealed black steel crates, littered the grounds, hauled in from other estates. Temporary residences that looked like army barracks ran along the perimeter. As Dorian neared, he saw hundreds of Halong grunts in grid formation arrayed out on the patchy wasteland that had once been the front lawn. Each of them was armed with a shiny new stick. As they waved the sticks about, chests and heads held high, Dorian was pleased to see they almost seemed to know what they were doing. Ha! A shout went up. Then a plume of fire scorched the air. Dozens of tiny blasts fused to one. Dorian raised a brow. Not bad. Not bad at all. They'd certainly improved from the bumbling mess from his last visit. He could see this troubling an Earth-realm armada. Given enough sticks and enough hands, maybe, just maybe, they had a shot of holding off the bulk of the invasion by themselves. But the bulk meant nothing unless they could also repel the elite among the Ugok ranks. A Sky-realm dragon, though? That, maybe not so much. Just one such beast could devastate the lot of them. It would have to fall to Dorian to take those nasty creatures on, it seemed. His fist clenched around his interspatial ring. "Ah, Io, well met." Ben seemed as cheery as Dorian had ever seen him. "Training has been going most smoothly, as you plainly see." He pumped a fist. "We shall drive back those scum savages before the moon is out." Guildhead Ton ambled by his side, sniveling and dabbing at his hairy face. "Isn't he goddamn beautiful?" he whispered, staring out at the field of glinting weaponry. "My babes, all grown up." "Right," said Dorian. He turned to Bin. "Anywho, have you got any spare cultivation chambers?" "Of course. Use them as you please." "Lovely." He made to stroll off, but before he could, a Halong messenger scampered up to them. "At the gates," he gasped. "We have a visitor." "Who?" said Bin with a frown. "Hello," said a sprightly voice. They all whirled around. Pebble, now Crag, was strolling casually up the field, whistling. Behind him, yelling, streamed a horde of harried guards. "There he is!" cried one, pointing a trembling finger at Crag. "Seize him!" Crag paid the man no heed. "Sire," he said to Bin with a bow, "might I commend you on your compound's stellar defenses? It took me the time it takes to burn a joss stick to crack them, and I'm usually through these in a blink." "Who the hells are you?" said Bin flatly. "Easy, he's with me," said Dorian. He raised a brow. "So, how goes it on the outskirts?" "Wonderfully," Crag beamed. "I've now got total control of all the gangs. It took some effort to convince Fei Yang. He got real mad about it, but he saw reason after I plucked out his other eye. I guess saw is the wrong word there, isn't it?" He scrunched up his face. "Anyway, he's moody and pouting and stuff, but he'll get over it. It's for his own good. It's not just his eye that got poofed. His brain also got a bit screwy after you poked him. Retirement will be good for him. I told him as much." "This is great news." Dorian grinned. "Ton, might I introduce you to Crag, the new leader of the outskirts in all but name? And Crag, this is Guildhead Ton. He'll be the one supplying your tens of thousands of new citizens, with the weaponry they'll need to defend their homes." He grabbed Ton's big hairy hand and Crag's tiny smooth one and put them together. Both of them looked a tad mystified. "Work out a deal, you two, or we might not exist in 2 weeks." On that happy note, he gave them a parting wave and set off. In the meantime, I've got some breakthroughs to make. The inside of the cultivation room felt like its own pocket dimension. No sound trickled in from the outside, and the walls, floors, and ceilings were all a seamless matte black fabric. It was designed to absorb and reflect all chi. No leakage in nor out. Breathing deep, Dorian teased out the first of the beast cores. For a second, he let it play across his fingertips. He paused. That first core took me from 0 to 100% saturation. That first core threw me a new spirit weapon form and a crazy useful ability. Now I have 2 cores at my fingertips. He could hardly fathom what had come next. Either I pop like a balloon, or, as I suspect, I ascend to a new, almost frighteningly girthy form. Here goes nothing. Tepidly, he reached out with his spirit, his bloodline, and made contact. And the core answered with vigor. Pitch-black bloodline chi, teeming with power, rushed into him. Level up, bloodline density, 57% to 63%. Core saturation, 115% to 120%. There it is. Level up, bloodline density, 63% to 67%. Core saturation, 120% to 124%. And then... He doubled over, gasping as his stomach bloated up inside of him. It was all he could do to writhe there as the walls of the spirit sea stretched and twisted, struggling to hem in the new chunks of bloodline. Until they didn't, until his belly once more started to settle. Level up, bloodline density 67% to 70%. Core saturation 124% to 129%. Yes, more. Then, an instant later, as a sharp pain erupted in his stomach, "No!" and he keeled over, trying desperately not to shit himself. When they sing of this in the hymns and the legends, the moment the world's first super-Earth realm creature, the almighty Io, was born, thought Dorian through teary eyes, they had better omit this part. He went back to moaning and flopping on the floor. Level up. Bloodline density 70% to 73%. Core saturation 129% to 134%. Oh, saints, have mercy. It was so much worse than the first time. Maybe because each spurt of chi strained his pool. Maybe because each spurt came so much larger than it came the last time he'd done this. And yet it was also so much better. His core saturation was rising so fast he was grinning despite it all. He was rewarded with one last gift for his trouble. Level up, weapon technique, void shield, level 0 to level 1. Wraps a shadow around any incoming chi attack, swallowing it whole. Its chi cost is proportional to the magnitude of the attacking technique. Dorian cackled. About time a defensive technique came my way. Then he thought about that last sentence and froze. Chi cost? I'm about to get so fat, chi cost is immaterial to me. Does this mean, so long as I amass a truly obscene amount of chi, I can now void nearly any incoming technique? My, oh my. At first he'd thought he was totally screwed going into this, against Nijo and his god powers and his endless fleets and his hordes of sky realm law-filled critters. He'd have put his odds at under 1% to survive, much less win. But now a tiny ray of hope was peeking through the gray clouds. If he could just keep this up, keep stacking up chi, keep picking up and honing and leveling a suite of potent techniques. His eyes hardened. I just need to keep on pushing as fast as I goddamn can. From now on, there is no such thing as too much. 144. All That Power, 13. Dorian spent much of the next few hours in a delirious haze. He grew well acquainted with the texture of the floor. He rolled about, groaning and twitching, in a mattress of his own sweat. It was like having the multiverse's worst case of indigestion, constipation, and diarrhea, all rolled into one singularly unpleasant cocktail. At least the power kept coming. They'd streamed in, bit after bit, until it became a blur of light and meaning in his mind. All he saw was the jump, his core saturation easing past 150%, then 160%, his bloodline density inching closer and closer to 80%, 85%. He added half a Dorian's worth of chi in the span of a few hours, and more. Each mote of chi strained his capacity to hold himself together. Then a new kind of update broke through the fog. Level up, weapon technique, acid rains. He perked up. Oh? Expels a cloud of chi that looses acid projectiles upon the enemy. Dorian propped himself up on his elbows and half groaned, half chuckled. He had a blocking ability, Void Shield level 1. He had a single enemy striking ability, Shadow Strike, which he'd gotten all the way to level 3. He had a movement ability, Night Stalker, level 1, which let him jump in and out of shadows, and now a multi-enemy striking ability, Acid Rains, which meant his suite of techniques, at least at a basic preliminary level, was now complete. He'd unlock more advanced bloodline techniques as he reached higher cultivation levels, or leveled these techniques till they evolved to higher forms. For now, the only thing left was to keep on chugging. Level up, bloodline density 85% to 87%, core saturation 163% to 169%. And on it went, the most beautiful and awful thing in the world. Dorian was giggling deliriously, drooling onto the floor, his eyes glazed over, mind a thick bog of pain. And then, after a long while, one last notification hit. Level up, bloodline density 94% to 97%, core saturation 186% to 192%. Dorian was going to puke. He was going to shit himself. He was going to give birth to a being formed of pure chi. This unconscionably huge glut of chi was going to pop open his belly and climb out of its own accord. None of these things happened, of course, but they all felt in that moment very imminent. His body was telling him, "Stop! Enough! Please, dear saints, I can't take it anymore! Spare me!" He gurgled, grinning, tapped his interspatial ring, and popped in the second beast core. You see, sometimes you had to read between the lines. His body told him he'd reached a limit, but had it actually? Dorian felt the walls of his spirit sea, sturdy as ever, no change from when it had been at 100%. All this was his internal organs groaning in protest. That and the fact that a human body really wasn't meant to hold this much chi. If he got past those little hang-ups, though, he was all clear to keep up his mad dash. Bloodline density 97% to 100%. Core saturation 192% to 201%. If I'm not mistaken, I just eclipsed the chi pool of a fully grown, peak sky realm adult dragon. And dragons had the most chi of any mortal creature, which meant, as of right now, Dorian had officially achieved the title of fattest creature on the plane. Huzzah! He gave himself a brief moment to celebrate. This whole enterprise was going as well as he could have wished. He was at 100% bloodline density, too, which meant that now his blood was as pure as any pure-blooded torch dragons, a rare sight even in the higher realms. Maybe only the Dweller had as pure a bloodline among those torch dragons gathered on this plane. The trouble was, there was no spillover here. There was no going over 100% bloodline density. The only thing he could do about the excess was to burn it. Time for part 2 of the plan. From his interspatial ring, he drew out a thick barrel stuffed full of the Devil's Promise, the elixir that would burn his bloodline in exchange for an outpouring of chi, the very same one he'd resorted to prep for his match with the Rat King. Now he attached a metal straw to the bottom of the barrel, put his lips to it, and took 3 huge sips. Glug, glug, glug. The dark liquid began its nasty work almost instantly. A burning feeling gnawed at Dorian's gut. Bloodline density, 100% to 98%. Bloodline density, 98% to 96%. It's working. Then, as more bloodline gushed in from the beast core, Level up, bloodline density 96% to 98%. Perfect. Dorian smirked around the straw. The bloodline burned at nearly the same rate as new bloodline poured in. His bloodline density would be held constant around 100%, which meant that the only thing that changed should be his core saturation. Level up, core saturation 201% to 208%. That should be the gains from the incoming bloodline. I wonder what the burned bloodline will... He didn't have time to finish the thought. Level up, core saturation 208% to 225%. Oh, hells! A mind-bending burst of nausea and white-hot pain struck him, as in he nearly felt his mind deform, such was the force of the feeling. It was not so much a failure of willpower. His mortal brain simply felt that tide of overwhelming sensation, went, nope, not dealing with that shit, and headed out the psychological back door. Dorian whited out. He came to in a puddle of his own sweat. He tried propping himself up, gurgling spit, and found that his whole fur cloak was soaked through. So was the flooring. This was less a puddle than a small pond. I'm alive? Nice. And by that invisible knife digging a hole in his stomach feeling, the bloodline burning process was still ongoing too. Level up, core saturation, 385% to 388%. Oh, my dear saints, what has happened here? He blinked to make sure he was seeing correctly. He jumped nearly 200%. While passed out, he felt lightheaded, wobbly, and for the first time today, it wasn't from the tempest in his gut. I think I can now officially and proudly claim the title of fat ass. I've become a real specimen, haven't I? He thumped his belly and let out a happy burp. A cloud of warm chi left his mouth. It felt right, somehow. He got to his feet. He noticed the chi instantly. It was like having quadruple the blood circulating in his body, except instead of blood, it was a constant stream of pure energy coursing to and fro, buoying him with a constant sense of power. Anything in this room he knew he could reduce to dust with 2 fingers by dint of the sheer force his newfound chi would let him exert. And applied to my martial techniques, my word, how stupid strong are they now? Grinning, he opened the door to the chamber, letting the outside world back in. Then he was greeted by the piercing shriek of sirens. He frowned, leaping out. The hells? We're under attack? The Halong estate was deserted. No soldiers, no bin. Not even construction workers were present. Steel girders and hammers were strewn haphazardly about the site. From the main street outside the compound came a din of cries and shouts. Citizens stumbled over one another, ducking through doors and under awnings fast as they could, ducking for cover. From what? A thunderous bellow answered him. He glanced up. Ah! On the far side of the oasis, beyond the walls, was a full-fledged frost dragon. It must have been the size of the Artificers' Guild by itself. Like 1,000 huge, angry icicles glued together, come to life. Its body was a translucent ice blue, steeped red in the setting sun. Its eyes were cruel black gemstones, its wings a dewy film spidered with long, icy bones. A hailstorm flowed out its frothing mouth, a hailstorm thick with the laws of frost. Even from here, Dorian could feel them shivering the fabric of the plain. Peak Sky Realm! And it was not alone. Another frost dragon circled by its side, also deep in the Sky Realm, also wreaking utter havoc. Behind it, on backs of Vordors and worms and lesser dragons, were a fleet of Ugok shamans. The Azcan Oasis's best response was ranged across the sky. 24 massive airships spewing cannon blasts of chi, helmed by dozens of Earthrealm crew each. Lightning chi crackled across the sky. Booms rang out as rows of cannons let loose at once, peppering the frost dragons with blows. They did little more than annoy the creatures. Dorian watched as one of them spat out a breath suffused with Tao. It froze the air itself, spreading like cold wildfire, and swallowed up a battleship. Just like that, in seconds, the thing was the world's biggest icicle. It dropped without protest, thundering into the sands. A tide of sand and dust thickened the air. Dorian felt like his brain was being slowly crumpled up. What the hells? They're here already? Wait, no. From here he could only detect 2 Sky Realm presences. This was not the main fleet. This must be a probing force. Even so, by the swaths of auras flickering out at the oasis's perimeter, things were not going well. No. His eyes hardened. No. None of this nonsense. This ends here. Dorian's javelin flared into being. Its shadowy aura now soaked triple the range it had before. Everywhere Dorian went, he carried with him his own little shard of night. He turned his eyes to the sky. He could imagine Nijo looking on with an insufferably serene grin through his scrying glass. This was a test, almost a taunt. The man was playing with him. To him, Dorian was no threat. If Dorian had to guess, Nijo had chucked the Ugok unit already stationed closest to the Azcan oasis at them, simply for the hells of it. His message was clear. I don't need to drag my full army across the desert for the likes of you. Why take a full 2 weeks for that, when one quick blitz will do the trick? The sad thing was, he would have been right. He was almost right. Except you've attacked a day too late, I'm afraid. Dorian's new chi seethed in his veins. He snorted. Choke on this, why don't you? Then he stepped into shadow and was gone. Time to throw my weight around. 145. All That Power, 14. It took him 6 shadow jumps. A step into an alley shadow took him to a chimney shadow cast on a nearby guild roof. Then another shunted him down the street, and another farther down, and then again and again, and at last he landed on the broad walkway atop the oasis's thick outer wall. He was greeted by a scene of chaos. Below, it was hard to say who was winning. The ground troops seemed to hold off a tide of worms and wolves well enough, he supposed. A light show played across the sands, flaring bright reds, blues, yellows. A firestorm, hailstorm, and thunderstorm messily fused. Gales of chi ripped through the battlefield, stirring up clouds of sand and dust. It must have been worse at ground level, where you could hardly tell friend from foe. There was much screaming from man and beast alike. Up in the skies, it was more one-sided. A dozen of the oasis's battleships were already smoking wrecks half buried in the sands. 2 dozen more fought bravely, but they had their work cut out for them. They were struggling to merely fend off a thick swath of Ugok shamans striking from atop giant, profound realm Vordors screeching bloody murder. Then there was the matter of the frost dragons, the real threat that no one in the oasis had an answer for. On one side of the skies, the oasis head and a handful of the other Azcan leaders struggled to hold off one of the dragons. The battleships were left to deal with the other, along with the cloud of Vordors spearing through their ranks, belching acids. The ships were not coping well. Even as Dorian arrived, a bulky steamer was pierced by a lance of ice. It went down, wailing in a plume of fire. The other ship's cannons boomed desperately, but their tries glanced off the dragon's thick scales. Useless. Dorian licked his lips, stretching his arms. What to do? He could try a javelin, but he was also drawn to try something more pure, something that might showcase more directly what he was capable of, something that might give Nijo some pause, and thus buy him more time, something that would earn him a little respect, perhaps, if he was lucky, even fear. He threw out his hands and brushed the dust off an old technique, a technique he hadn't made much use of since he'd gotten his javelin, but a potent weapon nonetheless. Yama's chains! This time he channeled his full base into it. The neat thing about Yama's chains were that they were made of pure chi, which meant that the only limiting factor to their size was him, and right now he was no limit at all. To either side of him there were 2 thuds as 2 enormous chains of smoking shadow, each link big as a man, thick as a worm's neck, snaked along the top of the wall. He must have looked comically tiny, holding them with his 2 hands. Gasps rang out from below. "It's him! It's him! The hero's arrived! Almighty heavens, we're saved!" Despite it all, a weak chorus of cheers rang out. Dorian always rolled his eyes internally at the title. Hero. Ridiculous. It was the last thing anyone should call him, of all people. Still, he snorted as he flexed his hands, and the chains rose up to either side of him, coiling like pythons, poised to strike. I am here to save the day, aren't I? The frost dragon battling the ships whirled to him, snorting gales of frost, its crimson-jeweled eyes glinting madly. It locked onto him. Its eyes narrowed. Then it opened its mouth, bellowing, and the air warped with laws of ice. It didn't spew an icy substance. Rather, it was like the world itself was infected by an unnatural frostbite that iced the air itself, a frostbite that arched straight for Dorian's head. Serpent senses! Time slowed tenfold. Dorian regarded the attack with mild amusement. Then he leapt forward, letting the attack smite a section of wall behind him. It was leisurely, almost effortless. My turn. He thrust his hands out, and his chains answered his will. To either side of him, 2 immense masses moved as one. The frost dragon snarled its contempt. It flapped its great wings to dodge, fluttering tiny tornadoes in the sands below. Its huge heft streaked up. It all seemed so delightfully slow to Dorian's eye. One chain snagged it around a leg. The frost dragon looked down. It snorted again, somehow with even more contempt this time. He could see its thoughts in its eyes. This puny human means to constrain me, as if... It beat its mighty wings. It didn't budge an inch. He saw its slitted pupil go still. Then it lasered in on the chains, disbelieving. It beat its wings again, twice, 3 times, each mightier than the last, putting the full thrust of its sky realm powers, its mighty draconic frame into the motion. The chain held it with a serene firmness, like a patient owner leashing a disobedient dog. When the frost dragon looked down again, Dorian saw in its face a stark, naked horror. He smirked. This was perhaps the first time in its life that it had run up against something mightier than itself, something that must have seemed in that moment an absolute power, looming before it like the endless depths of the sinkhole, unknowable, undeniable. When it looked to Dorian, he saw in its eyes a newfound fear. It was the fear of a predator encountering a predator bigger than itself. It seemed not to know what to do. For 2 incredible seconds they stayed there, fixed in place, the dragon beating and screeching in futility, Dorian holding firm. Then Dorian flexed, the chain yanked, and the frost dragon became a smear of bluish motion. Boom! Around the crater, sand rose in waves as though it was water. The dragon struggled up blearily, on unstable legs. Then Dorian looped a second chain around its neck. It looked then like a greater black snake setting upon a smaller blue one, bearing down upon it, wrapping its snout to tail even as it thrashed and clawed and spat law attacks which struck only sand. Dorian looked at his handiwork, grinning. His chi was already the thickest, densest, heaviest he'd encountered on this plane, and now that he'd amassed more than 50% more than what even a peak Skyrealm dragon could hold, the thing stood no chance from the start. For a moment, he held one of the most powerful creatures of this plane in his iron grip, savoring the feeling. He looked to the skies. I hope you're watching, Nijo. Now, Dorian had really downed only one of the man's elite soldiers, so to speak. He'd have to take on fleets of creatures like these, not to mention Nijo himself and all the god powers he brought, as a one-man army, pretty much, and he only had about a week's time to do it. It was far, far too early to celebrate. But in this moment, he felt like the king of the gods-damned plain. Then he thought a funky thought. Let's get a little cute with this, shall we? He squinted at the frost dragon. He imagined the thing like a towel, and then he twisted, as though to wring it dry. The frost dragon's screeches shook the dunes. All around it the fighting had stopped. Even the Ugok shamans on backs of Vordors were staring at the scene and gaping as the dragon thrashed and bucked, its tail whipping about, but it could do nothing as one chain went one way and the other squeezed it the other. Dorian was, through sheer brute force, trying to snap the dragon's spine inside its body. And hells did he try for it. Chi ran mad in his veins. The chains wrenched and struggled against that jagged frame. Alas, he was asking too much. All this did was cause the creature a great deal of pain. He sighed. Fine. He raised his palms, and the chains went up with them. The apparatus, chains bearing up a wrapped-up, immobilized dragon, cast a long shadow over the battlefield, enrapturing everyone on it, man and beast alike. Then Dorian summoned the javelin. The world about him was drenched in shadow as the glinting, black-tipped head emerged, dripping an oily acid as it went. He willed the chains to stretch outward this time, rather than wringing the towel dry, stretching it to its limits, head to tail. The frost dragon was made into one horizontal line, every inch of it muscle and scale and sinew, stretched taut. There it is. Dorian left a little opening between the chains, right in the middle of the beast, where its massive heart beat nervously behind a stretched layer of jagged blue scales. The frost dragon whimpered. The javelin shot forth. In a dimly lit room, many li away, the god king inhabiting the body of Nijo Ugok saw a fang go from one side of his lovely frost dragon to the other, as easy as a needle passing through fabric. His mouth hung a little open. He was the least shocked person in the room. His Ugok generals were tripping over themselves. One blubbered, one cried out, another was tearing out his hair. "What in Jess's name was that? That's goddamned impossible!" "It's the work of another god. Must be." A bald giant etched all over with Jez's gold markings thumped the table. "Someone else is interfering in this plane." Nijo chuckled lightly. The moment of shock had passed. His mouth resolved to its usual happy line. "It's a pleasant surprise, to be sure," he said softly, "but not entirely out of the question. And you are correct, Amada, in a sense. There is a god's hand in this, but not in the way you might think." He leaned in, regarding the scene with big, curious eyes. "Perhaps it ought to be impossible," he whispered as though to himself. "But I should expect that of you, shouldn't I? A most wonderful display." His eyes glinted. "What other tricks might you have in store, old friend? Oh, I'm most eager to find out." "What the hells, I mean to say, in Jez's name, is this?" The hairy man crossed his arms. "Enough with the riddle, speak, Your Honor. Who is he? Is this man a true threat? Should I reroute our elder worms from the east, or our baby phoenixes from the south?" Nijo laughed. "You needn't worry. This matter is of personal interest to me, and our friend has now earned the right to face me in the flesh. I shall make the journey west. I shall see to him myself." "Ah." That seemed to settle down everyone in the room. His generals went on to other things, like their plans to sweep the swamps of the south of the plain and to besiege the eastern highlands. That this mysterious Io would be dealt with now seemed a foregone conclusion. Nijo sighed happily. 146. Beyond the Sky, 1. Dorian pierced the heart of the frost dragon. Blood and innards spilled out the back end, a glorious shower of gore that splotched the sands crimson, drenching soldiers and beasts alike. They all saw it, the Oasis fighters, the beasts, the Vordors, and their shaman riders. A silence fell upon the battlefield. Then Dorian raised his hand, and the chains bulged out, blurring, splitting. In a blink, they doubled. He bared his teeth. Almost all at once, the Ugok forces fled for dear life. He laughed. Below, all about him, Azcan soldiers stared up at him. Their eyes shone with something like hero worship. No, even more. They looked to him with reverence befitting a god. "Hero! Hero! Hero!" The chants blew up all around him. Men were ecstatic, leaping up and down, thrusting their fists at him, whooping and hollering. Dorian surveyed the battlefield, nodding. They'd lost maybe a sixth of their men. Not terrible, all things considered. Although, if he was honest, in the end, the loss of only one man here would really matter. Up ahead, a bedraggled Oasis lord flew down to him, trailed by a crew of frazzle-haired old men and women. Dorian counted Artificer Head Ton among them, along with the Alchemist Head and a handful of other heads of noble houses. "A timely save," said the Oasis lord. He looked a little too shell-shocked to muster up his usual sagely smile. "Gratitude—" "Yeah, listen." Dorian cleared his throat, then put on his most serious face. "Clearly, I am now the difference between winning and losing. Without me, this oasis would be in ruins. With me, you at least stand a chance." The old heads looked at one another, blinking. Nobody disputed it, not even the Oasis Lord. "So here's what's going to happen. We have a little more than a week until Nijo arrives, or so I have some admittedly dubious reason to believe. In that time, I must be the center of this oasis's efforts. Of course, do the usual, arm yourselves, declare a state of emergency, fit a stick into every hand that can wield it, and so forth. But when I make a demand in the following week, soul contract or not, let's agree it's in the best interest of both of us to follow it. Agreed?" The Lord hesitated. His brows quirked. "That would depend on—" "Are we seriously quibbling about this? You saw that frost dragon? There's dozens, maybe hundreds where that came from." Dorian sighed. "Right now, I'm nowhere near strong enough to handle them all. I'll need your full cooperation. Can we agree to save the politicking for after the once-in-a-millennium crisis is over?" "Fair enough." The Lord swallowed, looking pale. "What do you propose?" "First," Dorian wiggled his stump of a right foot, "I'll need your most potent healing elixir. Pull it out from your storages. Brew it. I don't care. Just do it fast." "We shall have it at your doorstep by evening," said the Alchemist Guild head. She was also looking rather pale. Come to think of it, a pallor had drawn across the lot of them. "Second, I'll be conducting certain training exercises around the sinkhole for the next few days. Keep the gates locked. Do not disturb me, no matter what you hear. Got it?" The Oasis Lord nodded slowly. "Fine. What else?" Dorian scratched his chin. Plying that sinkhole was suddenly a risk. He was strong, but likely nowhere near strong enough to poke the creature slumbering in its depths. But he still needed that sweet, sweet bloodline, which meant he had to draw out his prey, make those torch dragons come to him somehow. He grinned. "Say, do any of you have a fishing rod I can borrow?" Dorian spent the night recuperating and regrowing his foot. He'd been given a sickly green elixir that tasted as awful as it looked, but it did the trick. His limb was growing back, albeit with a sensation very much like a child's growing pains, except ratcheted up to scale with its growth rate. But by now, Dorian had gotten used to writhing around on the floor, so he didn't mind. At some point, Kaya had come in. She didn't so much as greet him, just stepped in, trailing golden smoke, blinked twice, face planted into the floor, and passed out. Fair enough. And she was now, inexplicably, peak profound. Fair enough. Dorian was too busy writhing to think on it very much. Later that night, he found himself in a familiar place. Blank, hazy, shimmering void. A dreamscape. He groaned internally, and a familiar figure resolved out of the haze. Black suit, white gloves, stern features. His butler, Gerard, stood face to face with him. "What now?" said Dorian, one brow cocked. "We don't have much time," gasped Gerard. He held up a hand. "No sardonyx, please, my liege. I'll say my piece, and then this dreamscape will dissolve. Jez has conquered more than 3/4 of the Middle Realms. His forces have breached the Upper Realms, sire. Not since Thurin, the Conqueror, has such a feat been done. Huh. We should be safe, and the other god kings should contain the threat. But I felt you should know regardless. His voice grew suddenly warbled. He frowned. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His figure grew ghostly. He looked on the verge of winking out. It must have been a bad time. The planes were too far apart. Even to send this message from as distant a spot as the unstuck space must have cost Gerard a hellish amount of chi. The scene broke apart, misted to nothing, leaving Dorian blinking at the darkness. Well, shit. This Jez has actually done it? Breaching the Upper Realms, eh? He suddenly recalled that strange, broken-up message Old Man Fate had tried to send him. The panic in Fate's voice. They're in a real jam, aren't they? Then he shrugged his metaphysical shoulders. Sucks to be them. The move to seal himself up in maybe the multiverse's most secure storage space was looking ever more prescient. He'd effectively removed the need for him to care. Short of collapsing the zenith plane itself, which held the unstuck space, obviously impossible, Jez would need to wipe out the heaps of god kings defending the plane to have even a shot at such a thing. Dorian's position was impregnable. And so, when he woke up, he simply wiggled his new toes, got to his feet, shunted that vision to the back of his mind, and happily went about his business. He had some juicy fish to catch. What does one do to bait out a torch dragon? Normally throw on some meat, perhaps freshly bloodied. Bait. Dorian got a feeling such crude tactics wouldn't work on creatures of their caliber. No, he needed bait that worked on a deeper level. Bait that cut deep. He stood at the edge of the sinkhole, a high-grade fishing rod treasure made of spirit bamboo in one hand, his interspatial ring in the other. What to pick? His eyes glinted. What about this? Out came the still-rotting skull of the Sky Realm torch dragon he'd slain the day earlier. He hooked it to the end of the rod. Then he lowered it down into the waters. It sank lower and lower and lower until he was certain it had gone to the depths of the torch dragon's lair. And he waited. Time ticked on. The time it took to burn an incense stick slid by. No response. Dorian frowned. Really? I'm taunting you with the corpse of your dead brethren? Nothing? Closing his eyes, he delved his bloodline senses into the sinkhole's farthest reaches, seeking out emotional cues. He could sense the torch dragons there, slithering about, and he could sense they were irritated. A few were even fuming. But they could also tell it was bait. These weren't dumb, brute beasts. None of them rose to it. Aww. He could sense a few of them really wanted to, though. A few were a spark away from swimming to the surface to give that nasty human a piece of their minds. They just needed a little encouragement, as it were, a little push to really get them going. Dorian reeled his rod back in and studied the skull. Then he brightened. He dropped his trousers and started to piss on the thing. He lathered it on thick, too, the way a gourmet chef might drizzle his signature sauce all over a dish. He sniffed. Suitably pungent? Excellent. Grinning, he dropped the fishing line back in. It didn't make it halfway down the sinkhole before he felt sharp spikes of rage from down below. More than one, many more. If Dorian was honest, a few more than he bargained for initially. He sucked in a breath, summoning his trusty javelin. Shit, here they come. It was one thing to face down one Sky Realm beast, but here, what were there, 3, 4, 5 even? He must have pissed off most of the torch dragons left in the sinkhole. 1-on-1, he could trounce a Sky Realm beast just fine, but 5-on-1, suddenly he wasn't nearly so confident. Yet in that moment, absurdly, those raging auras all appeared in Dorian's mind not as fearsome beasts, but rather as a bundle of throbbing plus 100% statuses just waiting to be absorbed. He cackled. Bring it. The sands rumbled. 147. Beyond the Sky 2. A master cultivator never entered a fight without a clear strategy if they could help it. A master cultivator never entered a group fight at all, strategy or not, unless the difference in power was enormous. There was some romantic idea, Dorian blamed the poets and the bards for this, of one hero mowing down a dozen of his peers. Say, a god king with a multiversal ranking of 20, slaying 5 peers of slightly lesser standing, a few god kings ranked in the lower double digits, maybe. This was plainly insane. Unless it was one of those truly untouchable forces in this multiverse, like his stuck-up brother Hu Yi, that top 20 god king was screwed. Dorian's minimum 1 versus many threshold was usually 1 full power level above the many. In this case, he found himself in the weird situation of being 1 full power level below the many torch dragons coming for him with unsettling swiftness. And yet perhaps due to his hyper-bloated reserves, he was still in effect a half-step stronger. These were uncharted waters. Serpent senses. He bought himself a bare few seconds to think. A bare few seconds watching the colossal shadows of twining torch dragons thicken, darken, grow ever clearer as they raced for the sinkhole's surface. Level up. Serpent senses, level 1 to level 2. Nice. The burn rate to his chi hadn't slowed, but now he could push even further. His senses slowed past 10-fold to 11-fold, 12-fold. Still, there were too many variables, too little time, even with this level up. Those things were coming up at a blistering pace. Getting out of this clean and unscathed might be optimistic. He snuck a glance at his newly regrown foot. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. There was a shock of thunderclaps as they broke the surface, dashing waves of spirit water across the shore, and then they were upon him. 5, all rising at once, ugly knots of planes and sharp angles and piercing white teeth, great tongues of oil arching straight for him. Dorian winced. Why was that bastard Hu Yi popping into his mind each time he faced these things? But perhaps it was natural. The man had taught Dorian how to fight, after all. His voice filtered in as clearly as if he were at Dorian's side. When forced to fight a group, always strike first. Eliminate them one by one with prejudice. Dorian summoned his javelin, drew out a few thick Yama's chains, and went for it. The Yama's chains he thrust out as pure distractions, to buy some time as he went for the first torch dragon. The brunt of his focus was on nailing his javelin's arc to meet the nearest torch dragon's wide-open mouth. In it went, and he felt the satisfying ripping of javelin on innards. The rest of his attention, meanwhile, was spent on keeping those other little fuckers at bay as he hollowed out the first. He harried them, shoved them about with his chains, and otherwise drew up a dense web of shadow. When a torch dragon ripped through his efforts, he leapt under it. Into its shadow he went. Out he popped amid the big swath of shade made by the walls on the other side of the sinkhole, unscathed, and his javelin had at last carved through its victim, sending its body cratering into the waters. 1 down. Dorian grinned. Maybe he'd been too cautious in his assessment. Maybe he was just a very good matchup against these creatures. Too small to get a hold of, too powerful to snap up in a bite. The first one had gone down easy enough. 4 to go. Simple. And that instant of hubris, that fraction of time he let himself relax, made all the difference. 4 brutish heads whirled to glare at him. Then they all opened their mouths some 50 paces from him. Out poured thick gobs of molten rock chi. Dorian snorted. His serpent senses were still active. They sapped so little of his powers nowadays that he hardly ever needed to turn them off in a fight. These gobs, while nasty-looking and certain to deal great damage should they connect, hadn't a prayer shot of hitting him. And then the gobs vanished. Wait. It took a beat for him to deduce where they went. That was a beat he'd wish he could get back very, very soon. His heart sank like a stone. He almost stepped into the shadows beside him on instinct. That would have ended his run then and there. He leapt up, clinging onto his javelin, hovering midair, and only barely avoided death by burning. From that shadow, from the shadows all around him, beneath his feet, even above him, enveloping him, came a stream of massive gobs, swallowing up the sky, flooding the world, welding into a huge dome all around him. A dome of chi, hot as the 9 hells. He wasn't the only one who could send shit through the shadow space. And it was coming fast, and in such vast quantities, a sea of the stuff pouring through the shadows, too fast for him to escape this closing trap through the vanishing sliver of light above him. He at least had the wherewithal to produce a chi lamp from his interspatial ring, dispelling the shadows starting to form on himself before the dome closed up for good, before he was locked in this hellish furnace. And then the furnace shrunk at an alarming rate. He couldn't even exit through the shadow space. It was filled with steaming hot chi. He was stuck, suddenly hemmed in by this mass of horrible boiling chi advancing on him from all sides. He was stuck here, clinging onto his javelin midair, helpless. It was grotesque. He couldn't even use Void Shield, that marvelous new technique he hadn't even gotten a chance to dust off and try. That thing would use shadow to envelop the enemy's attack, but the enemy's attack came from within the shadow itself. The fight had turned on him so fast he felt like he'd gotten whiplash. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had maybe half a heartbeat's time before those walls smothered him utterly, melting him to mere bones, stretched out with serpent senses that made for a little over 6 heartbeats' time. Barely anything. Fuck. Beat 1. He tapped his interspatial ring and chucked out a shield artifact just to test it. The oily attack turned the shield to smoke in an instant. Shit. Beat 2. He tried another artifact, a chunk of obsidian. But Torch Dragon's chi, when superheated, was the stuff of the inner volcanoes of the higher planes. Even from here, Dorian could feel its shocking heat scalding his skin. This stuff burned through anything. There was no escape. He even threw a Yama's chain at it, just to see if he could disrupt the wall even a little. Nope. Burned up on contact, like that. Just sank into the wall and smoked to nothing. Hells, this bloodline is potent. Beat 3. Panic beat. It was starting to hit him just how dire this was. Now the attack had closed in on him so much, he felt his skin starting to squirm. The skin on the back of his hands was already starting to peel off his body. Beat 4 was when the idea came. If there's one thing that has a hope of surviving the superheated chi of a torch dragon, it's the bones of the torch dragon itself. The last 2 beats he spent hurriedly constructing perhaps the shittiest flood shelter in multiverse history. First, he yanked out that piss-stained skull. Then he squeezed himself into it, chi lamp still tucked at his side, while yanking out every last chunk of Torch Dragon's skeleton he had in his interspatial ring. There were only 4 openings he had to account for, 2 eye holes, 2 nose holes. The jaw was welded shut enough. He'd just have to trust it'd hold. Those holes he plugged with as many bones and fragments as he could. And then, in the final moments before impact, he threw up 4 Yama's chains to pack the things in tight, hold them in place. The impact was less brutal than he'd expected, less an instant walloping, more a soft start, then a steady increase of pressure, a constricting. Dorian gritted his teeth. Was it working? There was an ominous hiss above him, but at least for now the bone hadn't melted to slag. It had gotten uncomfortably hot, but that was all. He sensed the bloodline resonances drawing nearer. He sensed within them a confusion, as in, why is the human not dead yet? And then, one by one, the confusions dissipated. They felt or saw what he was doing. Despite it all, he was holding them off. Their strike had failed. He was rather miserable in here. It was far hotter than his liking, and he should never have let this attack get half this far. But it was a moot point. He'd survived. Yet they didn't let up, weirdly. If anything, they poured more chi into the mix. And so Dorian lay there, suspended midair in this skull inside a sphere of boiling chi, holding back the flood and wondering just what the hells these creatures were up to. As far as he could tell, the bones weren't melting in the slightest. They were only getting hotter, and hotter, and hotter. So hot the air was starting to hurt his lungs to breathe, and he knew then what they were trying. He had made a shelter, true, but seen another way, he was like prey trapped in a pot of its own creation, and these beasts intended to cook him alive. 148. Beyond the Sky, 3. Dorian racked his brain for a plan and came up blank. The bone around him was now so scalding it gave off a sickly pale light. Where he was crammed up against it, he felt his skin curdle. Searing jolts of pain shot up his body. He felt like a lobster in a pot. The temperature around him would not stop creeping up and up and up. He groaned. What was he supposed to do? Break out? How? He was straining to keep the holes of the torch dragon's skull plugged as it was. The shadow space, soaked with torch dragon chi, was no refuge. He could not be more stuck. It was getting rather hard to think in all this heat. A fog of boiling feeling was slowly creeping over his mind. He blinked his filmy eyelids and held up an arm. The air here was so hot, so humid, he couldn't even sweat properly. His skin was getting soggy, like butter heating up, relaxing its firm yet soft shape, getting sloppier. But again, what was he supposed to do? He heaved a laugh, then choked on the scalding air. Damn it all. Then a single bright thought pierced the bog. He blinked. Wait, what if what he was supposed to do was to simply do nothing? He perked up. This should cost those infernal creatures a hell of a lot of chi, shouldn't it? There were 4 torch dragons, sure, but they had to keep feeding this boiling sphere. He didn't need to break out. He didn't need to stop them. There was no use in thrashing about, in wasting his energies on escape attempts. Simply by being, he made this a contest of endurance. He simply needed to not die. Granted, he thought, watching the skin on the back of his fingers sag off like melted wax, not dying is hardly a trivial matter. But he did have some help. He flexed his fingers. No pain, weirdly. Perhaps the nerve endings had been burned off. He tapped his interspatial ring and scanned its contents. Lots of knickknacks floating about in there, arrays scattered about, stick prototypes, relic fragments, heaps of artifacts. Aha! A mound of healing elixirs of all colors. Leftovers, to be sure. He hadn't had time to restock of late, but these would have to do. He uncorked the first and downed it in a swig. Tendrils of icy chi swept down his throat, trickling to his limbs and nestling there. It helped the way a cool towel might help a fever patient. He was still burning up inside and out. His arms and his legs had melted so much he could pick out the gross strings of tendons through warped flesh. But it was something. He just needed a lot more somethings. Out poured the rest of the elixirs, really any healing artifact he had. Then he uncorked them one by one and drank. A great upwelling of healing energies went into him like an icy spring, pouring out into the wildfire burning across his body. His flesh became a battleground, a tug-of-war between hurt and heal, melt and mend, and he felt like he himself had become some crucible of wild energies breaking upon each other. All the while, his chi was added to the mix, tirelessly working to stitch back whatever bits of him it could. And it was working. Sort of. It was, at the very least, slowing the melt. Less butter in hot sun, more ice sculpture left at room temperature. His skin was still, on the whole, drooping distressingly off his bones. Even his eyelids had softened up far more than he'd like. He'd pulled out his last trick, downed his last elixir. Now all there was left to do was wait, and wait, and wait. Was it just his fevered imagination, or was there more flesh than skin on his arm now? The skin was sloughing off him like reams of hot, sticky silk. Blearily, he noticed a pool of his own melted skin was starting to form about him. He was sitting in a puddle of himself, and that puddle was starting to bubble. He blinked again. A surreal feeling struck him. It had gotten so hot the puddle of his own skin was starting to evaporate. Only then did it really hit him that there was a decent chance he might actually go out like this. The healing elixirs and his chi, tireless as they were starting to feel like chucking buckets of water to put out a burning house. He sought his interiors and found them starting to flag. The elixirs were petering out. His chi, still churning, was having a damned hard time keeping up. The pressure was getting excruciating. Even his spirit sea felt it. Under the immense heat, the oppressive force of it, it was starting to condense, drawing into itself, growing ever thicker, heavier, melting into the core, which itself was soaking up the chi about it, packing it on like new clay. It was starting to gain its own mini-gravity, even. It was starting to spin in slow, tremulous revolutions. It was starting, unbelievably, to glow. Dorian frowned two burned-off brows. What the hells is happening here? It brought to Dorian's mind the process of advancing from the earth to the sky realm, but that involved a setting free of the laws in the core. The core broke open, suffusing the sea, which then spread out into a vast plain in which each little strand of chi brimmed with a smidge of law. In this way, a sky was formed. Except here there was no laws in his core, and rather than expand outward, the core seemed to go inward, packing on more mass, growing denser, spinning, glowing, burgeoning with greater powers. Not a sky, but rather becoming a star. Dorian could hardly breathe. He was utterly bound by the sight. He'd never seen anything like it before. After Earth was sky. Everyone knew that. But the paths of cultivation were innumerable and spanned the breadth of the multiverse. Even quirks of biology would alter the paths of the individual. Strange, arcane powers lurked in the shadows. And by his bizarre choice to forego a law and bring on more chi, he'd strayed well off the beaten path. Had he stepped into one such shadow? Was this some new glorious path of advancement, packing in, growing dense and thick and massive beyond measure? Then it stopped. Dorian gaped at it, at this wonderful thing forming within him, held in stasis, shivering. Slowly it started to unwind, streams of chi falling away, sloshing back into sea form, unbounding from the mass. No! He wished he could throw it all back with invisible hands, hold it together. It was so close to becoming. You can't leave me here with but a taste of you. Blast it all! Yet its impetus had vanished. The pressure was gone. The heat around Dorian was fast dropping. His eyes shot open. So transfixed was he that he hadn't clocked the fact that his skin had stopped sagging. The healing forces of his chi, of the few trickles of elixir left in his system, were starting to reassert themselves, slowly stitching skin over dried-out swaths of blackened flesh. His whole body felt made of old, brittle wood, like one wrong move and he'd crack. And yet he was alive. He could sense the creatures outside, too, baffled, spent, sense their rage, once burning as hot as their chi, give way. The space of shadow was empty once more, inviting. That image still shimmered in the back of his mind, his core condensing, spinning, becoming something so delectably new. As soon as he got out of this fix, he'd look into it, but it would have to wait, for now. He snuffed out his chi candle in the skull, the only thing holding back the darkness. Shadows drenched the space once more. In the next instant, he was gone. He re-emerged in a shadow of a tree, cross-legged, right in front of the pack of torch dragons. It must have been a horrific sight, this shriveled-up mess of tissue that once was human, staring at them with dried-out eyes, grinning with flayed gums and cracked teeth. The torch dragons, these great hulking beasts of the dark, recoiled at the sight of him, and they had good reason. For though they were spent in both flesh and spirit, their chi poured into that one all-out effort to fry him, an effort that had brought him to the cusp of transcendence and annihilation. He still had a good, 300% of his chi left. It was chi that powered techniques. It was chi that gave a fighter power. It was chi coursing through their flesh that let these torch dragons snap at supersonic speeds. It was their chi that let them spit acids to melt the skies and boil the seas. And now that chi was nearly all gone. They were naked, disarmed. "You've had a grand old time frying me to within an inch of my life." Dorian's mouth curled up cruelly. "Why don't I repay you in kind?" Yama's chains exploded out from his body, 2, 4, 8, each as big as a torch dragon, each costing him a huge swath of his chi, casting long, ominous shadows over the sinkhole waters. He had chi to spare. Another one of Hu Yi's handy tenets. The most powerful tactic a fighter could muster was the counterpunch. Roll with the opponent's best punch, and suddenly they're left out of position, overextended, vulnerable. Now these torch dragons were to him simply huge fish out of water. Huge as they were, they seemed suddenly hesitant, unsure. Then 4 Yama's chains snaked to the sinkhole, blocking off any hope of escape. Then his javelin rose above him, a reaper in white. His other chains flanked it like an honor guard. One of the torch dragons couldn't take it anymore. It leapt for him, jaw wide, unhinged. Serpent senses. It was almost pitiful how slow it seemed to him now. Slowed down, stripped of its chi, desperately lunging with only its scaly body. How in the 9 circles of hell had he been so careless as to let these things trap him, almost kill him? No matter. The fight was all but over. All he had to do now was execute, and his javelin was as good an executioner as any. The full heft of Dorian's massive chi reserves sent the javelin streaking through the air so fast, even with his super-slowed senses, he only saw its after-image. He sensed it through feeling instead, the feeling of bone meeting soft, fleshy throat and carving deep into the body beyond. And then there were 3. 3 drained torch dragons that had gone very still. Dorian saw them, true, but his mind was already racing ahead, racing within them to their cores, the energies within that would boost his sea higher, thicker, chunkier, and even further. It raced to that mirage of a dense black star of cultivation, that brief glimpse he'd gotten within himself, some new, glorious, unseen frontier. As his javelin emerged from a pool of shadow beside him, soaked through with black blood, his eyes were shining. 149. Beyond the Sky, 4. The rest was but a formality. Yama's chains struck out and bound up the leftover torch dragons. They writhed and flopped weakly like fish stuck on hooks, but they were too sapped to put up a serious fight. It was like with that Skyrealm frost dragon, trussed up and pitiful. Dorian gutted them like fish. It was only after he'd happily collected the last of the beast's cores, however, that he realized just how severe the damage to his body was. All this time there had been at most moderate pain, mostly internal. He bet this was because the parts of him that could feel pain had been burned off. Really, he'd lost all feeling in the whole of his body. He couldn't wiggle his toes if he wished, and his fingers were like pouting children, only sometimes obeying him, and even then slowly, reluctantly. What set off the alarms in his mind was when he put his last core into his interspatial ring, took a step, and heard a sharp crack. Then he frowned, lifting his leg, thinking he'd stepped on something, and found that his foot didn't follow. He stared at the blackened stump buried in the sand, the brittle lumps of bone within, the tendons snapped clean off. The heat of battle was burning out within him. And with it, that superhuman rush, that exhilaration was leaking out with it. He felt all of a sudden very old and saggy. A heavy fog of fatigue was slowly washing over him, tugging at his eyes, dragging at his bones. He was sinking involuntarily into a humid stupor. His whole body grew irresistibly heavy. Even his thoughts, usually a fast-flowing stream, now trudged through a swamp of the mind. He had to get out of here. He was going to crash, was crashing. He fled. 5 well-timed shadow jumps took him to his apartment. Blearily, he felt around, shoving blurry sketches of furniture aside, picked out his backup stash of interspatial rings, poured out all the healing elixirs within, downed them indiscriminately. Then his body flagged at last. He went out like a light. He didn't even feel himself hit the ground. Father Zacharias had no idea what to do. It was like they'd let a hungry Vordor into a nursery. He'd been verging on desperation as he watched Kaya Rust run through their latest batch of recruits. Now he was verging on tears as she tore through their stack of techniques in the sacred library, chucking entire volumes aside, saying boring or dumb. He had to swan dive to save a centuries-old meditation by an old Jez priest on the nature of being from falling into the hearth. Then she'd alighted upon a technique. Ooh! And of course it was their most risky and volatile of the bunch. Dark Heart Sutra, a cultivation method based on harnessing one's most fiery desires. Zacharias had had it locked up in one of the back bookshelves. How she'd gotten her hands on it, he didn't know. Now he could only watch as she set to work with the thing, gobbling up elixirs and spirit herbs and all manner of the church's precious resources as she did. In his head, he'd had this plan. The more he got to know her, the more potential the girl seemed to have. Her head was most useful precisely because it was so empty. All the more room to put things in. Hopefully a lifelong devotion to Jez's creed, along with a dash of ethics, morality, obedience, and so forth. So he treated her like a tamer might treat a wild beast. Entice it with food, win it over by feeding it what it likes, and all the while bend the thing to your will. He cringed. What a pleasant fantasy that was. He had never seen a creature so single-mindedly devoted to the pursuit of pleasure. It was absurd. She had no other interests or cares, none at all. Zacharias led a church. He had seen his fair share of devotion. This was something else. This was inhuman. Humans cared about things, families, friends, hobbies, beliefs, ideologies, but her mind was fixed on a single sadistic point. Get strong, hurt more. There was something deeply wrong with her. Could it have been Jez's influence? He frowned. To bond with Jez was to bring out the core of one's soul at some deep level, but that couldn't account for all this, though it might have made a broken psyche worse. Whatever the case, no amount of sweet-talking on his part would fix it. She was proving a headache to persuade. Getting her to care about anything else was impossible. Her appetite was seemingly endless. Zacharias could swear she was hiding an interspatial ring in her belly. He couldn't keep enabling this. She'd eat them out of a home. Yet if he stopped giving her what she wanted now, would she simply grow bored of them and leave? In that case, all they'd gotten for their troubles would be the loss of a hefty sum of goods, alongside the collective infertility of a generation of Jez's worshippers. Either way was no good. No good at all. The other church leaders shuffled behind him, swallowing and dabbing at their foreheads. "What do we do?" whispered one of his elder priests, looking rather pale. "Sir Nijo said to rope her in, but, I only mean—" He spread his hands helplessly. "I know," croaked Zacharias. "Can't we stop her? At least put a limit to this?" cried another priest. "She hardly listens to me as is." Zacharias kneaded his brow. "The only thing keeping her here is that we feed her what she likes. Besides, do you want to be the one to tell her to stop?" The priest shivered, drawing his knees together. "Sensible point, Father. Very sensible." Zacharias groaned. He felt like tearing his hair out. He'd created this monster, after all. This could only end two ways. Either she ran through the whole of the House of Jez, or they chucked her out before she had the chance. He winced, watching her wolf down 1,000-year ginseng. The latter was looking more appealing by the second. And in the final calculus, she's but a tiny piece on Jez's vast board. It's not as though she's of any real importance. He swallowed and folded his arms. He grew more sure of himself by the second. That's it. Enough is enough. Let us call this whole mess a failed experiment, absorb our losses, and move on. This fiend can find some other poor cult to terrorize. Dorian woke up not dead, which was always a nice way to start your day. He blinked, eyelids still working, very good, and got slowly up to a crisscross position. His whole body felt scraped raw and throbbed dully, but not sharply. What time was it? He squinted out the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun was slowly rising. The next day? Well, that's another day gone. Another day closer to Nijo's arrival. What did he have now? A week? Perhaps even less? He could hardly count on an enemy to keep his word, though Nijo had been almost disturbingly honest up till now. All the more reason to get going. He tapped his interspatial ring. On today's agenda, first, absorb all his new goodies. Second, do some poking about that fascinating phenomenon his core had nearly gone through, but only after he'd gotten all the writhing out of the way. Core number 1. He tapped a finger to the beast core, and the floodgates opened wide. It was almost starting to get routine, which was insane to think about. As he rolled over, dry heaving and feeling that mad rush of chi and bloodline and that familiar burning in his gut, it struck him that in any other circumstance, the chunk of chi he was about to get was transformative. Any mortal, hells, even lower-tier gods, would kill to up their reserves by the chunk now pouring into his spiritual sea. Yet to him, it was but one of 5 lined up, and he intended to get through them all by day's end. He was spoiled for chi. Even as a god, such a monstrous root would likely never come to him again. He'd been too firmed up by then, too settled. Status updates flashed by his fluttering eyelids. Sweat pooled around his body. There was much flopping about and groaning and even a mild loss of bowel control. And then it was done. Up popped the final message. Level up. Core saturation 554% to 560%. Only with the flexible, moldable, nascent build of a mortal could he throw on nearly plus 200% chi in but a few hours. It was the sum of both the total immolation of a beast core's bloodline and the innate chi that blood brought to begin with, and it sat heavy and thick and beautiful in Dorian's stomach. He even looked a little more bloated as he glanced down. He was starting to feel it now, the physical space of his spirit sea, small as it was, brushing up against his organs as he shifted his weight, a little like feeling his knuckles crack, but much slimier, slightly disturbing, yet also utterly awesome. He could literally feel his power growing within him, sort of like a tumor, but a very good tumor, the best kind of tumor. The feeling did bring up a more disturbing implication, though. The thing did take up physical space within his body, and like it or not, his sea was a part of his body, which meant that there had to be some natural limit for his body to impose on this chi growth. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll just keep blowing up without end. Maybe my belly can simply keep expanding. Maybe I'll walk around looking like the most pregnant human in the history of the multiverse, wielding the powers equal to untold hordes of gods. He brightened at the thought. Probably not, but one could hope. Core 2. And then there came another few hours of playing the dying fish. He gave up on controlling his bowels. At some point, Kaya had walked in very angry about something or another, said something, but he couldn't hear her over all the ringing in his ears. Then she left, and he went back to flopping and shitting himself uncontrollably. By the end of it, he'd run out of sweat to excrete. Level up. Core saturation 709% to 715%. Glorious! Wonderful! Lovely! His whole belly area had gotten uncomfortably tight. He waited for more bloodline from the core. None seemed forthcoming. Huh. He was quite happy in the grand scheme of things. He was still now 7 times as powerful as he should have been, at the natural limit of his already enhanced spirit sea. It was not merely a difference in quality, it was a difference in kind. He could also hit 7 times harder, and that made all the difference in the world. What was a light jab from him could now be a killing blow. There was, however, one slight dampener to his glee. If Dorian's math was right, this was substantially less than what he would have expected from a core. A 155% increase was, 30-odd% less than last time's boost? Some chi must have leaked out somehow. Maybe his sea hadn't grown fast enough to contain it. Suddenly he was nervous. Diminishing returns likely meant one sobering thing, that his suspicions were right. There was a natural limit to just how much chi his spirit sea could hold, even in its most stretched form, and he was, ever so slowly, starting to approach it. The question now was how fast he'd run up against it. With any luck, not before I've downed these last 3 cores. With a little more trepidation, he popped in another. Oh, fate, you heinous little bastard. Don't you cut me off when I'm so close. At least let me hit that sweet 1000%. Let me hit 10 times harder than anyone else at my power level. Is that really too much to ask? 150. Beyond the Sky, 5. Core 3 started off smoothly. A flood of bloodline and chi rushed in, and his body quickly set to burning it up and stuffing it in. The percentages crept up and up, to Dorian's mind linear, to 721%, soon 735%, 754%. So far, so good. Then he felt an unsettling sensation grip his spirit sea. It felt like he was pissing himself, but that he could handle. He'd pissed himself more than once, and it was only morning. No, he was pissing himself, but rather than with urine, it was with chi, and that was infinitely more disturbing. It was like he was trying to close up some imaginary zipper in his body, but the sheer bulk of his chi reserves bulged behind it, squeezing out against him, staunchly refusing to let him firm up the seal. It wasn't much, mind you, a tiny leak, barely noticeable. Yet light rains often led to great storms. Even as the numbers kept climbing, albeit ever so slightly slower, jumping by 5% at a time, he was struck by a sense of foreboding. He grew jittery. It was when he passed the 800% mark when he felt the seam start to widen. He could only watch, aghast, as his precious, precious chi leaked out by the gob, smoking off his skin. Still, it wasn't much. 3/4 of his chi was still safely shuttled into his ever-expanding spirit sea. But whatever natural limit his body had was quickly asserting itself, and with each new droplet of bloodline, with each new burning, more and more leaked out before his body had a chance to patch up the gaps. Each little stream of chi hurt him somewhere deep in his soul. The tiny goblin within screamed and clawed and wailed to get it back. But alas, limits were limits. He should have expected this. It was hardly conceivable that an Earth-realm fighter, however strange a trick he'd found, could grow without limit, could contain, in theory, a universe full of chi in his body. Still, though, if not a universe, at least give me 10-fold. Just 10-fold, and I shall be happy, more than happy. It was looking to be a close call. Past 850%, and the chi leakage was growing truly tragic. Dorian could hardly bear to watch. Each time he saw a gob of chi leak out, lost forever to the void, he felt like a mother being forced to give up one of her children. He frowned. No, that comparison was a bit rich, wasn't it? A mother could always make another child if she so wished. Those little shits were a renewable resource. He, on the other hand, had exhausted the sinkhole of torch dragons. As tragedies went, there was simply no comparison. At least reflecting on the abjectness of his plight took his mind off the fact that his chi absorption was falling off a cliff. By the late 800s, he was leaking out nearly a third of the chi he put in. At last, thank heavens, he managed to just squeak over 900% before the core ran out. He heaved in a breath, patting his burgeoning belly, and forced down the urge to vomit. If he let loose now, he might just throw up his entire spirit sea. 2 cores were left. He took a few minutes to catch his breath, to let his sea stabilize, and to make certain he wasn't about to blow up or throw up or pop like a balloon. All right. Another deep breath, and he opened up the 2nd core. The grueling process began. He felt like a sieve. Torrents of black chi smoke blew out from him, melting holes in the walls, burning out windows, and escaping into open air all about him. He was quickly nearing the point where he was absorbing as much chi as he leaked out. He'd put so much into himself by now that he felt like a man at the tail end of an hours-long binge at a banquet, or perhaps a buffet, except magnified tenfold. He was bloated and horribly sleepy all of a sudden. A hot muddle of fatigue was settling in over his brow. No, no! He gritted his teeth, slapping himself, and had to keep again from throwing up. No sleeping! I just woke up, damn it! No time for another nap! By sheer force of will, he kept himself upright. He was hardly able to think. He was stranded in some hot, dreamy, sleepy state. He dimly registered the end of this 2nd core's offerings. Level up! Core saturation, 1,032% to 1,035%. He blinked. He made it! Tenfold, and then some! Huzzah! He grinned stupidly. This next core, this last core, would shove him to his limit, probably beyond, and he was getting frighteningly close by the looks of it. This time he slouched into the final Torch Dragon core. As it poured into him, he lay there spread out, too bloated to move. His main goal now was to simply not fall apart at the seams. There was an outpouring of heat, of swelling, of a most unusual sort of pain, a pain that seemed to come from every point in his body at once, puffing out. It was as though every atom of his body wanted to fly off in its own direction, like his body was unwinding bit by bit. But he never really did explode. He simply hung there, feeling in each moment like he was about to, even as his core saturation crept up past the mid-1,000%, then slogged up near 1,100%. An indiscriminate amount of time later. Level up! Core saturation, 1,128% to 1,131%. That was the last of the updates. The rest of the bloodline and its chi simply poured out of him. His body, try as it might, could stomach no more. At last it was done, and he could scarcely believe he was alive. He'd made it. And, miracle of miracles, he was still awake. Sure, he was yawning all over himself, and so bogged down by drowsiness he was falling into micro-sleeps, snapping up every few seconds and blinking, trying to clear his head. But he'd made it. 11 times normal power in the palm of his hands. He felt a warm tingling of joy. He would have felt more excited, but he couldn't feel very much of anything at the moment. He was dissolving into a strange and endless grayness. He burped and outpoured a turgid cloud of black chi that splattered onto the rug before him. A chi with 11 times its normal potency. The puddle of chi burned through the rug in half a second. The rug's only remnant was a vaguely sulfuric scent. Dorian blinked. Then the puddle melted a giant hole through the floorboards. The stone beneath it went up in a smoking hiss seconds after. Then there was a thunderous crash as the ceiling of the floor beneath gave way. Then another, and another spurt of hissing, louder this time. Another dense crash as it burned through another floor somewhere far beneath. A flurry of shrieks and shouts came through the gaping hole. Dorian blinked once more, slower, and promptly passed out. He woke up still feeling sluggish and far too bloated. He looked down. His stomach was the size of a melon. That would explain it. At least he could think properly now. He yawned, stretching, and got to his feet. This body, this cultivation stage, had been shoved to the brink of its breaking point. He'd maxed out the Earth realm. He patted his hefty belly, grinning. Not bad. Not bad at all. By not bad, he really meant that there were likely precious few creatures on this plane that could hope to touch him now. Hells, he could put up a good fight against a quasi-god, probably. But not bad still left him nervous when he thought of Nijo. Would 11 times power be enough to face down not only legions of Skyrealm monsters, but also an avatar of a god? Gods played by different rules. Things got finicky when the higher laws got involved. He could beat down some Skyrealm nuisance, sure, but Skyrealm creatures could make use of laws like toddlers could make use of katanas. Dorian had seen some godly avatars kill a mortal with but a thought. They could simply command the laws of life to sever the soul from the body, and the multiverse would comply. If Nijo had that sort of power up his sleeve, Dorian was screwed no matter how fat he got. Probably not, though. That sort of thing was quite rare, even among the countless Daos. The point still remained. Dorian had no clue what Nijo and his godly sponsor were capable of, and that made him nervous. He was really damned strong. Strong enough? Who could say? He'd harbored some insane dream of hitting 20, maybe 30 times power by the time the Ugok came, but fate had other plans. He put his hands on his hips, frowning. I suppose my massing phase is officially complete. What now? There was that one very intriguing path he'd gotten but a tantalizing glimpse of. His mind drifted back to the cocoon of heat and pressure he'd been thrown in by those torch dragons. How that unique concoction, mixed with an environment dense with familiar chi, had given rise to something new in him. A condensing. The start of a fascinating conversion, a new, hitherto unknown stage of cultivation, perhaps. From Earth, skipping sky, to perhaps star? He scratched his chin. But how would he recreate those conditions? They were rather unique. Stuffing himself into any old forge wouldn't do it. He also needed that chi affinity, that resonant environment. Maybe only the Dweller could produce such an effect for him now, and Dorian got the feeling that thing wouldn't be too keen on helping him. Hold on. There is another way, isn't there? He thought back to the origins of the Torch Dragons, where they were born and gained their first laws, their affinities, among the molten rocks and magma flows nestled in the places where the bowels of the earth touched the open air. That was just the sort of environment he needed right now. He knew it deep down, somehow, a bloodline intuition. He licked his lips. I wonder if there are any active volcanoes near the Azcan Oasis. It might be time to go on a little excursion. Interlude 4. The Loneliest Man in the Multiverse, 1. Edge of the Multiverse. Old Man Fate dipped an oar into the pitch-black depths and rowed. Hup! He gasped, pulled back, and went for another. Hup! It made for a peculiar sight. A god king who had enough power in one finger to flatten a mountain, struggling atop a ratty old wood rowboat. But nothing here was ordinary, not the little old rowboat, which was in truth a divine treasure carved of the tree of eternity, perfectly buoyant, endlessly durable, nor the waters, which seemed at once impossibly deep and utterly empty, as though there was nothing there at all. It depended how you looked at it. From the outside, Fate seemed a weary old man sailing amid a sea of stars. Above him, the sky was a great dark bowl flooded with tiny lights. It looked like the gleaming heads of 10,000 pins pricking an infinite matte cloth. Below him, black waters ran out to all sides, melting into an inscrutable horizon. He panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew! There was nothing at the actual edge of the multiverse. This pocket dimension was a construct. This was all made eons ago by a deranged god-king with a penchant for breeding cruel and unusual pets. Pets he stored in this strange, far-off lair. This was an in-between, a space between planes, a pocket of the void. Fate had void-walked 5 days and 5 nights' time, merely to arrive at this strange midnight dimension. Even then its appearance was a matter of chance. The journey here had been hellish, but he had no choice. The forces of good, the forces fighting for the very freedom of the multiverse itself, were being overwhelmed. They were losing perhaps the most important war in all of history, and he'd all but exhausted his options. And so he was here to seek an audience with a man who, as evinced by his choice of home, here at the very edge of the multiverse itself, was hardly keen on visitors. It was doubtful whether he'd receive fate at all. But as he gritted his teeth, throwing his old bones into another heavy row, he knew he had to try. He simply had to. He'd been rowing for ages, it felt like. Where was the residence? He frowned, scratching at his bushy beard. Surely it was around here somewhere. He pulled out a frayed yellow star map, squinting at it. Then the water started bubbling about him. He started. Eep! The map slipped from his fingers. He barely managed to heave his little boat out of the way before a huge slimy head burst out of the waters, an ugly thing, eyeless, like one giant swollen tentacle, but a tentacle with a gaping maw of a mouth. It opened it now, bearing rows upon rows of thick human-like teeth. Power level, God! Fate didn't have a clue what it was. He was very old. He'd seen all manner of foul creatures, and yet the grotesque things that plied the depths of this far-out sea astounded even him. He caught himself. Grotesque? He hesitated. Perhaps that was a smidge unfair. He hardly knew this fellow. It might look a little unsightly to his eyes, perhaps, his aesthetic tastes, but it was entirely possible, he supposed, that it lived a rich, vibrant inner life, that it had simply come by in friendly greeting. It growled and lunged for his head. He yelped. Heavenly Tao! Fate! It was not so much a technique as an invocation, a flexing of a psychic muscle. The world slowed to a crawl, unraveled before Fate's eyes. The blacks and whites faded away until all was green threads knotted together, the whole of the multiverse bound up in fate. There were fewer threads here than there were nearly anywhere else, but there was nothing that could exist which could escape fate, just as nothing could exist outside of time and space. Fate's eyes now saw the inner fates of the world, which was a little like seeing past the muscles into the bones and organs and muscles of a being, seeing its innermost workings. It was a big ball of fate strings wound tightly together. He saw what made this creature tick. He saw its pasts, its creation in a cauldron of hot oil and gas, engineered by a long-gone god-king. And he saw its future. Left unchecked, it would lurk here in the depths for millennia, preying on poor lost souls. Fate reached in with his mind, gently grasped onto a thread, and tugged. The threads unwound, melted away one by one into the darkness. The ball of fate unspooled. The creature didn't die. That was too violent. It simply ceased to exist, and not merely in the present. In the past and future alike, it flickered out of being. It was as though the creature had never been at all. One moment there was this great hulking beast, and in that same moment, and in all moments future and past, there was not. Fate sighed, bowed his head to the nothing that now was, it was only proper, and kept on rowing, and rowing, and rowing. And just as his old bones were starting to feel the ache, just as he was on the verge of giving up this whole silly ordeal, he glimpsed a bulge of deep blue against the black of the distance. Could it be? He rowed closer, and the bulge gained definition. A small island, blue sands, blue soil, studded with blue hills. On it was a simple, small village of thatched huts, smoke drifting from tiny chimneys. And behind that village was a tall bluff. On the bluff, silhouetted against the blackness, was a greater blackness, a cloaked figure. Even from here, Fate could sense the breathtaking aura of power radiating off him. It's him. He heaved a sigh of relief and kept up his paddling, now with renewed vigor. Soon he drew near a neat set of docks. He was greeted by a plain-looking man in plain-looking robes with his hair bound up in a bun. He only had two distinguishing features. The first was that he was red head to toe, skin, hair, eyes, red everything, everywhere. The second was that he was about 12 feet tall. His arms were crossed, and he was frowning mightily, a frown that seemed only to deepen as fate drew near the docks. "Who are you, interloper? What the hells do you want?" the creature boomed. His voice was gravelly, deep, and totally hoarse, as though he'd just come from a drawn-out shouting match. "Announce yourself!" Fate was rather taken aback. "My name is Fate, good sire. I am better known by my moniker, Old Man Fate. I humbly seek an audience with the great Hu Yi," he said. "Might I know your good name?" The creature grew even redder, if that was possible. "I am Hu Yi, bastard!" Fate blinked. "You are? What in the 9 circles of hell is that supposed to mean?" "Ah, my sincerest apologies," cried Fate, spreading his hands. "I had harbored some preconception in my mind, perhaps, some false idea. It is an honor, the greatest of honors, to meet you." He tried to do a full kowtow, but he was still in his boat, so he ended up squirming about awkwardly. "It is I who ought to apologize to you for such a poor reception," said a softer voice. Another creature, very much like the first, popped out behind it. Fate squinted. It was exactly like the first, down to the hairs of the bun. Same features, same face, same proportions. The only differences were that this one was light blue, and it was 8 feet tall. It smiled at him. "You must be tired," it said. "Please come ashore. Rest, and then we can speak properly." "Fuck off, kindness," snapped the big red one. "You were always too soft on visitors." "It is our will, Rage," said the blue one simply. "Kindly restrain ourselves." "Pardon, good sires," said Fate, glancing between them. "I remain a smidge confused. Are you perhaps Hu Yi's twin? I was under the impression he had but one brother." The blue one laughed softly. "Oh, no, I am Hu Yi. He is Hu Yi. We are all Hu Yi." The red one grunted. "You think that clarifies things at all, fool?" He turned to Fate. "To be precise, I am Hu Yi's rage. He is Hu Yi's kindness. Running around somewhere is fear, joy, loneliness, vulnerability, and so forth. There's lots of us about." Fate nodded. "Ah, so you are his clones." "We are his emotions," said Kindness. "Hu Yi, I am the eternal sentinel. I am the final arbiter of justice in all of the multiverse. The fates of countless lives rest in my hands. I cannot afford to make decisions clouded by sentiment. I must be a being of pure reason. I must embody the perfect ideal of justice as closely as I possibly can. And so I have excised all of my emotions, writing them out in living diaries. These diaries are ever-growing artifacts which act as a release valve for emotional thought." Kindness looked down at his body. "And as the diaries grow, so do we. They're living avatars. They're spirits. To be precise, we are the inconvenient parts of Hu Yi's soul which he writes out and stores elsewhere. In this way, Hu Yi is a fragmentary being. Together we make the whole creature once known as Hu Yi." "Fascinating," muttered Fate, eyes wide. Both of them radiated auras equivalent to a god king, though Rage felt stronger. "I suspect you wish to speak with my core body, the executioner, the one who holds the heavenly bow, as it were," said Kindness. He beckoned, smiling. "Come ashore. I sense we have much to discuss." Interlude 4. The Loneliest Man in the Multiverse, 2. Hu Yi was a myth in flesh. As Fate was led up the gentle blue slopes, past cozy little hamlets, up a gravelly path, he felt a smidge unsettled. It wasn't that there were hymns sung about him, though there were, nor was it their strange and dangerous environs, nor was it the fact that there were, as far as Fate knew, fewer than 10 beings in all the multiverse who could genuinely threaten him, and Hu Yi was at the tippy top of the list, though this too was true. It was the man himself. He knew there was a Hu Yi once, a Hu Yi who had carved his name into legend, a Hu Yi who had shot the 9 tyrannical phoenix god-kings out of the skies, a Hu Yi who had slain innumerable holy and infernal beasts, who had ended civilizations with a twang of a bowstring, who had carved a bloody, furious path to the top of the multiverse, who was so powerful not even those god-kings, nor factions of god-kings whose families he'd slain, who harbored the deepest of grudges, dared admit it. For what fool in all the multiverse dared make an enemy of the terrible Hu Yi? This Hu Yi was a husband, a brother, a warrior, a man. That was the young Hu Yi. And now there was this Hu Yi, the Hu Yi who had fused with the Overbow, and so had become something else entirely, Hu Yi the Eternal Sentinel, Hu Yi who went beyond being a myth, Hu Yi who had made himself into what others thought he already was, Hu Yi the Avatar of Justice, carving all weakness from his flesh, shedding his humanity, transmogrifying himself into a perfect concept, a vicious tool to be wielded with prejudice by the multiverse, the Watcher at the edge of the world. Fate shuddered, glancing as another big purple Hu Yi emotion clone thing went by them, dragging a cart of blue firewood. He'd heard the tales of this cold Hu Yi. This new Hu Yi, so they said, was a creature of brutal logic, this creature who would save humanity by shedding his own. But that last bit always seemed to Fate metaphorical. Never had he thought the man would literally do it by splitting his very soul. It seemed to him unnatural. Well, maybe it worked, and good for him. It wasn't Fate's place to judge, was it? Still, his hands ate at each other as another 2 of Hu Yi's emotion clones, one gray, one yellow, ambled by. Odd. Very odd. How did one speak to a myth? How did one address a concept? Usually Fate was one to talk with a man over tea, shoot the breeze, as it were, make a friend. But as he glanced around at this barren island, he got the distinct feeling friends of Hu Yi were in short supply. "This is far enough," said Kindness, drawing to a stop. Fate nearly bumbled into him. "Eh?" Kindness pointed up the winding path before them, which stretched up a tall bluff furred with glowing blue grass. "You must walk the rest of the path alone." Kindness bowed. "It has been a pleasure, Fate. Good luck." He paused. "I seldom hear out others. I almost never grant their requests, but there must be something special about you or your circumstance. It has, I think, something to do with my brother." "Oh, truly?" Fate blinked. "How so?" "To be sure, I don't know it truly," said Kindness, "but vulnerability has been growing larger of late, as has nostalgia. So it happens when I ruminate about that little rascal." He paused. "It is perhaps my one greatest moral failing that I didn't, and still will not, shoot him down." "Well, that's a little harsh, surely," said Fate with a little squeaky laugh. "Dorian may be a bit prickly, but he's hardly a monster. He may have his flaws, as we all do, prickly, but he's got good traits to him." "Name one." Fate hesitated, then hesitated some more. He racked his brain. "Well, all right, you've got me there, but perhaps they're buried rather deep within. But they can be dug out. Everyone is capable of redemption. Everyone has some goodness to them." Kindness regarded him with a heavy gaze. "Do you truly believe that?" "Of course." "I do not." Kindness smiled. "And I am Hu Yi at my most kind. It is not merely the case with my fool brother. People are at their cores who they are. People can change. That change is cosmetic. Deep down, the stuff of the soul is set. The best one can do is to resist one's core nature. That is all. You are very old, Fate, older than even I. You ought to know this. Fate bristled a little. Oh, come now, good sire. You can't truly believe this sort of, pardon my language, this hogwash. What a cynical lens through which to see the world. How awful. How can anyone muster up any hope with such a mean view of humanity? I don't believe in humanity, nor spirit beasts, nor any other creature which claims to live, said Kindness slowly. I believe in myself. The warmth in his gaze had cooled. Left alone, life eats itself. Left alone, order devolves to chaos. Always. It is my great kindness to the living community of the multiverse that I curb its greatest excesses, arrow by arrow. You may not agree with me, and yet it is my perspective. You ought to keep this in mind, should you seek to convince me. Then Kindness clasped his hands behind his back, smiling wanly. You walk a tightrope between optimism and delusion. It is a charming act, yet my core self shall have no patience for you if you fall off in either direction. He paused. I only mean to help. I wish what you say were true. I truly do. A corner of his lips corked up. Who knows? Perhaps you may yet convince me. Then he gestured to the winding road ahead, the road to the top of the hill where a figure wreathed in black stood, gazing out at the twinkling night sky. In all sincerity, best of luck. When Fate was at the base of the hill, the shadow was still. As he went up, as the shrubbery about him thinned and the gravel path sprouted thick, hairy grasses, as the land grew more barren and the charming little hamlet receded below, the figure was still unmoving. Even as he rounded the final curve and stood at the peak, even as he stood not 20 paces of flat, grassless blue ground from the man, Hu Yi had about him a boulder's timeless stillness. Now Fate saw why. Hu Yi's whole being was focused on one act. Beneath his simple cloak, one arm was drawn back. The other held a bow firm, a bow which seemed to Fate the most ordinary thing in the world, a bow a mortal could have made. Simple brown wood, fitted with a light, sleek string. Hu Yi was aiming, his whole body frozen with tension. Nothing about it suggested world-ending power. Yet that was the most peculiar thing of all. Fate had long since reached the peak of power. He could suss out the power level of any creature in the multiverse with but a glance. And yet here Hu Yi, if he was indeed Hu Yi, and indeed a hint of suspicion prickled at Hu Yi now as he gave the man another look, here Hu Yi seemed like no one at all. A void of chi, like a mortal who hadn't touched a cultivation manual in his life. Then Hu Yi let the arrow go. The twang of the bow was soft and ordinary. The form on the shot was perfect, a seamless kinetic chain head to toe. He could have been a veteran hunter hunting a deer in some tiny, insignificant wood. But the arrow shifted out like no arrow Fate had ever seen. It moved at the pace of an arrow fired by any mere mortal, and yet it had an immense gravity to it, like the slow, ponderous arc of a celestial body crossing the night sky. It had none of the burst of a cannonball. It had none of the speed of other godly archers he'd seen, none of that shocking zip-quick flash and fury. Instead, it moved like a great armada of battleships leaving a port. It had a certain finality to it, an inevitability. Fate saw the thing make contact with the fabric of this plane. There was a sound, then. His whole field of vision drew inward as the arrow pushed against the fabric, stretching it, not slowing in the slightest, forcing the world to contort around it. Something had to give. A tear opened up at the arrowhead, a tear which was blown into a jagged crevasse. A horrid, nothing-colored fissure hung in the air. The world howled and bled and shrieked. The arrow went through, arching into the void, and the world stitched itself back up. The air in its wake shifted uneasily, as though gasping. Fate knew one thing with cold certainty. He could see it in the green lines of destiny, though he didn't need to invoke his laws to see the truth. It didn't matter who the victim was, mortal or god king. Whoever that arrow was meant for was already dead. And then Hu Yi turned to him. He looked like an ordinary man. Fate had seen him. He'd seen his color clones, though this version looked no more or less than any human. Fate would not be fooled again. "Is it true, sire," said Fate, eyes wide, "that you have not missed in 10,000 years, that your arrows track their victims across all of space and time, that it matters not what treasures, defenses, hiding places they muster, that every twang of your bow is always a one-shot kill, a life snuffed out, like that?" Hu Yi regarded him silently. He didn't smile. He didn't frown. He simply looked. It was unnerving. Fate was ranked number 7 in all the multiverse. He very, very rarely dealt with anyone stronger than himself. He never dealt with anyone who could genuinely threaten him. But here, the difference between rank number 7 and rank number 1 was the difference between heaven and earth. "Greetings, Fate," said Hu Yi evenly, plainly. "What do you desire of me?" Fate cleared his throat. He usually did prefer to have some tea, perhaps chatter a bit about each other's lives, get warm, make a friend, perhaps. Right to business, then. "It appears as though we are losing the war for the fate of the multiverse," said Fate slowly. "My visions were true. Jez's powers stretch far beyond even my direst warnings, and he has enticed a register of god-kings to his side. Each addition bolsters an organism of already unfathomable power, and he only gains ground yet. We mount an impassioned defense, and yet Jez himself, I fear I am not a match for him." Silence. Fate took it as a sign to go on. "It is not simply that he is powerful in chi. He is also charismatic and pragmatic. He professes kindness, and yet acts with rank ruthlessness. And most pressingly, he is perhaps the most talented swordsman I have met in all my years. He may be as talented with the blade as you are with the bow, sire. Dare I say it? It is—" Fate shuddered. "It is a most dangerous concoction indeed." He waited. No reaction. Fate went on, feeling suddenly antsy. "Good sire, if he grows at his current rate, why we may not yet have 10 years before he overruns all of the multiverse," Fate cried. "This is why I have made the perilous journey here, why I stand before you today. It is not so much a request, it is a plea." Hu Yi cocked his head. "Speak." Fate swallowed. He would never, never, never wish such an awful thing upon a living being in any other circumstance. He felt sick even as the syllables formed on his tongue. But things had gotten beyond dire, and Fate had tried everything, and still his fellow god-kings were slain by the day. Still entire planes were swallowed up under Jez's golden aura. Something had to be done. "The only creature in the multiverse who may match him now, power for power, is you," Fate said. "My plea is this: for the sake of the multiverse, for the sake of justice, shoot him down before he ends us all." Interlude 4. The Loneliest Man in the Multiverse, 3. "No," said Hu Yi. Fate choked. "Pardon?" Hu Yi was silent, his stare impassive. It was plain nothing else was coming. He'd given his answer. That was enough. "Why, how?" spluttered Fate. "Could it be that you still believe Jez is in the moral right?" Silence. "He is waging war on the multiverse, sire. Whatever aspirations he professes to, whatever ideals to which he aims, he falls far short. The ends cannot justify these means. I should think this hardly needs debating." "I have given you my answer," said Hu Yi softly. His eyes, Fate only now noticed, were the only unusual thing about him. Now that he looked into him, he saw swirling purple galaxies dotted with stars. like he held all of existence in those orbs. One last desperate try. Fate owed the multiverse that much. "My good fellow," said Fate, drawing up, bristling a little. "Could it be that he is too great a threat for even you? Surely not. I would not accuse you of cowardice, of course, but one must wonder." It was a cheap move, a jab at the ego, a sad, limp final play. Hu Yi didn't dignify it with a response. Fate hung his head. He had hoped. Well, he wasn't sure for what, precisely, but certainly more than this clipped little exchange. Was it over? It felt like they'd hardly begun. "Is that all?" said Hu Yi slowly. "I should ask that of you," sighed Fate. Another silence, turgid with finality. Then, just when Fate thought Hu Yi was done forever, "About my brother." Fate looked up. There was a strange catch in the man's voice, a pause, something nearing human. His face twitched a little. It was like he didn't know how to express proper feeling, or perhaps he'd simply forgotten. "Yes," said Fate. "Is he—" Another pause, more twitching. Hu Yi's lips drew tight together. He looked awkward, nearly uncomfortable even. It looked wrong on a creature like him. "Is he eating well? Is he taking good care of himself? Will he be safe?" Fate almost laughed at the sheer absurdity of the questions. This whole situation, standing here speaking to the most powerful creature in the multiverse about something so banal, so utterly trivial, along with the multicolored clones, the pocket dimension filled with misshapen monsters. It was all starting to feel like a fever dream. "He's hardly an infant, sire, as you well know. He is a god-king, and a shrewd one at that," said Fate. "He's still up to his usual shenanigans, running about wreaking havoc on his lonesome. He's sequestered himself from this mess, as he always does. I wouldn't be worried about him." Hu Yi seemed to loosen up. "Good," he said, breathing out. "Good." And then his face firmed up like water freezing, and his gaze grew still again. "Kindness will see you out." He turned around to stare once more into the vast night sky. That, it seemed, was that. "I was rooting for you," whispered a yellowish Hu Yi clone, blinking up at him. Compassion, this one was called. It was chopping blue firewood at the side of the path. "Thank you," said Fate with a nod, a tad morose. He'd passed this one and a handful of others as he and Kindness took the meandering trail back to the docks. "It is a pity, truly, but I expected as much," said Kindness, shaking his head. "Why?" said Fate, sounding a little broken, even to himself. "I simply don't understand." "I don't deal well with greyness," said Kindness sadly. "Once an arrow leaves my hand, its victim is gone. That is a weight I must carry forever, and so I reserve my judgments for the true monsters, those whose core natures I deem undeniably abhorrent. Jez is not one of those." Fate chewed on that. He didn't quite know what to say. "I agree," a voice snapped loudly behind them, and Fate jumped. At some point rage had come up behind them, arms crossed. "It's stupid as all hells, but what can we do? We are but emotions. As far as we are concerned, we get in the way." His brows knitted. "It's shitty, but we're right. Emotions cloud judgment. For judgments of such importance, the only way is to subjugate us to ultimate reason. Doesn't mean we need to like it, though. Fucking sucks." Said Kindness, nodding. "Yet it is the only way." They were rounding the last bend to the docks. Fate's little rowboat bobbed sadly in the murk. "Here," said Kindness, passing him a crystal orb. Inside was a snowflake of glistening green chi. The darkness around it seemed to pull back, as though afraid. "This treasure should ensure no monsters disturb you. Safe passage back. May we meet again under more auspicious conditions." It was puff and air, that was all. They both knew they would likely never see each other again. Fate accepted the gift with a bow of his head. "You are too kind, sir. Altogether too kind." Kindness smiled wryly. "It is my namesake." "Well, I suppose I shan't impose on you any longer." Fate paused, frowning. Is he all right?" Rage was shining, spilling a reddish haze out of every inch of him. He glanced down. Oh, nothing to worry about. Just a little anger dumping, that's all. You must have really riled Core up somehow. Now we're shunting it off into me." "I see. This'll make me a teensy bit bigger," said Rage. He brightened. "I've been balding lately. Maybe I'll get a new hair." Fate gave the place one last sweep, one forlorn look before he had to go for good. It really was a sad little island, wasn't it? Stuck at the edge of nowhere for all eternity. "So you're the biggest of them, are you, sire? Who ye's emotions, I mean." "Me?" Rage barked a laugh. "Hells no, not at all, not even close." "Oh, then who is?" Kindness tapped a foot on the ground. Blue ground, Fate realized. On the hairy grass. Blue grass, which looked more like true human hairs by the second. Then the entire island shook, rattled, as though the dirt itself was heaving in a breath. A dense whisper issued forth from deep within the bowels of the land on which they stood, reverberating endlessly into the night. A huge, sad, empty sound. "Hello," said the island. No, not an island. A back. A giant rounded back. "Fate, meet loneliness," said Kindness. He looked down. The ground had started to glow a frosty twilight blue. 151. Beyond the Sky, 6. Dorian passed a courtyard stuffed full of men and women as he made his way up to Bin. It was a motley bunch. There were heaps of Halong soldiers milling about, but also greasy-looking rats, and more. Hordes of wide-eyed, shivering outskirters clinging onto their sticks like lifelines. These were to be the soldiers who would save the oasis, apparently. Dorian sighed. With his sticks, they would hold off the ground troops, the low-level riffraff. Nothing else. He would do the bulk of the legwork. Then again, they were wielding his inventions, too, weren't they? He really was doing everything around here. Ben stood at the front of the crowd. He raised an eyebrow at Dorian's new appearance, his super-bloated belly especially. "Congratulations," he said dryly. "Boy or girl?" "Ha ha," said Dorian. "I'll need a map from you." Ben frowned. "What sort of map? Of the city? Of the compound?" "Topographical. Of the region. As big as you've got. Something that covers all of the West Desert, preferably." Ben scratched his chin. "We run defense work for the couriers and the merchants. We've mapped out the area around the oasis a good 100,000 paces in all directions, or thereabouts, I should think." "Excellent." Dorian rubbed his hands together. "Any volcanoes?" For a moment, Ben just looked at him funny. Dorian could see the thought written plain on his face. What could he possibly want with a volcano? "Yes, as it happens," said Ben slowly. "It is said that the network of molten rock which flows under the sands is brother to its aquatic counterpart of the sinkholes. It's all nonsense if you ask me. I haven't seen a lick of proof. But these volcanoes, they do exist. On Battleship the nearest one is 2 weeks away. On Vordor back you may make it in 1. Too slow. But I can move faster than either. If a Vordor can do it in a week, I'll do it in a day." "I must ask," said Ben, "what exactly do you want with a volcano?" "To make a breakthrough, of course." Dorian grinned up at him. I know. You've never heard of such a strange tactic. Yet I am the hero, and you are not. The things I do aren't supposed to make sense to you. But they've worked so far, haven't they? Have some faith." "The fate of the oasis rests in your hands," Ben said sharply. "I shall need a little more than faith to go off of." "Put it this way. This journey is the only way we stand a real shot against the Ugok. Dorian shrugged. I'm at a little more than 10 times the power of any ordinary Skyrealm creature they've got. They've got fleets of them, not to mention the avatar of a god, which is more of a threat than the rest of them put together. At my current stage, I'll still be rolled over. I need one more advance. This and nothing else has a chance of putting me over the top. I see. Bin mulled it over for a few seconds. At last he spoke. Strange. Your sister came by mere hours ago. She asked the same thing of me, asked for a map of the oasis's surroundings. Did she now? Said Dorian idly. What for? She was bored here, apparently. She went out to fight some bigger prey. Bin snorted. Truth be told, it's better for everyone. She made quite a fuss before she got her way. Behind Bin, a few of his generals shivered, legs drawing together. Dorian rolled his eyes. Really now? She's going to get herself killed, isn't she? After all that effort and resources I sank into her. But there was no time to worry about her now. He was annoyed, more annoyed than he expected, surprised at his own annoyance even. But what was he supposed to do about it, other than make a mental note to make more careful investments in future? At least he hadn't sank anything of true worth into her, and by now she was mostly extraneous. She didn't really matter. Still, it needled at him in a way he couldn't quite explain. Whatever. Dorian held out a hand. The map, if you please. A girl in tattered robes dashed across the hot sands, seeking blood. She left a mangled trail of bodies in her wake, worms, sandwolves, Vordors alike. Each body only stoked that wild, hot gold within her, that essence of life which seemed only to flare, rise up, course faster and hotter through her as she dashed along. She didn't know where she was going precisely. What did it matter? She was going where there was pain to be dealt and felt and relished, where the gold within her, this yawning maw she fed with blood and bones, might be quenched for now, never satisfied forever. She gave herself over to the instinct, laughing freely, filling up with a brightening gold hue, unearthing new and glorious and terrible powers as she went. More! More! Dorian had a transportation cheat code. Shadow jumping had him crossing wide swaths of land in a blink, and it only grew wider as it leveled. Level up, Night Stalker, level 2 to level 3. But the real genius of it was when the sun went down, when he didn't need to flit between meager shadows cast by the dunes, when the world became one giant landing pad, and the only limit to his speed was his chi pool. Was it even a pool anymore? As he probed his body with his spiritual sense, it seemed comically vast, more a chi lake, perhaps a chi sea. It had its own whirlpools and its own currents and flows, nearly a world unto itself, and it simply didn't end. Almost 5 hours of continuous jumping. That was how long it took to exhaust it. All there was about these parts were dunes and huge bone relics sticking out of the grounds. The desert was, predictably, deserted. The map marked out certain landmarks, a spiny shelf of giant rocks sticking out of the ground here, a sandstone monolith there, that told him he was heading in the right direction. When he ran out of chi, he simply dumped down an emperor's ransom of treasures. Down went an elixir. Down went a garden's worth of superior herbs. Down the gullet went a bestiary's worth of cores. It took but a very expensive hour for his sea to fill all the way back up again, and he was off once more. He was covering ground at a speed even he didn't expect. This wouldn't take a week or even a full day. 7 hours straight of hopping, and the ground was starting to change, darken. Soon there were long ashy streaks which stretched out to the horizon, shadows cast by nothing. As he kept dashing along, the streaks started to come together until the whole of the sands were turning an ashen color, intermixed with sprinklings of coal black. In the distance the sun was rising, and below his feet the sands were heating up. There was an acrid tang on the air, a hint of noxious fumes. The air, too, grew murkier, grayer, thicker, smudged up. I'm getting close. Dorian could feel it, not in the intuitive sense. In his belly, in the space of his bloodline, something deep within him had perked up. Up until now, all his bloodline had shown him was density and darkness. But now a certain hotness was rising to the fore, as though reacting by its surroundings, the way a block of coal is merely cool and dark and heavy until it is set aflame. The closer Dorian got, the more he started to burn. It brought with it its own energy, stoking some furnace of the heart, and blossoming within him some primal hot-blooded instinct. The farther he went, the more he felt like an animal, the more his belly throbbed within him. Speaking of, by now the thing was starting to disturb even him. Its size he could deal with. The jiggling about like it was a second, bigger heart? That? No. Nope. He frowned. Whatever phase came next, it had better fix this up. He was shameless, true. In fact, it was probably his most admirable quality, but he wasn't shameless enough to lug about a bubble gut like a very pregnant lady for the rest of his run. Past a point, a gray haze tinged the air, blurring his vision to but a few hundred paces in all directions. He felt as though he was slowly crossing into another land, a gray, lonesome place between the living and the dead. The sands were hardening now. Above him, tufts of clouds were rolling in, making the sun a watery mass of pale light which grew dimmer and dimmer the farther he went. The ground well and truly firmed. This was no longer sand. This was hardened, molten rock. Tiny flakes of hot ash drifted by. And in the far, far distance he saw it, a mighty silhouette stretching deep into the cloud cover, belching out that ashen cloud cover. He looked down at his leather map, wiped the smudge from it, and saw it was true. X marks the spot. The spot where, legend said, the torch dragons were born, crafted of immense heat and pressure and ceaseless flows of magma, where they grew their greatest powers. To ascend to the realm of the stars, it seemed he'd need to descend the bowels of the earth. 152. Beyond the Sky, 7. It was less hot than he'd expected. The outskirts of the volcano, that was. He pattered along pockmarked rock which should have felt scalding, but only left a warm tickle on the soles of his feet. As an experiment, he fished out a canteen of water from his interspatial ring and threw it into the open air, then slowed time to half speed. Bubbles rose atop the droplets almost immediately. Halfway down, they started to steam. The full splash of water went up in smoke before it had a chance to touch the ground. He blinked. So clearly he did have some heat resistance after all. Probably a gift of his bloodline. It sure didn't feel like it when his face was literally melting off in that torch dragon furnace, which, he supposed, said more about the torch dragon's innate capacities for fire than it did about his flammability. I wonder just how hot it really was in there. Hotter than the inside of a volcano? Hotter than fire? Hotter than magma? The volcano, Drake's Tail Peak, as marked on the map, was growing larger by small degrees. A layer of smoke still blanketed the grounds, making shadow jumping impossible. There was no shadow anywhere to be found, just a diffuse spread of dim light. Dim enough to cloud his sight, yet not dim enough to permit him shadow anywhere, which meant he had to make the rest of the journey on foot, like a chump. It was slightly silly how fast he got used to fast travel. The 2-hour run felt like it took days. By the time he got to the base of the mountain, the air had grown splotchy. No longer was it wreathed in ever-present mist, but rather roaming puffs of thick gray smoke. The ground was veined with cracks running into the bowels of the land, and from them came a faint reddish light, a blush of heat. The skies frowned with black clouds that blotted all the way to the horizon. The only light came from the volcano itself. Firelight poured from the top of the thing as though it were a massive candle from hell. Dorian took the measure of it. Pretty darn big, as mountains went. Its surface was all craggy and black, like the skin of a troll running up to the peak. Sharp shelves of stone studded it down its length. Obviously, no plants lived here. As far as he could tell, no living creatures called this place home either. There were a few sprinklings of white in the black ground, litters of bone here and there. From the clouds above, flakes of ash and ember drizzled slowly down. Against it all, there was the groaning and rumbling of huge, heavy things shifting deep within the volcano, topped off by a chorus of sizzles and crackles. Dorian started to march. A few hundred paces up, a whiff of brimstone tinged the air. Dorian wrinkled his nose. It brought back poor memories. Perhaps his least favorite realms in all the multiverse were the circles of hell, where he'd ended his last run. There were 9 in total, each more dreadful than the last. 6 in the middle realms, 3 in the upper realms, and each of them was spread thick with this damnable smell. It came from the single most irritating creature in hell, Hellspawn. Little fire spirits that seemed to crop up everywhere like weeds, born spontaneously of hellish chi-fueled magma. Didn't take much to spawn one. Any dead god's body part dunked in enough chi-dense magma had a chance to become a hellspawn, and in the middle realms, dead gods were legion. Come to think of it, it was eerie just how similar this was. The smell was nearly identical to that hellish nastiness. As he scouted out the path ahead, a series of leaps off sharp juts of rock, he could nearly picture those hellish fuckers bouncing about on the rock shelves above. Those heat waves could nearly be waves of hell chi. Through a cloud of fog, tiny flare-red lights danced. They could nearly be the bodies of Hellspawn bouncing to and fro. He squinted. Sometimes his imagination astounded even himself. As the cloud passed by, they grew more and more distinct. It was like they were real. And then, when the cloud had made it about halfway across, it clicked. He rubbed his eyes. As the cloud paled, the dancing fiery forms came into sharper relief. Each of them had at their centers a bone, thigh bone, finger, tooth, perhaps, suspended in a flickering torch flame body. 2 black chi eyes, mischievous eyes, stared out. There must have been a dozen of them up there, bouncing about. And they all stared at him. Hellspawn? Here? It would have been less strange on this hike to pass by a school of fish randomly flopping their way uphill. It was so out of place. These things were middle realm creatures. Sure, they were a half step from godhood, which was why this lower realm permitted their existence here. But how in the multiverse had they found their way here, of all places? Dorian could still hardly believe his eyes. There could only be 2 possibilities. First, some incredibly bored god king had plucked them up and put them here. A prankster, perhaps? It would have been an expensive prank. Transfers to the lower realms of entire life forms would cost a truly mind-bending amount of chi. And the second, admittedly much more intriguing idea, is there some sort of realm portal nearby? His eyes flashed. Some interspatial connective tissue binding this realm to some layer of hell? Suddenly, he was very intrigued. Why in the multiverse would a realmic portal lead here, of all places? Actually, this place was a graveyard, wasn't it? He scratched his chin. Lots of bones littered everywhere, even back when he was in Rust Tribe. Lots of relics. And there was even a pseudo-god torch dragon, the Dweller, hidden somewhere in that underground sinkhole network. How had it gotten here from its natural habitat, the volcano, which littered the 9 circles of hell? A hidden realmic connection would explain a lot. If he found a way to this portal, if he took that entrance rather than ascend directly to godhood, it would save him a lot of time and energy and strife. Ascension was almost always a very costly and painful exercise, after all, and it dropped you randomly in one of the higher realms, often in places you had no business being in. Still, this was hell he was thinking about. He winced. Nearly any higher realm was preferable to ascend to. The 9 circles of hell were some of the most treacherous places in the multiverse. They somehow managed to hold the hottest, coldest, driest, and wettest places in all the multiverse in its circles. Everything was extreme. The gains were great, true. That place was chock full of resources and chi. The issue, other than the insanely inhospitable terrain, was the demons and warring kingdoms of devils and ifrits and dragons and dark elves and leaping vampires and hungry ghosts, not to mention the god beasts roving those molten lands, all manner of deformed, depraved monstrosities. He could hardly throw a rock without hitting a thing that wanted to eat him. He'd literally spent all of last run wading through its higher circle. It was a miracle he made it out the other end alive, really. He'd punted, 24 runs, dying in various hellish circles, and not once had he gone there of his own volition. He'd always been dropped there after ascending to godhood, and cursed his luck instantly after. Needless to say, the place was best avoided. He narrowed his eyes. So there might be a portal here. Good to know. It's of minor interest, I suppose, but I have no use for it. If I see some swirling rip in space, note to self, do not jump in. He was here to break new cultivation ground. He was here for the volcano and the volcano only. Everything else was but a distraction. Unfortunately, it seemed the distractions were coming to him. The hellspawn were barely sentient, but they were drawn to life like moths to flame. Or perhaps flames to a moth was more appropriate here, if Dorian were the moth. They opened black chi maws, made faces of jeering laughter. No sound came out. They bounded down after him. Shit! He wasted a half-second summoning his javelin, pure reflex, and then kicked himself. These things were essence beings. What was he going to do? Pierce their chi bodies? Slicing through the bone relics that sustained them would not help. That would split them into two smaller hellspawn, both peak Skyrealm. The little shits were real annoying, and many a god had died finding that out the hard way. The only way to beat beings made of pure chi was to use attacks of pure chi. He slowed time until their pounces looked to him like the slow wafting of falling autumn leaves. Then he briefly racked his mind. What was there? The Rust Tribe playbook of fire attacks? Essentially useless. Yama's chains? Perhaps, but those grappling techniques best used for controlling and squeezing large creatures. Then there was his new toy, one he'd just gotten from his bloodline, one he'd barely broken out. Acid rains! He thrust out a hand. It was like he'd reached out into some alternate dimension, pulled out a single pitch-black cloud from a thunderstorm, and chucked it out. It ballooned into existence nearly instantly, this chunky, misty mass. But this was no normal cloud. This was chock full of his bloodline chi at its most toxic. The cloud belched out a shower of sable rain, shrinking as it did. The raindrops hissed as they ripped through smoky air. They fell upward, not a care in the world for gravity, and intercepted the pouncing hellspawn like a flight of arrows carving into a herd of prey. Where they touched the hellspawn's ember chi, the black burned clean through the red. It was a most peculiar sight, a herd of red fires destroyed by a rain made of greater black fires, falling upward, biting through them in chunks until there wasn't a trace left. Then it was finished, just like that. Dorian whistled. Those were Skyrealm creatures. They were bordering on pseudo-godhood, and likely were imported straight from some middle plane. There was no way it should have been so easy, especially since he was only in the Earth realm. 11 times power, eh? He grinned. I wonder how much stronger I'll be once I condense it. Humming cheerily, he went back to his march. The peak was nearly in sight. 153. Beyond the Sky, 8. He sprung off a shelf of stone, climbed up a steep rock face, and emerged at the top of the volcano. The lip of the thing was barely thick enough to fit his 2 feet before it dropped off into the volcano's molten innards. It stretched into the distance on both sides, so far it was lost in the smoke belching from the volcano's mouth. Dorian glanced down. The crater could have fit the Azcan Stadium. It looked very much like a second sinkhole, but stocked with a bubbling soup of shining reddish-orange lava, thick with flaming chi. Floats of tar drifted over the top. The whole thing was restless, in constant, chaotic motion. Whirlpools of lava swirled here and there. Giant chunks of blackened stone would rear up in random spots before falling in again. Hissing geysers, crackling brilliant yellow, rose up all over. And through it all, the lava in the crater was shifting slowly in one massive circle, as though stirred by an invisible ladle. Looking down at it, Dorian had a second shock, a feeling that very much recalled the Azcan sinkhole. Resonance. His blood ran hot in his veins, hotter than it ever had. It was as though it, too, was stirred by these hot flows. It was a faint thing. It wasn't anywhere near what he'd felt next to his javelin or a bloodline relic. He suspected there was no bloodline relic here at all. It was simply his body reacting to its natural habitat, the way a relaxed warmth might wash over a weary traveler after he returns home from a long journey. He was struck by the absurd urge to leap in. His very blood called for it. He almost did. Then, hold on. He squinted at the bubbling surface. Then he yanked out a plate of steel and let it drop into the crater. It sank into the mess of lava, turned molten yellow, and melted all the way through, and was soupified in a blink. Dorian frowned. Am I more heat-resistant than steel? He'd come seeking a place of great pressure and fire to make his breakthrough. A volcano, the torch dragon's natural habitat, had seemed tailor-made for his needs. But now that he was here, staring down at the least inviting swimming pool in the world, he paused. How do I know I won't be cooked alive when I jump in? And what was his master plan, really? Take a bath? Perhaps find a nearby cave and marinate in the dense, lava-aspected chi? He hadn't really settled on a firm answer. He'd gotten into the irresponsible habit of playing things by ear of late, times being what they were. But even so, it would have been quite sensible to figure out just how fire-resistant he was before coming all this way. He scratched his head. Could he treat it like any other swimming pool? I suppose I can dip a toe in. It's no great loss. Well, he shrugged. I've hardly got any better ideas, have I? Feeling quite silly, he nimbly leapt off the lip, hopped once off the air, and dug into a crag on the crater wall. Then he climbed carefully down. 50 paces from the lava's surface, and the heat was but a warm tickle still. 30, and it was as hot as any gale on summer solstice. 15, and he was really starting to feel it now. Heat licked at his skin in a way disturbingly reminiscent of that heat chamber the torch dragons trapped him in. Less intense, but still. He licked his lips, a tad nervous. The first inklings of sweat beaded his brow. He kept climbing. 10 paces, and it only got worse. 5, and he was slightly worried his hair would catch on fire from the heat alone. His skin had started to shiver a little from the heat. Shiver, as though it remembered what it felt like the last time he'd gotten near such searing heat. He stared down at the lava flows, which seemed to gurgle at him, as though eager to swallow him whole. Now that he was here, the whole thing seemed a little ridiculous. What was he to do? Emulate the torch dragon? Bathe in its natural habitat? And what would he do if, after he stuck in a toe, it just melted? Go back to Azcan, having wasted a day and a digit? It was all one very tenuous gamble. Huge payoff, to be sure, but face to face with it, he was suddenly struck by how silly it all sounded. But he'd come this far already. May as well. Hesitantly, he headed down once more, foot by foot. Below him, the lava flows gurgled even more eagerly. Was it just his imagination, or were they bubbling more now? Was it lit brighter yellow than it was a second ago, and brighter now still? And surely it wasn't his fevered mind making up that ever-so-slight trembling. He felt it in his fingers, gripping the rock wall, saw it rippling along the lava flows. The surface of the volcano was brightening with yellowish chi. Dorian's eyes widened. Something's coming. The rumbling grew louder, more intense, and above him reams of rock broke off, showered into the lava. Furious heat smothered him. It all came on too fast. Even as he flickered on serpent senses and took one desperate leap into open air, he saw the lava surface go white-hot, painful to look at. Shit! It came up like a cannonball, and Dorian could not avoid the blast. Lava surged up in a mini explosion. It caught him instantly, and for a second it flashed over him, totally drenching him. He got one blessed moment to take in the fact that it felt like he'd been dunked in a tub of scalding quicksand. No melted digits, no fried skin. Before he was torn down with it, splashing helplessly into the molten pool. An instant later he resurfaced, gasping, treading water, lava, and looked up. What the fuck? Something monstrously huge flapped its wings in the air above him, wings rippling with thick crimson feathers. It had a plume like a peacock, but longer, stretching out behind it like a gown woven of the colors of autumn. But its most distinctive feature, the thing that made Dorian's heart skip a beat, was its 9 heads, each more hideous than the last. It was like someone had fused a hydra with a phoenix, and out came this half-baked monstrosity. It screeched. Dorian could nearly feel his eardrums bleeding at the sound. It somehow had both the deep bellow of a dragon and the piercing lance of the phoenix's cry. 9-headed phoenix. Oh, hells! If there was ever any doubt in Dorian's mind there was a portal to hells somewhere here, it was now wiped out. This thing was the ancestor to the Feng Huang, the true phoenix. It, like the torch dragon, was one of those nasty critters dwelling in hell's hottest regions. Only it usually made its roosts in at least the upper middle realms of hell, or even the upper realms themselves. This thing burst with the aura greater than even a creature at the peak of the sky realm. It was a half-step into godhood. What was a baby 9-headed phoenix doing here? Could it be that realm portal led higher up in the circles of hell than he'd surmised? Interesting. He studied it with what felt like an inappropriate level of calmness. Then the thing folded its mighty wings. It dove straight at him, the beaks of all 9 of its heads gurgling with flame. Give it 5 centuries simmering in the heat of hell, 5 centuries to grow fat off the laws of fire and take that final step into godhood, and it might have posed a threat, but it would not have that time. Yama's chains! 10 chains burst out, 9 to bound up the heads as they came down, choking off the would-be flamethrowers, 1 to hold still the body. It felt a little like he was a child again, tearing the legs off a spasming insect. The thing's eyes bulged red as it regarded him, first with fury, then fear as it felt Dorian's force come in full. There was a pleasant twanging of the tendons, a sharp snapping as bones tore loose. Then 9 heads splashed into the lava one by one. The body went next. As it was, nothing short of the divine could touch Dorian now, not even a creature a half-step away. It was almost too easy. My, I'm so powerful now I manage to surprise even myself sometimes. And now that he knew he had lava resistance, well, he considered the gurgling pool below him. It felt hot, bordering on too hot to physically handle, but his body was acclimating to it at a shocking rate. If he had his way by the end of this, nothing in this realm, not even the avatar of a god, could contend with him. Now for the main course. It was time to make this volcano, this whole simmering cauldron of rich fire chi, his cultivation chamber. But first he had to make it truly his. If it hid a 9-tailed phoenix in its depths, what other nasty surprises might it have in store for him? Even at the surface, he could sense deep upwellings of chi, upwellings of gigantic proportions, swirling beneath. The deeper he spread his senses, the richer the chi got. And not by some tiny margin, either. It got richer and denser at a near exponential rate. Almost as though it's the chi of another realm, a godly realm leaking into this one. His eyes flashed. Some exploration was in order. 154. Beyond the Sky, 9. Kaya had been running for so long she didn't recall when she'd started. Could have been a day ago, maybe 2, but she was still brimming with energy leaking out her skin as a pale gold glow. She could run for what felt like forever, until she crossed the horizon and farther still. And all the while she set upon whatever she found like a hungry Vordor, turning insides to outsides, and laughing and living free and wild, hair fluttering unleashed in the wind. At some point it had started to get colder. The air dried out by degrees. At first it felt like a thick, ever-pleasant blanket damply swaddling her. Now it had thinned and dried out. A few hours later still, and it was starting to sting at her cheeks, reddening her skin, sharp with a fresh, stiff cold. A few hours more, and a light layer of frost layered the ground. The frost thickened as she went, until at last she was pacing along flat sands streaked with crisp lines of snow and ice under a clear, pale blue sky. Ooh, she'd found her way to the frozen tundra. Fun! She found funky new living things here, new creatures for her to smush up, which had her feeling all warm and fuzzy. A diet of sand wolves and worms had kept her amused, but it had been starting to feel kind of stale. The guts didn't squelch in quite the same way anymore, and there were only so many flavors of pain one could sample on the face of one species before they all started to taste the same. Her first new victim was something she'd thought was a mound of icy rocks, until it came suddenly alive and tried to bash her face in. She bashed it in first with one hefty gold punch. Some sort of technique she'd swallowed up at the oasis. What was it called? Fist of the... Almighty, was it? Whatever it was, it had this cute ability to bypass a creature's outsides when she hit it. The force would go straight into its insides, smooshing it to mush. The ice golem shivered once when she struck. Then white lines spread up and down it like cracks on the frozen surface of a lake. It split apart, disintegrating into white powder. It didn't seem to feel hurt as it went. It sort of just broke and drifted off in the harsh gale. She frowned. Bleh, how dull. Growling, she went deeper and deeper. She needed blood, fresh blood. Oh! She perked up. She sniffed. There was an intriguing hint on the air. She'd grown a sixth sense for this sort of thing. There was a certain tang to life, a subtle smell that you only really got after you'd gotten knee-deep in the insides of lots of living things. She smelled it now, and it wasn't just one scent, but several. Big, hulking things, things with lots of flesh and fur. She licked her lips. Suddenly she was ravenously hungry. More. Off she went, stalking the scent, laughing full-throated as she did. She stumbled upon them as she rounded an icy dune. She blinked. Whoa! They were like sand wolves, but bigger, much more muscular, with stark blue eyes and manes which seemed like wreaths made of jagged icicles. Each of them wore coats of sleek white fur, ending at a nub of a tail. There must have been a dozen of them, and they were all in the earth realm, and deep in it, too. These creatures must have been near sky. She was only in the earth realm. Their heads swiveled to look at her as one, eyes sharp and shining. They bared snow-white teeth, growls erupting from their throats. She felt drunk on her own blood. It rushed about her veins in a flood, and she felt herself heating up, steaming gold, despite the cold. Her heart hammered in her chest. She bared her teeth at them in response, fists clenched, golden chi gushing at her knuckles. Then she dashed in gleefully, freely, and lost herself in the madness. The thought that maybe she, a fresh Earthrealm initiate, probably shouldn't take on a full herd of late Earthrealm beasts never even flickered across her mind. There was a flurry of blood and snarling and clawing and ripping and tearing, blood spurting and splattering on the sands, sharp gouts of pain, limbs ripping off their joints, and through it all was her laughter. It seemed to pass through her as a blur of intense sensation. By the time it was over, she was hollow. Even the gold light was gone from her palms. She stood there, gasping, and glanced around. A dozen carcasses were strewn across the snow, splayed and broken and oddly twisted. Ah, that's it. A warm, fuzzy joy flowed over her. The only odd thing about these creatures was that they seemed not to bleed red blood. When she tore them up, a bluish-white substance, like half-frozen water, came out from them. Weird. Fun. But why was the ground about her so red? There was red everywhere. It was like the whole place had been painted over. There wasn't a beast without a splash of crimson staining its fur. Then she looked down and blinked again. Oh, I guess that explains it. She glanced around again, quite impressed at herself. She didn't know she even had that much blood in her. She blinked a third time, slower now. Her eyelids felt strangely heavy. She glanced back down. Why was her skin, the strips that were left anyway, so blue? Weird. There appeared to be no chi in her. No blood dripped out of her. There wasn't even that gold chi anymore. The spot in her soul where it came felt raw to her, overdrawn. She was utterly spent. Her heartbeat was the only sign she lived at all, and even that was so weak she scarcely felt it, and it was slowing fast. She blacked out. She fell face first into the snow and was still. From high above, a drizzle of sleet fell. Dorian tread water, lava, at the surface of the volcano and thought. All the while, his bloodline sang to him. In this place it seemed at home. It seemed to flow as the lava flowed, swirling with the currents in this boiling, molten soup. Some dormant aspect to it seemed to have awakened. The lava, which had once felt on the verge of cooking him, felt less and less hot with each second. He was acclimating. He was struck by the feeling that he'd been here before. It was like the sinkhole, but with magma instead of water. And if he wished to explore the depths of this thing, like with the sinkhole, he'd need to dive in deep, relying on senses other than sight. Really, none of his senses except his spiritual sense would do him any good here. The lava was simply too thick. Yet as he probed deeper into the volcano, he found his spiritual sense was so sharpened it may as well have been a set of dull eyes. Some part of this place, the chi of it, its aspect, perhaps, clicked with him, welcomed him. Made sense. It was his bloodline's ancestral home, after all. He dove in. At first it was slow going, wading lower and lower. It felt less like swimming than dragging himself through a swamp stride by stride, weaving around passing chunks of stone and tar as he did. The farther he went, the hotter it got, the denser the chi, the more it seared his body. And yet his body seemed to relish the heat. Even he was surprised. As he went deeper and deeper, soaking in more chi and heat, he felt the whole of his physical being vibrating subtly, like water brought to a low boil. Tiny motes of darkness were stripped from his flesh as he went, burned out of him, and chi rushed in, seeping into his muscles and bones and skin. Hells, it's body tempering. It was what every torch dragon baby must have gone through at birth. Made in the most chi-dense, hottest, most pressurized regions of the volcano, its body's every impurity was burned out from it. Like steel in a furnace, it was tempered until the end product was a creature whose physical body by itself was freakish enough to eviscerate most every beast at its power level. And now it was happening to him. The farther he went, the more he felt the boil. A fog he hadn't known was there was slowly lifting from his mind. His body teemed with new power. With each passing second, he felt more and more unbreakable. Like under this newfound pressure, his body was responding just as a torch dragon's. Wait, when he emerged, would his skin be as impenetrable as a torch dragon's scale? A god could hope, couldn't he? He swam deeper, and the chi only got denser, the heat hotter. Far below, he felt a nexus of shockingly dense chi. A whirlpool of furious chi roiled around it. There. He could sense it. He'd gone a third of the way down now. No encounters, it was almost concerning. He would have expected something to greet him by now. Or could it be that that nine-headed phoenix was really the only thing living in here? His gut said otherwise. This chi-dense a place and no monsters? He'd seen hellspawn outside the volcano. Clearly there were such critters about, but he sensed none thus far. It was off. Still, he kept swimming, albeit a little more cautiously, stretching his senses to their limits, making sure to probe the very boundaries of the volcano for hidden life forms as he passed. The nexus drew nearer. 155. Beyond the Sky, 10. The lack of monsters was starting to grow suspicious. Dorian was nearly relieved when he came across his first. It wasn't much, as monsters went. A serpentine form Dorian had no name for. It was like a living chain of obsidian fused together with globs of metal. It seemed to lack eyes. Why would it need them in a place like this? Then Dorian peered a little closer with his spiritual sense and snorted, as much as it was possible to snort with magma up your nose. There was something meaty within, something slimy, a smaller snake critter who'd stuck on this haphazard shell like a crab in snake form. Earthrealm, wiggling at a leisurely pace up toward him. He summoned his javelin. It popped into being beside him, shucking aside the lava flows, and carved downward to meet the beast. It took but a brief effort of will to pierce it clean through. Dorian kept swimming. So there are living things here, but this one was rather weak. Is it simply that I'm still treading the shallows? That the beasts with real power are much farther down? These shallows were already giving his body a battering. He felt like a prized sword stuck in a furnace, slowly hammered into a form void of impurities. Streams of crimson chi seeped into every inch of his skin, and deeper still, treating his organs to a brutal yet vigorous cleanse. He wasn't hardening like a stone, nor was he melting. He was simply becoming more in every respect. His skin was becoming more pliable, more durable, more clean. His muscles stronger, his bones tougher, his joints more flexible. It was the sort of extreme deep-body tempering most Skyrealm cultivators, no, even most gods, could only dream of, and it was only possible for him due to his bloodline. Over the next half-hour or so he made slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Even the magma had grown denser. It felt like he was clawing his way through a vat of melted iron. The chi density had doubled, as had the pressure. It felt like his whole body was being squeezed in one angry fist. The heat had more than doubled, but his heat resistance was scaling so fast he hardly felt the difference. For all the good it did his body, though, that wasn't why he'd come. His spiritual sea still remained firmly in its shape. No condensing to be found here. He needed more pressure, more heat. He forged on. After another hour of swimming, his body was starting to feel like a low-grade, godly treasure. His bones would be worthy of a demigod's spirit weapon, he was sure. The weird part was, despite all his swimming, the Nexus hardly seemed to be getting any closer. He was certain he'd come quite some way. A quick look back with his spiritual sense revealed a vast stretch of churning magma he'd painstakingly clawed through. The surface was so far he could hardly sense it anymore. He was stuck in this strange limbo zone, no clue how much there was left to swim. Oh, and he was very much naked by now, too. His clothing had been charmed to be weather-resistant, but here at this depth the heat beat out even the most intense fires at the oasis. Perhaps only its most high-intensity furnaces could match what Dorian felt now. More swimming, more tempering. The rate was slowing. It seemed like the heat and pressure would not go up forever. It was stabilizing at this depth. Dorian would guess it was hot enough here to melt nearly every substance known to this plane, so hot that solidness was a foreign concept, save for his own body. A body whose cleansing, too, was slowing. There were only so many impurities one could burn out, so many layers of tempering a physique needed before it brushed up against some natural limit. He kept swimming. Another hour passed by like that, and the only thing he found up ahead was another weird snake thing. He pierced it through, kept swimming, a prickling of doubt in his mind. This couldn't go on forever, could it? Another half hour, and he was starting to think perhaps it could. The Nexus felt like a mirage, or like the horizon itself, beckoning to him, but always nearly the same distance away. Was it some kind of illusion? A trap? The rational part of him hemmed and hawed, torn on whether or not to turn back. On gut instinct alone, he kept swimming. He was soon rewarded for it. Up ahead, the flow changed directions. Oh? He swam for it eagerly. It seemed to split off into several massive side tunnels. He chose one at random and followed the lava flow in. An underground network of magma? Finally, he was getting somewhere. Then he made the real discovery. Above him there was a pocket of air. An opening. A cave? Throat dry, he swam toward it. Only a few strides closer, and he could already sense a monstrous blast of chi streaming down from it. Whatever this place was might as well have been a beacon to his spiritual senses. To probe at it was nearly blinding. He kicked toward it with a fresh eagerness, then heaved himself up and over the top, breaking the surface and landing naked, panting, on hard, coal-like ground. Then he looked up and gaped. It was a giant winding tunnel, stretching into the distance, farther than his eyes could see. Its walls instantly caught his eye. They were made entirely of pearly white crystals, rows upon rows of them crusted together, jutting at odd angles, translucent, pristine, big as a man and sparkling with chi. They crowded the space, studding up and down the tunnel as far as the eye could see, bathing the place in soft light. They were what had blinded his spiritual senses, which was rather unfortunate for him, because they stopped him from seeing what else was in this space. There was the river of magma he'd popped out of, huge and thick, coursing way into the distance. Then, curiously, there was another massive river right beside it filled with spirit water, exactly like the water at the Azcan sinkhole, and it, too, coursed quickly by. They wound and twisted about the space, at times overlapping but never really merging, curiously. They flowed over one another like oil and water, an effect of the chi, perhaps, or this strange, dreamy locale. Dorian didn't have time to think on it. He looked up from the rivers and found, to his very unpleasant surprise, that he was not alone. He was right. Creatures did live here, after all. They were simply, understandably, all clustered in this hidden cave network, where the chi was so thick it felt like wearing a second skin. Before him was a clan of red-furred apes splashing about in the rivers. In their chests, right between their breasts, there was inlaid a gem very much like those studding the walls, but smaller. A few were bathing in lava, others in water. Apes picked hairs off each other's heads. They looked to be having a grand old time of it. Haw. Then they noticed him. Their heads whipped over. The whole lot of them, must have been 24, froze. They stared him down with beady black eyes. Then they opened their mouths, hissing, and there Dorian found rows upon rows of shark teeth. Shit! He probed them and got the most unpleasant news he'd had all day. You're fucking kidding. 6 children in the Earth realm. The rest were all at least early Sky realm, and the real big, mean-looking one at the back, that one was a half-step into godhood. It roared. They struck. So there were a few awful things here. First, the space. It was big, but it was confined. There was nowhere for him to flee or play the sniper, and he was trapped against the lava flows. Plus, there were no shadows, no way to deploy his most effective weapons. Second, perhaps more salient, there were dozens of Skyrealm monsters coming for his head. One peak Skyrealm beast he could deal with, one quasi-god he could handle fairly easily, but the lot of them, at once? Unbeknownst to him, his sister was at this time putting herself in a very similar situation. She came out of it as close to dead as a person could be without being dead. Time slowed. He thought about it. He should be fine, right? Up until now, he'd been somewhat of a glass cannon, but after this recent tempering, he should be nearly as durable as a torch dragon itself. Surely nothing short of a beast of an extraordinary lineage could damage him. And these apes, whatever they were not those. He would have heard of them. And so, as he resigned himself to the fight, drawing out his chains and his javelin, he knew he'd get battered some. With so many creatures, it was inevitable. He at least took solace in the fact that it was very unlikely these things could seriously hurt him. The air warped around them as they charged him. Their meaty fists seemed to blur as they moved, some law invoked. Earth, perhaps? Some variant of strength? Dorian paid it little heed. Then those crystals embedded in their chests started to shine. All around them, the walls of the cave did too, as though responding to some kind of call. A sick pit dropped in Dorian's stomach. Were they drawing on the chi of the caves? Most of Dorian's advantage came from his 11 times chi pool. If these things could inflate the sizes of their pools too by drawing on their surroundings, bad, very bad. The question was, by how much? 2-fold? 3? Suddenly he had a hint of doubt. It wasn't very long ago that one Skyrealm torch dragon had bitten off his limbs with ease. He was putting a great deal of faith into an untested body tempering he'd only just gotten. But what choice did he really have? He dashed at them too, chains flashing. His javelin surged. His first wave of chains mowed down the leading row of apes. His javelin skewered one through the head, passed easily through another, and drove through the heart of a third. Then he was in the thick of it, serpent senses geared to the maximum, crushing heads and hearts, slicing through as many bodies as he could. 4 down, 5, 6. He was stuck in a thicket of bodies. For every one he cut down, another angrier, meatier one seemed to take its place. Grimacing, he dodged and weaved below bursts of flame, below fists pounding through the air. 7, 8. He didn't even see the fist that hit him first. It came on from the side and blasted him right in the chin, with a fist wreathed in the heaviness of the laws of the earth, boosted by the chi crystals studding the walls. And only then did Dorian really understand how much trouble he was in. The Dorian of a few hours ago would have died on the spot. Head would have exploded like a smashed watermelon. As it was, he only saw white for a second. There was a harsh ringing in his ears, a blurring of sight. Dimly he felt himself falling and managed to catch himself on one leg. Hells, that's much stronger than it has any right to be. That moment's lapse let another fist drive into his stomach. In nearly the same instant, a third cracked him upside the head, and a fourth smashed him in the ribcage. Dorian managed through sheer force of will to not black out. He was relieved to find nothing broken. His body held strong. Then a fourth fist hit his head. He didn't feel it because he was too busy being unconscious. Neither did he feel the 5th and the 6th and the 7th strikes smash into him on his journey to the ground. Then, luckily, his head cracked hard against the obsidian, and that woke him back up again. It took him but a fraction of a second to get his bearings. He blinked. For some reason the apes had backed up, ringing him in a circle. Blearily he glanced up, only to see the chief ape descending from one giant leap, fangs bared, 2 fists clenched in one big, flaming, law-wreathed hammer aimed right at his chest. Body tempering or not, there wasn't a chance he'd survive that. Fuck! 156. Beyond the Sky, 11. This was the part where Dorian magicked some incredible plan out of his behind, turned the tables, and won the day. He was Dorian, for heaven's sake, a legend of the multiverse, a god king several times over. He'd stared down tougher odds and won out. He'd overcome greater power gaps. The head ape was descending. That fist was coming fast. He was barely clinging onto consciousness. This was it. Now was the moment where legends were made. He consulted his behind. Sadly, it was not forthcoming. The monster was halfway to him. He could see the chi trailing its boulder-like knuckles, each falling like tiny meteors, and he was still coming up sadly blank. Okay, change of plans. This might have been the part where legends were made true, where the hero turned the tides, vanquished his enemies, and then perhaps struck a cool pose atop a mound of their broken corpses. The sort of thing that the poets got themselves off to. The sort of thing that tended to look incredible when it worked, which, as Dorian was quickly resigning himself to, was looking very unlikely, and very stupid when it didn't. The smart thing to do was to take advantage of his one real advantage here. The creatures thought they had him trapped. They ringed him, linking up and blocking out any exit route, and the only way he might escape, up, was occupied by a massive knot of quickly descending muscle. They were sealing him in a tight jar. But the thing with this approach was that it necessarily created a shadow which was about the size of Dorian's fist now, but was fast growing. Come on. He gritted his teeth, curling in, making himself small. The ape was feet from his head now. He could smell its smoky breath, glimpse the saliva slicking its perfect triangle teeth. The shadow was too small. It was nearly too late. It might already be too late. The shadow had pulled to the size of his head now. Fuck it. He launched himself in head first, desperate. Half his torso followed before he felt the impact. It struck him right in the chest. Now, up until this point, he'd been very, very pleased with how his body had held up. Certainly, these apes hit the hardest of anything he'd seen by brute force alone. Even tempered treasures would have broken under their blows, and he'd gotten off without so much as a scrape, only a lot of pain and a healthy serving of unconsciousness. It was instantly clear he would not be so lucky this time. He had a few things going for him. First, he was rolling with the blow. It struck, but its force only flung him forward into the realm of shadow. He wasn't there to take its full brunt. Secondly, it struck his lower chest. As places to take a blow went, it wasn't the worst. Neither of these facts were much comfort when he felt the shockwave rip through his body, heard the sickening crunch in his chest. He spat out blood. Fuck. That wasn't just one or two bones. Some softer chunks within him broke too. Organs. Then his whole body was shunted into the void, and the shadow closed up behind him. He floated there in nothing for a few seconds, a shock of excruciating pain rippling down his chest. Then, frantically, he tapped his interspatial rings and popped his highest-grade healing pills. He was pretty sure he wouldn't die from this. It'd be a close scrape, to be sure. He certainly felt like he was dying. His chest was so caved in, his organs, well, the ones he had left anyway, had rearranged themselves around the indent. But he'd make it. The more pressing issue was where he was now. He scanned around him with his spiritual sense. The shadow realm. A transit realm. This place was hostile to physical matter, and it only tolerated him for brief stints because of his bloodline. He didn't dare test its patience. He had to get out of here, lest it dissolve him utterly. But where would he go? There was a reason he couldn't shadow jump all this time. The heart of a volcano was the worst place in the realm to find an absence of light. There was no exit point in sight. He groaned, feeling his insides shift about within in a way insides were very much not supposed to do. He was in so much pain it had almost gone full circle. The part of his physical brain that handled that sort of stuff went out. He could hardly feel anything anymore, just an increasing tugging at every bit of his body, as though this realm were trying to yank him apart particle by particle. He had to get out of here. Straining his senses, casting about randomly, he probed again. There was no exit still, but he did find a curiosity. The shadow realm was a patchwork quilt made of two shades, shadow and non-shadow. Even dim light rendered a place non-shadow. But he found a place that was a third shade. A hole. Nothing at all. The shadow realm mapped cleanly onto the plane it shadowed, so this could only mean one thing. That place wasn't part of the plane at all. With a burst of chi, Dorian shunted himself toward it. He had a hunch he knew exactly what it was. It didn't much matter if he was right or not. There was only one route here. Either he took it, or he died. It was like his decision to come to the volcano, really, or like his decision to brave the depths of the sinkhole. When faced with impossible odds, you had to take insane bets. He was betting here that this hole was not some sort of tear in the realm into which he'd fall and vanish forever. He was betting this hole represented a portal, exactly the nexus he'd sensed so far away. The void dragged at him as he went. Even merely these scant seconds had him feeling a pressure totally opposite what the lava had inflicted on him. Rather than a squishing in from all sides, he felt like a chunk of dough flattened out and spread farther and farther and farther, spread so thin that at any moment a hole would tear in the middle and it'd all fall apart. There was no long-winded deliberation, no plan, no pause. He went for it. He passed through the gap. His body and spirit met a thin film of brilliant chi which ensconced him, stretched around him, let him through. It spat him out in a heap. He landed on all fours. His hands met a disturbingly familiar feeling. Hot coals? He glanced down and saw a ground made entirely of the stuff, sanded over by a distinctive crimson powder, a powder that carried on the air, ever present, like embers. Well, shit. He blinked. He glanced up and froze. Before him stretched a landscape of reddish-orange. What parts of the sky were visible beneath a night-black cloud layer were a dark, bewitching purple. Thick lava flows dominated the landscape, nearly segmenting it into a series of coal islands. In the distance rose bare plateaus of ruddy red stone. Most striking was the air. It nearly choked him with chi, it was so thick. He felt like he was in a smoke-filled room. It hardly seemed like air at all compared to what the lower plains had. Every breath of this sent a shock of scorching vigor rushing down his system. Even his caved-in chest felt instantly numbed. This was not air mortals breathed. This was the air of gods. I'm in goddamn hell. He glanced around, dumbstruck, and by the looks of it, by the feel of it, no mean lower circle either. This was some middle circle. Heresy? Anger, perhaps? Whatever the case, he couldn't stay here long either. Not as a mortal. A few more breaths and this chi, too potent for mortal bodies, would start to burn him up from the inside. He glanced behind him. The portal was a subtle thing, a warble in the air, nearly like the distortion of a heat wave. Easily missed. Blue lightning rent the sky above, blanking the clouds with light. Silhouetted against them was a flock of grotesque outlines in the sky, things with a dozen wings and far more legs slowly drifting about. Which was all the encouragement he needed to get out of here for good. He whirled around. He was already lucky the portal spat him out in a deserted stretch rather than an imp nest. Hell crawled with monsters. It might have been the most beast-dense set of planes in all the multiverse. Any second now, a stampede of demons might crest the horizon. Blinking white spots from his eyes, he launched himself back through the portal, hoping against all hope that wherever he ended up was not filled with things that wanted to eat, kill, or maim him. He landed in a heap for the third time that day. No lava beneath. Good first sign. He glanced about. No monsters in sight. Second good sign. He was in a hollow, dimly lit chamber, it seemed. Smooth obsidian-like walls rose up around him, rising up into the gloom. All about them there was the groaning of churning magma, but it felt distant somehow, as though there were layers of stone between them. But what was this furious spark in his stomach? What was this incessant shiver, this upwelling of energy from his toes to his fingers to the roots of his hairs? He felt like a struck gong. Resonance? It was the strongest resonance he'd ever felt. He could hardly stop his body from trembling if he tried. Could it be because the portal had spat him out in the heart of the volcano, the torch dragon's natural habitat? Could it be because he'd entered its birthplace? It was unsettling. He couldn't help but feel like he knew this resonance somehow, like he'd felt it before, somewhere in a memory he couldn't quite grasp. He blinked, trying to suss out details from the darkness. It was unusually thick. Even his enhanced sight could only make out bare outlines. Come to think of it, this chamber's chi did feel stupid dense. It almost felt like he hadn't crossed over from hell at all. It ground down upon him. He felt like he was at the bottom of a deep ocean floor. His eyes glimmered. This was it. The spot of his breakthrough, at long last. Oh, yes, this weird little chamber will do nicely. No threats in sight, no disturbances, a fantastically chi-rich environment. He was free to break through. But just when he was about to let himself relax, let himself stretch a little and really settle down to meditate, a yawning sound echoed down the chamber like the slow grating of something colossal, followed by a huge whooshing of hot air. Was it his imagination, or did the walls of the thing flex and shift all about him? It was almost as though the chamber was breathing, snoring almost. And then Dorian had a deeply unpleasant thought, a thought that had his heart in his throat. No fucking way. He squinted harder, trying to pierce the darkness that seemed suddenly unnatural, like there was a dark chi tainting the air. Before his eyes, clean lines resolved in the darkness, lines with which he was all too familiar. Lining the walls, or what until now he thought were walls, were a torch dragon's scales. 157. Beyond the Sky, 12. It was a tail. A big, black, spike-rimmed tail so big it nearly tripled Dorian's height, coiling around him. Where he sat, he couldn't make out either its end or its beginning. The creature the tail belonged to was hidden from view, too, but he didn't need to see it to know what it was. His resonance told him. It was a resonance he felt at the sinkhole, and a resonance he'd felt whenever he found a scale in the oasis, and a resonance that struck him when he first laid eyes on the Halong javelin. Fuck. He was almost positive that he sat frozen right now, right next to the creature known to him only as the Dweller in the Deep. It was surreal, finding himself all of a sudden next to a fallen god on a mortal plane. A god whose life seemed to intersect with this run so deeply that even being in its presence now made him feel a mite feverish. On the one hand, he could hardly believe it. On the other, he could totally believe it. He'd been drawn all along down the most powerful path he could find in this run, the Torch Dragon's bloodline. And now, if he was right, it had led him straight to its origins. He was still frozen here, out of shock or fear or caution, he wasn't sure. The thing was so close to him it could probably roll over and squish him, and it was without question the most powerful thing he'd found on this plane. Even here, sitting in its presence, he felt its aura slightly pressuring his own. It was a feeling he hadn't felt in a very long time. He licked his suddenly dry lips. There was a difference, a nearly insurmountable difference, a difference in kind between a mortal and a god. Even a quasi-god and a fallen god. Once a mortal ascended, their body was bathed in law. It changed them at a fundamental level. Dorian might wield great power, sure, but this thing, even crippled as it was, might be able to command the multiverse to destroy him with but a thought. It was simply different. Different in a way he dared not test. Not as he was now, at any rate. Any moment now it'd wake, surely. Any moment the scaly walls about him would constrict, and a sleek draconic head would peer over top at him with two slitted eyes like orange moons. Any moment, a hellfire of acid 10 times stronger than what those young torch dragons had spat at him would descend upon him. He hardly dared breathe. Yet as the seconds went by, nothing of the sort happened. The rhythms of the lava flows went on in the background. The walls swelled and fell, breathing in and out. A giant snore echoed up and down the space. That was all. Slowly, gingerly, Dorian got to his feet, eyeing the tail as he did. Then, soft as a grasshopper, he leapt atop it. He'd seen a torch dragon before. He'd seen it here and in the godly realms. But up close, seeing it from such a small body perched atop its tail, he was still struck by the scale of it. Even by god-beast standards, this thing was a chunker. It was like the adolescent torch dragons he'd fought before, its body thick and slick and serpentine, but this had 6 pairs of leathery wings sprouting from its back. Wings poked through with holes, scars. From afar, he could have mistaken the beast for a small mountain range, if not for the tendrils of smoke rising from its nostrils. It was curled up, sound asleep. He took a few light, testing steps. No reaction. And then a light trembling spread through the ground, rattling all. Shit! He whirled around, searching for the source of the sound. He found nothing. It seemed to come from the volcano itself. There was a low rumbling, a growling of stone that seemed to come from all around him. The world erupted in fire. Geysers of lava flooded the air, walls of fire gushing up from all sides. Dorian hardly had time to react before he was ensconced in a molten cocoon. There was a spike of fiery chi. Then the burst crashed down upon him and the dweller both. It left him spluttering, spitting out coals. It was a miracle he'd kept his footing. Then the lava receded like a falling tide, and all was calm again. Dorian stared at the dweller with wide eyes. Surely. But the creature remained stuck in deep sleep. He let out a breath. He was somewhere in the depths of the volcano. Some lava flooding was to be expected. If that didn't wake the beast, he was probably free to move about. Where was he, anyway? He glanced about, squinting. Seemed to be a chamber, a cave, the dweller's lair, but it was bare save for its sole occupant. No treasure hoards here, just coal and stone and ash. The only decoration was an impressive sum of bones littering the grounds. There was a light source. At the far end was a cave mouth veiled by a waterfall of shining magma, a waterfall flowing upward. It seemed to be the only way in and out of here. A few hops took him near a wall. Up close he saw the material. Not stone, actually, but a purplish crystal so dark it neared black. On a whim, he pulled out an artificer's tool from his interspatial ring, a pickaxe of reinforced steel, and gave it a crack. The pickaxe's sharp head became a flattened nose. The wall wasn't so much as dented. Dorian frowned. He called out the javelin and tried carving an indent into the wall. He had a little more success there. A screech of bone later, and he'd scratched out a clear white line, but he'd seen enough to know that tunneling out was off the table. Next he inspected the entrance, veiled by the magma waterfall. This magma was different from all the rest, far brighter, glowing nearly pure white with strips of shocking yellow. It was far hotter, too. It had his skin shriveling up as he neared it. It looked like the stuff one might find at the center of a star. It blistered his eyes just to look at it. Perhaps it was because it rose up from the core of the volcano. He probed it with a finger. There was a hissing sound, an acrid scent. There was a warbling of air, the workings of a natural law. Remarkable. It's infused with the laws of fire. He pulled out his finger, blinking. All that was left was a stump. Point taken. So that way's out too. He gave the cavern another once-over. Couldn't go through the walls or the ground. Couldn't go out its one exit. He appeared to be quite trapped. He gave the dweller's sleeping body another side-eyed glance, helpless. This chamber was very nice. In fact, its combination of chi pressure, heat, and bloodline stimulation made it the most suitable place to attempt a breakthrough he'd yet found. But he was hardly going to try it next to this beast. Screwing around with his javelin was one thing. A full-on breakthrough with all the chi and bloodline ripples it'd induce was another entirely. And he had no clue just what advancing down this new path even meant. He was hardly about to risk waking it up mid-breakthrough. Then a peculiar thought floated across his mind. He frowned. Can I just kill it? He scratched his chin. It was still sleeping. If he was to try it, now was the time. But it was one thing to string his javelin through the body of a baby or adolescent torch dragon. This thing was simply too big, and it hardly presented him any opportune holes. Maybe he could try jamming his javelin up its nose. But what if it got stuck and then woke up and then promptly caged him with its darkness laws and burned him alive with its fire ones? He'd have to kill it without giving it a chance to strike back. Was he really about to one-shot this thing with its own tooth? He wrung his hands. Yet what else was he supposed to do? He couldn't leave. He could sense it wasn't just a matter of chi quantity. He was a being void of laws. He could sense that that exit wouldn't let him through unless he could match its fire laws with some of his own. Then he had another peculiar thought, a thought that was perhaps even more daring than his last. He blinked. I can just sit down and try to break through, right here as it's sleeping, in its embrace. He'd simply have to swallow the idea that it might wake up. It was hardly riskier than trying to assassinate it, right? Now that he thought about it, this place, the heart of an active volcano, was so rich in fire and darkness that he could try to weave them into his core as he ascended, which also meant that if he did manage to successfully ascend, he'd have laws of his own to wield. Laws that would not only let him pass through that lava waterfall, but also perhaps even let him stand his ground, even if the thing did wake, or at the very least resist it well enough to make an escape. Because frankly, this was uncharted territory. Who knew how strong he'd be when he broke through? He certainly hadn't a clue, and he was getting more and more impatient to find out by the second. Enough running. Still, he had his qualms. Was he really about to attempt to break through right next to this sleeping beast? A beast that would, without a doubt, kill him as soon as it woke? But the environment was so good, so rich with chi and pressure and laws, and his spiritual sea was so full, churning with untempered chi. And oh, who was he kidding? He could feel himself talking himself into it already. He'd already charged into so many dumb gambles. What was another? To hell's with it. He sat his ass down and closed his eyes. 158. Beyond the Sky, 13. Out in the frozen tundra, a girl lay flat against snowy ground. Around her was a fresh graveyard, newly made. Hours before, there had been only bodies. Then snow fell and fell and fell, gently and interminably, and piled up around them, slowly burying them in unmarked tombs. The girl herself lay under 3 arms' lengths of fresh-fallen sleet. It might have been the only thing keeping her alive. She'd nearly frozen solid by now. She wasn't merely unconscious. She was the closest thing a human could be to death without actually being dead. And even that state grew increasingly more uncertain with each passing second as more snow drizzled over her and the skies grew dark, foretelling a brutal night. A sputtering spark of gold within her fed a weakly beating heart. It was the only thing keeping her alive. Barely. How to go from here? Dorian hummed, licking his lips. Powering up in the multiverse was simple, really. Get chi, get laws, get more chi, get more laws, win. But how these principles were borne out admitted a dizzying variety. Everyone knew the way to get to the top of the mountain was to go up, obviously, but it was the path one took that made the journey, and some journeys led to higher peaks. Dorian had no clue where this path led. In fact, he was paving it one step at a time as he forded into the fog. He seldom liked to be the progenitor, the trailblazer. The first always made the dumb mistakes. Better to follow well-trodden paths, to inherit a lineage or a bloodline. Unless the prize was so monstrous, so vast in potential that one could not help but reach for it. If he guessed right, he found himself now on the path toward one such prize. An image from the past, from his last encounter with those torch dragons, came to mind. His flabby, distended spirit sea and core squeezing inward from pressure and heat, melding, condensing into something not only solid but also molten, supercharged with energy like flowing magma. Instead of a sky which spread outward, an unfathomably dense core which drew inward. A star. But this star would need something to bind it together, to keep it spinning, to suffuse it through its breadth, something that would further distinguish it from the core, something that would give it that worldly essence he so dearly missed in his earthen core, something that would at last give him a foothold into godhood and raise his powers to another level entirely. A law. He took a deep breath. He felt it all around him, tingling like static electricity on his skin. This place incredibly rich in them. On this plane, there might have been no place where the laws of fire and darkness were more prominent than the heart of this volcano. To take them in here was nearly as simple as breathing. He hadn't been ready for it when he'd formed his earthen core, but now he could feel a cavity in his body, in his soul, waiting to be filled. He was ready. The only question now was one of choice. Which law to infuse into his core, fire or darkness? He would need fire, of course, if only to get through that magma volcano, but it need not be his core law. Beings nearing godhood, and especially gods themselves, could imbibe multiple laws. Sometimes they might fuse them for greater effect, but the core law would always be the most dominant, the most powerful, the one that defined the god. His bloodline had a special affinity for both darkness and fire, it seemed. Thus far he'd typed all his techniques toward darkness. To weave it into his core would only bolster his shadow techniques. It needed little deliberation. Darkness it was, and he'd weave in some fire while he was at it. He wasn't yet sure how to implement it. In a normal sky realm, he'd make clouds of other laws, for instance. Some more obscure models of progression went with a Tao tree representing the core law, with Tao fruits as secondary laws. The basic idea was the same, lesser and distinct fragments of the core. But here, well, his core would be a star, wouldn't it? He had some ideas, but this was such foreign territory that he'd need to feel it out as he went. Each progression scheme had its own strengths and weaknesses. A sky's was volume of chi and law, a tree's was chi endurance and vitality. If he had to guess, his would be the incredible density of chi and law he could pack into the star, as well as its sheer potent energy. He wouldn't know until he tried, of course. Let's begin. Last time this process started, in the throes of the Torch Dragon's attacks, it had been due to an overwhelming amount of heat and pressure forcing his core to condense. Right now, right here, there was more than enough. The only thing stopping him from crumpling over was his chi coursing through his body, running interference. 11 times a typical Earthrealm's powers went a long way toward resisting pressures. He simply let it all drop. And fires worthy of hells themselves poured in. He felt instantly like he'd been dragged to a deep ocean floor, a dizzying weight dropping suddenly all over him, a weight he felt in his very organs. He rattled in a breath, then another, sucking in streams of air as though through a clogged straw. He felt it most in his core. There it was, the lapping edges of the sea drawing in like a receding tide, glomming onto the core itself as gales of heat rushed into it, infusing it with fresh energies. Dorian tried his best to guide it with his mind, rounding out the rough edges, shaping it into a rough sphere. Soon it was this misshapen mass vibrating with pent-up energies. The more he tried to force it in, to condense it, the more it thrashed against him. It was not unlike trying to cram a huge pillow into a tiny briefcase. Bits and parts of it popped out no matter how hard he tried to hold it all together. He gritted his teeth, fresh sweat glistening his brow. Now was the time for a binding agent. He reached for the laws of darkness and tugged. But he had but a loose affinity for them in this body. They came to him as shadowy tendrils, responding to him cautiously, warily, like feral beasts badly tamed. He started binding up his core with it, made a loop of law around the mass, trying to strap it all together. It burst. There was a flash, a crash of light and brilliant sound, a bang that shook the whole of the cavern, that sent him flipping head over heels and landing in a sorry heap. He looked up to see rivers of crimson chi rushing out into the ether, dispersing in air. Shit! Failure! But, more important, he gave the dweller a side-eyed glance. It was still sound asleep, eyes welded shut. Its only movement was the rising and falling of its torso as it breathed, smoke trickling from its nostrils. Dorian let out a sigh of relief. So, he had some latitude, then. That didn't go as planned. But then again, this wasn't the first time he'd failed to form a star. This was a wholly new path. Even he could hardly be expected to get it right on the first try. But now he'd gotten a tantalizing glimpse of it, a tiny point of clarity in the fog, a foothold. He seized on it. Again! His eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. He had well under a week left. The passage of time had gotten away from him some, and who knew how much the jump to hell had thrown things off. But if he had to guess, maybe 2 or 3 days was all he had before he needed to get started heading back. The breakthrough to Sky was the most time-intensive of the mortal bottlenecks. It usually took over a week, sometimes a month if you really wanted to get it perfect. And he not only needed to invent an alternative to Sky, but also to condense an unholy amount of chi into it in half the average time. A tall order, to be sure. But if there was one creature in all the multiverse who was born to race against the clock, it was him. He leapt back into it, practically frothing at the mouth, letting the heat and pressure descend upon his core again. Again they drew in, coalescing. If I pull this thing off, who knows how strong I'll be? Strong enough to contend with a fallen god? To win over a mortal avatar of a god king, even? He hadn't a clue, but his blood boiled at the thought of it. He was determined to make every second count. A scout of the Azcan Oasis sat perched on a bluff on the edge of the frozen tundra, frowning at the horizon. Thick, dark storm clouds were creeping over the whole of the horizon. Storm clouds in the tundra? At this time of year? Hardly seemed right. He drew out his enchanted eyeglass, a gold-rimmed monocle etched with glyphs. It magnified human sight, letting him see tenfold farther than he would have otherwise been able to. He pointed at the distance and froze. His jaw went slack. The glass slipped from his trembling fingers. "Oh, Dweller," he croaked. Then he scrambled down the side of the bluff as fast as his legs could carry him. Less than 10 heartbeats later, he'd boarded his airship, gunned it to max speed, and was speeding back to camp. There, he'd deliver horrible news. The Ugok forces were but a few days out. For those were not storm clouds. Those were hordes of countless dragons and winged worms and vordors, so numerous and so huge they blotted out the light of the sun. Most were in the Earth realm. Hundreds were well into Sky. Dozens possessed powerful bloodlines to boot. And beneath them ran thousands of profound and Earth realm wolves with dulled eyes, all held under the control of Sky realm shamans. At the front of the whole thing, on the back of a quasi-god baby phoenix, a magnificent creature of a bloodline on par with the torch dragon itself, was Nijo Ugok. He quirked his lips at the falling sun. "That is enough for a day, I think," he said. "Are you certain, Your Honor?" said a pock-mouthed lieutenant beside him from atop a black dragon. He frowned. "I reckon we can push another 1,000 paces before the sun sets." "No need," Nijo yawned. "What is the rush? Besides," he glanced at the grounds below, where the sands melted into snow. His gaze tracked upward, scanning the tundra splayed out before him from his phoenix's eye view. Then he lighted on what he'd been looking for, a curious trail of red among the white. Blood, and lots of it, leaking out of hordes of bodies freshly dead. He smiled wanly. "I have some business of my own to attend to." 159. Beyond the Sky, 9. In the middle of the volcano known as Drake's Tail Peak, one explosion after another rattled the earth. Rivers of chi were sucked in and blasted out and sucked back in again, like a whirlpool which couldn't decide which way it wished to flow. At the center of it all was Dorian, brows scrunched and cross-legged, the whole of his mind stuck firmly on one task. It was hellacious. His chi was monstrously dense, his grasp of law tenuous at best. And law would need to be the binding agent if this star thing was to work. He was trying to hog-tie a bucking stallion with a ball of twine. He'd been at it for hours. There was no telling time in this place, but it could have been half a day for all he knew. He tapped his interspatial ring, yanked out an icy brew, and took a swig of it, panting. He let himself take a bit of a breather, let his core and chi recover before he put them under another round of bruising pressure. Clearly, this way of advancing took a lot more understanding of law, understanding he simply didn't have. So what was there to do? To advance to Skyrealm, one needed simply to dissolve the core and the chi and to drop in a dollop of law as flavoring. Easily done. The only thing was that since it was a dissolution, the consequences for failure were dire. Screw up dissolving the core and you were stuck that way forever. This way had more do-overs, but it wasn't infinite. Even as Dorian waited for his core to recover from this round of attempts, he could see it wouldn't, not fully. Stress fractures, searing lines of chi in his mind, spread. Which at some level he'd anticipated. It was like trying to break through a brick wall by running at it head first. Of course there'd be damage. But being confronted with the physical signs was a stark reminder of the limits he was brushing up against. This was a new and dangerous path. He had little time. He had little law. He scratched his chin. There was nothing for it, was there? This was an all-or-nothing affair. There was no going into it slowly or softly. Either he succeeded in a flash, or he didn't, and each attempt wore him down a little more, and a little more. It was looking disturbingly possible that he might come out of this with nothing but a broken core. He ran the odds. If he kept trying like this, how likely was it he managed to do it after another, say, 50 tries? Perhaps 1 in 20? Or even less? He steeled his nerve. So often the difference between a mortal and a god was the willingness to take that final step, to cross beyond the boundary of no return, to gamble it all. It took a kind of insanity, a radical irresponsibility. Most who tried it died. Loss aversion. Many a god was made victim to it, to say less of mortals with all their mortal ties. It was above all selfish. Irresponsible, selfish, insane. It might as well have been ripped from Dorian's biography. There was no hesitation in him as he crossed the threshold, laughing as he did. He opened himself wide up, and in poured the world. His body felt the stress instantly, buckling at the knees, stooping involuntarily. His core and chi were forced smaller and tighter until it was all one dense, volatile mass. He could hardly breathe. He could hardly think. Still he waited, letting the environment crush him further and further, until even his new treasure-like body, lacking chi or bloodline reinforcement, shuddered. Chi was the lifeblood of the body. Even so, his new flesh should have been able to withstand nearly any physical condition in this plane, chi or not. It went to show how stupid extreme this chamber was. Not even a baby torch dragon could survive down here without chi, he suspected. Around this point in earlier tries, he'd be well into the tying process. Not now. More. His body, tempered by fire, was no longer durable in the ways flesh was durable. His flesh still felt like flesh, his bones like bones, but he was much more like a gemstone now. There was no melting him. All that pressure instead went into cracking him. It felt like rivulets of magma were flowing up his arms and legs from under his skin. He knew that if he opened his eyes now, he'd see stress fractures starting to creep up his body. He ignored it. All he had eyes for was the core within, growing dense, shockingly dense, from the size of a melon to the size of a grapefruit. The denser it got, the more it boiled, the faster it spun, the hotter it got. Tiny geysers of hot inky chi erupted from its surface before being squeezed back in by the pressure. Still, Dorian waited. The pain had become immaterial to him. He was in so much pain all the time, it wasn't that it no longer hurt. Of course it hurt like all hells, but when didn't it nowadays? Only when a chunk of his skin on his arm fell off like a cracked piece of eggshell did he start to get nervous. How much was he willing to give for this one try? As his core shrank smaller than the size of a fist, now it was really bucking for all it was worth. Another chunk of skin fell off, then another. He could no longer feel his fingers. For all he knew, his toes had already fallen off. His eyelids went next, shucking right off his face, and he tensed. It would have to be this one attempt, then. He wouldn't have enough body parts left for another. His body had started to tingle, at least in the parts he could still feel, as though his whole physical being was about to evaporate. That, or crack apart like a smashed vase. It occurred to him that he was getting eerily close to death. He licked his lips on instinct, and found that halfway through his tongue decided it had had enough of his mouth. It hung out, lolling, no longer responding to him. The nerve endings had been seared off so he could no longer feel the pain, at least. Small mercies. Then it fell off. Black spots appeared at the edge of his vision, and not just from his boiling eyes. This is it. The physical limit. Any more, and he was dead. He scrambled for the laws of darkness. Luckily, there was so much of it in the chi bearing down on him that it was fast at hand. His would-be star, core, and sea and all had now been compressed so tight it was but an angry black marble in his mind. He wrapped it tight with threads of law. 1 loop. 2. They submerged into the thing, merging with it. It shook. Dimly he realized he could no longer see, or feel, or smell, really. Hearing was fast deserting him, too. Soon he would be floating in a void of sensation. Only his spiritual senses would guide his way, and if he lost his footing here, he was but another set of bones on the ground. 3, 4, 5, 6... Was it his hopeful imagination, or was his core that little bit more stable? It no longer seemed like it might combust at any moment. Yes, it's happening! It was less a race against time now, and more a race against his own lifespan. At least when he still had access to something resembling a body, he had some sense of it. Right now, there weren't even vague impressions to go off of. There was only the beating of his heart, a beating that was growing erratic, off-kilter. 7, 8, 9... He could now feel the presence of law within him, flavoring the chi of his core. Every loop tied darkness further into the foundation of his being. His marble-sized core, spinning fast, was now starting to glow with a soft, sable light. The light of law! To his delight, to his relief, a black star was quickly taking shape within him. And even in this half-made state, he could feel its potency. Even he could hardly bear to look at it head-on, and he owned the damn thing. It was like wielding threads of magma where before he'd had but weak embers, and as he weaved more and more law in, that magma only grew more and more destructive. How would it feel if he teased out one of its tendrils and applied a technique with it? He would have shed a tear if he still had tear ducts. Or eyes, for that matter. It's beautiful. He would have sniffled if his nose was still attached to his face. It was all coming together. Not stable yet, but he could see the end point from where he stood. Just a few more loops, and it'd be over. A few more, and he would be a one of one in this multiverse. A new type of being. And, of course, that was when his heart, the ungrateful little shit, had the nerve to stop beating. 160. Beyond the Sky, 10. He was this close! How dare that worm shit heart of his give out? He probed his body, and then realized it wasn't entirely the organ's fault. It appears I don't have any blood left in my body. It had all evaporated. Then came the rather startling realization that he had perhaps 10 seconds of consciousness left. His thoughts were growing fuzzy, bogged down. In a panic, he thrust out a thread of his still stabilizing chi to his body. It was the only source of life he had left. To his relief, it healed, mending and binding together. Deadened tissue nourished fast, swelling back to life like cracked, dried-out grounds splashed with rain. A few more tendrils of chi came out, as many as Dorian dared pull. The chi raced up and down his body, a surrogate bloodstream. His dying was not reversed. It hadn't even really stagnated, but this bought him some time at least. Time to put out the other fires this measure had caused. Because that small act had two large consequences. The first was that chi now flowed through his body again, chi resisting the pressure on his body, which also meant that pressure, which had done so well to mold his core, was now blunted. But the rest of the chi in his core stretched and struggled against the seams of law binding it together. To make things worse, the second consequence of Dorian's siphoning out some of this chi was that he destabilized the core. It was now a restless, writhing thing. He hadn't stabilized the advancement. Now it was about to cost him. The strings of law he'd woven so quickly now groaned like a dam straining before floodwaters. Any moment now, the whole experiment might implode. Again. Except this time there would be no second chances. He was more brittle than a wafer. This time, if there was an explosion, all that'd remain of him would be shards of bone and charred flesh. There was nothing for it. He had to bail at least a little bit. It made his dead heart ache, but he yanked out a solid quarter of the chi in his nascent core, yanked it straight out of the bindings of law. There would be no putting it back. He drew it in a slow arc around his body. He felt his organ systems gasping, reviving, felt fresh blood flow down his body and his heart at last stutter back to life. His core, too, finally seemed to be stabilizing, after he'd ruthlessly cut out 25% of its mass. The bindings of the laws, which had been woven to contain far greater a star, were settling into it. It was now a quickly spinning star, still teeming with power, still shining deathly black light, still saturated with the laws of darkness. That tiny goblin of greed within him was screeching, half in pleasure, half pain. For it seemed to have worked. He was about to succeed. He was about to be a being newly made, a being now with chi run through with laws, chi whose very nature had been bolstered and altered forever. It was as though he'd been burning with wood all this time and now had access to the world's finest oils. And yet, 25%. Morosely, he felt his life energies running through him, healing him, relieving his stress. Beautiful, glorious life energies. Energies that he'd purposefully excluded from the laws of darkness in order to save himself. Energies that could no longer mingle with those within his new star. Energies that would have no home. Rank up, Earth to Star. And whatever bittersweet feelings he had were suddenly washed away. All that shadow leaping, all that swimming through lava, nearly dying to those strange apes, nearly dying in this very breakthrough, all God's damned worth it. Ha ha! He'd done it! Star! A new wondrous realm, a realm beyond the imagination of any of the poor ants on this damned plain. Oh, and he could hardly wait to try his new chi. Laws changed everything. A technique manifested with law-laden chi might look entirely different. Would his Yama's chains even be corporeal? Star level, dwarf. Darkness law saturation, 2%. Darkness law grade, very low. Oh ho! A level name was already recorded in the system, so he wasn't really the first to stumble upon this path after all. Some other sod had given this star level a name. Dorian had been about the multiverse a long time. He'd sampled his share of cultivation techniques. Never had he seen this one. Must be some obscure, realm-specific lineage. Or perhaps... no matter. If he had to guess, A very safe guess, given how almost all cultivation progression in the multiverse worked. He'd simply have to pack on more mass to progress this level. Perhaps increase density, too, by binding in more laws? He could do that. It was a pity about that 25% of unlawed chi still floating about in his system, though. Sooner or later, a cycle had to come to its end, and after saturating his body, the leftover chi would have nowhere to go except out. All that chi, far more precious to him than limbs, gone forever. Unless... For a moment, his newly revived heart almost stopped beating again. Can I? He reached out with all his will and gathered as much of the chi as he could. He could hold it but for a few breaths between the palms of the mind. Lacking support, his body crinkled again under the brunt of the heat and the fiery chi. He paid it no heed. For the chi he'd gathered up, the chi he'd cut out of his star, was also drawing inward. Now this chi wasn't spinning as fast. It didn't have that flagrant potency, nor did it shine quite like the star, but it was condensing into its own sphere, almost like a second Earth core. With his mind's eye, Dorian watched his star carefully. If this model was set up as the name suggested, well, a star isn't the only thing in the vast firmament, is it? The core law is not the only one a god can wield. There can also be secondary laws. A sky realm can have clouds. A Tao tree can bear Tao fruit. Couldn't a darkness law star then have a fire law planet? This time, reaching for the laws of fire was easy. There was nothing which served quite as well as a crash course in familiarizing oneself with a law as being cooked alive in it multiple times over. And in this place, the air was choked with the laws of fire. They were nearly overpowering. They rushed to Dorian's beckoning. He wove them one by one over the burgeoning mass of chi he'd cut out. It was but a third the size of its star cousin, and by now he was wise to the kinks of the process. Round and round the laws went, binding over the mass in heaps, smooth as he could have possibly hoped. Like wrapping a gift, it was. A gift from himself to himself, repackaging a part of himself he'd cut out into something new, something of its own, a domain of fire law chi to draw from, which shifted slowly about his body, drawn in by the gravity of his star. Planet level, infant dwarf, fire law saturation, 1%, fire law grade, very low. He'd guessed that the planet level was the chi mass and density metric. Law saturation was self-evident. Law grade was tough to encapsulate in numbers. Dorian preferred to keep his mental estimate at very low to very high. But of course, hidden in there were various lesser laws and greater laws of fire, each of which needed their own comprehensions. Some god-kings, his brother Hu Yi, for instance, liked their systems to list out each sub-law, its own degrees of comprehension, and so forth. Dorian had no patience for it. To him, that sort of thing was rather anal and cluttering. Now, orbiting the black star was a tiny planet which seemed to smolder, the way coals smoldered. Smoldering with the laws of fire, made anew. The breakthrough was at last done. He breathed out from regenerated lungs, and clouds of noxious smoke poured into the skies. He grinned checkerboard teeth. He felt awful and wonderful all at once. Wonderful since he felt ungodly levels of strength within him. He didn't even need to test it to feel it. And awful since he was sadly still confined to this fleshy mortal form, and even remade in magma, even with new supercharged star chi coursing through it, it was only half regenerated. Most of his toes still had no skin on them, and chunks of his thighs were stitching back together. With the regeneration came renewed nerve endings, which also meant joy, starbursts of pain lighting him up from fingers to eyes to his half-formed ankles. Then a very important thought struck him upside the head. He looked to the dweller, suddenly tense. He was nearly incredulous to find it still sleeping. To be fair, it had been here a while. It must have slept through its fair share of upheavals. It'd take something quite dramatic, Dorian imagined, to wake it. Quite lucky, all told. Dorian's law saturation was still infantile. There was no telling where the Dwellers was. As a fallen god, it could wield powers up to a demigod's if it so wished, if at the cost of its own lifespan. Its law saturation might even be past 50%. A fight with the thing, even at his current stage, would almost certainly spell a great deal of trouble. It was then that he sensed something change in the tenor of the air. He was wrong. His breakthrough had not left everything undisturbed. The laws of heat and darkness in the chamber had been disrupted. There was a great vacuum in the air, a space that nature could not tolerate. Dorian leapt up, eyes wide, but he could do nothing as all around him a shivering went up the spine of the floor, sending piles of bones click-clacking in an eerie dance. The walls of the chamber trembled. Nijo, Prince of the Ugok, trudged through snow that went up to his knees. He smiled. One could fly, of course, but there was something pleasant about savoring these tiny, meaningless things. For what else was there to life? He stuck out his tongue, let a snowflake drift down upon it and slowly dissolve. How fresh, how lovely, how various. He sighed, still trudging. All life's complexities could be reduced to the taste of a snowflake. It was all there, if only one paid attention. Alas, his journey was coming to an end. A few last paces took him up to an uneven blanket of snow. They were heaped over corpses, he knew. Corpses of beasts. Natural graves. But there was only one grave he was interested in here, and its occupant was still alive, if barely. Then he blinked once, very slowly. Twice. He turned his eyes to the horizon, one dark crease marring his brow. For there had been a sharp twang, invisible to most, yet loud as a foghorn in the space of law, a great upheaval of fire and darkness in the far distance. "Eruption," he muttered. "Old friend, what are you playing at?" 161. Beyond the Sky, 16. Now that Dorian was infused with law, he was exposed to a new world. It was like he'd been seeing in black and white all this time and could now perceive color. Laws of fire and darkness threaded the world around him, glorious tapestries suspended in air, and now those tapestries were violently torn apart. The ground shuddered, the walls hissed and bulged. Wisps of darkness scurried at the edges of Dorian's vision like frightened vermin, and the flow of fire at the mouth of the chamber went blinding white. It was like the whole world had begun to scream, and it screamed one thing: explosion! Shit, shit, shit! Time to get the hells out of here! Then he eyed the entrance again, eyeing the broken mess of fire laws swirling about like broken bolts of lightning. Wading into that mess? Even with his new fire affinities? Dorian gulped. On second thought, maybe staying put in this little chamber would be like riding out a storm in its eye. Maybe if he shut up and sat still, everything would turn out just fine. He was able to cling on to that warm fantasy for all of 5 seconds. Then it was like the chamber split from itself. A huge chunk of the walls detached, lurched to the side. No, not a section of wall. Dorian blinked. His eyes had mostly regenerated, but the world still filtered in splotchy and fuzzy at times. The finer points were lost. The real wall was smooth, seamless black. This moving chunk had subtle lines traced throughout its surface, lines that marked out scales. This was, in fact, a tale, the tale of the Dweller. Dorian's heart sank. His eyes found the beast's face. Its nostrils were flared, harsh lines of effort scrunching its draconian features. It looked as though it were having a horrible dream. So horrible it was on the verge of waking. Fuck! He edged slowly back, stepping out from the embrace of its body, creeping carefully toward the wall. It growled. The sound rushed down the chamber, harsh and heavy, echoing like a struck gong. Then its eyelids snapped open to reveal one brilliant yellow marble of an eye. Its pupil was a yawning, empty black fissure down the middle, a fissure that leapt instantly to Dorian. For a heart-stopping moment, neither of them moved, and Dorian saw in that great black space his own reflection. He saw his own face, warped by the curvature. He looked rather like he was about to shit himself. Then the eye narrowed, and Dorian sucked in a sharp breath. Here it comes. It was like all the color was suddenly sucked out of the room. One moment there was fire all around him, thickening the air. Darkness swirled at the chamber's edges. Then it all blurred into rivers of light, rivers which rushed toward the dweller. The dweller uncoiled itself slowly, almost leisurely, as Laws rushed to its side, swirling around it in a shimmering cocoon. Its wings unfurled to either side of it, swallowing half the room. Its head reared up, proud and mighty. It eyed Dorian. Dorian eyed it. They faced each other, man and fallen god. Each of them sensed something of itself in the other. Both were forged of darkness and fire. Both had the bloodline of the torch dragon. Dorian even wielded one of this creature's fangs. He could tell that it didn't quite know what to make of him. It was confused. Then he saw something flicker in its eyes as it came to an opinion. A cold, brutal opinion. Intruder. Thief. Dorian groaned. Fuck! Then the god beast, his body's bloodline ancestor, struck. Fire and darkness intertwined at its mouth. It screeched, a sound like 1,000 window panes shattering at once, and with the sound came fire. Black fire, red fire, fire interwoven in one dreadful black-red braid, two laws woven together atop a deluge of chi. A bonfire to torch the heavens, too vast and too fast to dodge. Dorian could only trust in himself, trust his new body. Gritting his teeth, he countered. His star answered his call. Its planet's chi, too, rose to his fingertips. He had but one blocking technique. Void Shield! A vortex of chi flared into being before him, a whirlpool of fire and brimstone. And its potency shocked even him. It felt like he stood before a tiny sun of chi. Its powers smothered him like a heat wave, made his hairs stand up on their ends. Holy! Was it his imagination, or did its chi feel even stronger than the Dweller's attack? But there was no time to consider it. Flamethrower bore down upon shield. This moment would decide everything. They met, and his shield held. He watched, shocked at himself, as god-level chi struck his void shield and was swallowed whole, vanished without sound or fury. He saw the Dweller's eyes, too, widen. It may have been a crippled god, but it was still a god. Its chi was tempered in the heavens. No mortal of these feckless lower planes should have stood a chance. And yet, the star realm had worked a miracle. Hells, it had bridged the mortal-immortal divide. Dorian cackled, struck by a heady rush of energy. He was tingling all over. This realm is goddamned incredible. He discovered something extraordinary, nay, something that breached the natural order of the multiverse itself, a loophole in power. Who needed godhood when you had chi this strong? And then a hole tore open at the edge of his shield. He froze. A streak of flame poured through. Frantically, he leapt aside, letting it splash against the obsidian ground. He couldn't avoid it entirely. A gob still tore into his leg, and where it struck the skin blackened and deadened instantly. Fucking laws of fire! He let out a hiss. They burned like no other. It was less a flame applied to his skin than the multiverse commanding his skin to be burned, which, having been burned by both methods 10,000 times over, Dorian could attest was far worse. What the hells? Wasn't his chi stronger than the Dweller's? And his reserves were hardly running out. What gives? He squinted at his shield and blinked. Ah, his chi was not the issue. His laws were. Mighty as his chi was, the laws of fire and darkness wreathing it were but tepid trickles next to the dweller's raging rivers of law. He gulped as another hole, wider this time, tore open at the other edge of his shield, then a third starting up the center. All right, perhaps I've slightly overestimated myself. His chi might match up to a god's, but his laws were woefully inadequate. It made for an unbalanced build, like a man with a giant's upper body but a toddler's legs. If this went on, his shield wouldn't last 10 seconds. Perhaps if he beefed up his laws, he could give the dweller a good fight. Alas. He turned an eye to the mouth of the shuddering volcano, where fire streamed upward. The volcano was on the verge of eruption, no? And now he had laws of fire, laws to shield him from the worst of its heat. Time to get the hells out of here. He dashed for the cavern mouth. He felt the last shred of his shield give way, just as he wrapped himself in fire laws and plunged headfirst into the tide of seething magma. Behind him came a bellow which shook the volcano to its bowels. Even amid a rush of molten rock, he felt its vibrations rattling his bones. But it was quickly left behind as Dorian was shot up and up and up, riding a blast of the world's biggest cannon toward the skies. In heartbeats, he was gone. Snow drizzled gently upon the tundra, upon a blanket of other snow which hid a mosaic of torn bodies, upon a boy named Nijo, and the god-king inhabiting him named Jez, who was, handful by handful, digging up a body. It was perhaps heretical to do it. Jez prayed to the multiverse for forgiveness, but he had dug so many graves for it, had put so many bodies in those graves. Surely it could permit him one reversal. Plus, the body within was not even dead. He dug and dug until he found a head. Then he cleared out the snow from the arms, the torso, worked down the rest of the body until she was exposed at last fully to fresh air. He looked down at her with kind, soft eyes. There was nothing remarkable about her, a poor soul on an unimportant plane. The only trait that might benefit him was her utility. She had an unusual affinity for Jez's powers, and her head seemed rather empty. A useful tool, perhaps. That was all. Jez shook his head. What a sad way to consider a human soul. It was how a creature like the god-king Dorian might think. It was the sort of thinking that might justify the devastation of an entire plane, of the destruction of living, feeling souls for mere power. Oh, power, that most vapid of concepts, better wished for than had. It was the sort of thinking that might justify leaving Jez himself cradling the withered corpse of his own sister, his own very unimportant sister, a weak, small, fragile thing, worthless to some, not to him. Gently he brushed the snow from Kaya's face. He rested a finger on her forehead. "Rise," he whispered. Her eyes fluttered open. For a moment her irises shone pale gold. Then they faded, leaving behind only confusion. She stared blankly up at him. "Who are you?" "Does it matter?" He shrugged. He cocked his head at her. In that instant of connection, he knew her. He knew her past the level of the bones. He knew her very spirit. "You desire to hurt. It is what you enjoy most. Is this so?" Slowly she nodded. She still seemed out of sorts. It was only natural to be groggy, disoriented. Being brought back from the cusp of death was a little like being woken from a deep sleep. In a sense, he'd woken her from the deepest sleep of all. He knelt down to her level. "Does it matter to you who it is you're hurting?" She frowned. "Not really." "Excellent." First he pulled off his fur glove. Then he held out one small, pink hand. "Join me," he said simply, "and you can hurt all you like. Join me, and I shall give you power to maim the world." Interlude 5. calm. Kaya thought about his offer. For a few seconds, she squinted at him. "I know you," she said. "Yes," said Jez. "You have the gold light, too, don't you?" Jez smiled. "I am the gold light. I am joy. I am life. I am hope, eternal and everlasting. I am peace upon the multiverse, and I am the one who shall grant you your deepest wish. You need only say yes." She didn't yet, which surprised him. She should have felt a bond to him, even a subconscious nudge, but as the snow drizzled down upon them both, she merely stared. "Why?" she said. "Why?" Jez blinked. "Well, I wish for everyone to be happy. Forever. You are one of everyone." "But I hurt people," she frowned. "That makes them sad, so why are you helping me?" This time he didn't blink. "Sometimes," he said, "to love someone is to hurt them. Sometimes hurting is necessary. He sighed. "You shall soon consider this absurd, I think, but killing is my least favorite thing to do in all the world, and yet it is the most important thing. It is, in a way, the virtue of the forest fire. We must clear out the old, overgrown trees that block out all the sunlight and stifle the rest of the forest. Only then can new life grow, even if it means burning things." Kaya scrunched her nose. "Stop that. No more of these. No more saying things and meaning other things. Tell it to me straight." "Okay," said Jez slowly. "I'm helping you because you are fire." For a while she simply stared at him. Then she grinned. "I accept." "Lovely," said Jez, sighing happily. Then he paused. "One moment. I have some business of minor importance to attend to." He closed his eyes. Zenith Realm, Upper Realms. When he opened them again, he was in another body. Not an avatar, his true form. He floated mid-air, gazing out upon a ruined world. Before his eyes, the heavens burned. Since the dawn of time, the Zenith Realm sat above a vast expanse of cotton ball clouds. Now those clouds were choked with smoke and stained red with the blood of gods. Crimson lightning crackled through the gloom, the only lights beside the raging flames. Fire laws ruled the land. Great boughs of the tree of eternity, poking up through the center of the realm, were ablaze with the fiercest fires of the first circles of hell. The Zenith Realm was made chiefly of mountains, mountains which had once teemed with gardens with the finest godly crop, mountains that the strongest gods of the realm, the god kings, called home. Now, as Jez gazed out upon the realm, all he saw were broken husks of rock, mountains cleaved in two, sagging into the smoke, mountains which had stood for millennia, mountains of myth, struck down by a slash of a sword. His sword. Phoenixes had once drifted among the clouds. They'd all since gone into hiding. So had most of the god kings, in fact. It was nearly disappointing, the lack of resistance he'd found as he stormed this so-called godly stronghold. 2 or 3 god kings had come up, offered him token resistance. Down they went. The rest had duly fled, hiding in their holes, wrapped themselves so tight in laws that it had taken an eternity to root them all out. Jez sighed. He didn't blame them. If there was one thing a god king was a paramount expert in, it was survival. It was the only way any of them lived this long. They followed their nature. The sad thing was that their deaths were the most necessary of all. The god kings upheld this world. They were emblems of the cruelty and exploitation that was the poisoned lifeblood of this multiverse. To install a new kingdom, one needed to first kill the old kings. That was the way. But they would not offer themselves up to him. So be it. He stepped across air almost leisurely, striding toward the tree of eternity, the sacred flora that upheld the very structure of the upper realms, that formed the core of Zenith itself, that upheld all its parts, including the unstuck space, a place so deeply enmeshed in the inner workings of the multiverse that it could surely never fall. Never. What he was about to do would seem so absurd, so impossible, as to be unthinkable. Sometimes it is necessary to cut down old trees. New life must grow. Edge of the Multiverse, Hu Yi's Island. He can't. Horror was horrified. This was not unusual. What was unusual was the rest of the emotions felt it too. They looked to one another in a huddle at the base of Hu Yi's hill. None of them knew what to say. Even Joy, a creature incapable of feeling fear, bit his lip. "He's insane!" Anger pounded the ground with a fist. "Ow," said Loneliness. Anger paid him no heed. "The Tree of Eternity is synonymous with time itself," snapped Anxiousness. His blue eyes darted to and fro. "What does cutting it down even mean? It's a logical quagmire. The multiverse will not permit it. Right?" "And let us keep in mind," said Compassion, "that some of the most gruesome god-beasts in the multiverse have tried to damage it. None could so much as scratch the bark. Its leaves may burn, but its roots stay ever strong." "Pray tell," growled Anger. "Were any of these god-beasts half as strong as that thing?" Compassion paused. He opened his mouth. Anger wouldn't let him get a word out. "He cleanly absorbed the powers of god-kings, ate them, like that!" His eyes bulged. "We do not know what he's capable of." "Well," hedged Compassion. He cringed. "Perhaps." "Get your head out of your arse!" Anger was frothing. "The fate of the multiverse is on the line. Will we stand here and debate and do nothing?" Then a calm, still voice cut through the mess. "Please," said Hu Yi, looking distinctly tired. "Cease your bickering." The rest of his emotions gaped at him. It was the first time in 10,000 years he had come down from his hill. Now he stood there, not 10 strides from them, resolution in the hard lines of his face. A quiver was on his back. His overbow was clenched in one hand. "Jez has gone too far. He moves to disturb the nature of the multiverse. This justice cannot tolerate." He turned his eyes to them in turn. "Return." Anger dissolved in motes of red chi. Compassion went yellow. A flood of lights intertwined and arched to Hu Yi, settling into him. He closed his eyes, letting them in. Then the ground beneath his feet went too. A blizzard of blue engulfed him, smothered him. And then it was gone, and he was Hu Yi once more. He gasped, blinking. Tears welled up in his eyes. He let one, just one, trickle down his cheek, this small concession to feeling. He was nearly relieved to find that after all this time he could still feel. Perhaps he was still human after all. Then he wiped the tears from his eyes. He blinked, closed his eyes, let out one deep, heavy breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were nearly as they had been before, calm, cold, every atom of his being at the ready to do what had to be done. In this form, this complete form, Hu Yi had held the title of the multiverse's most powerful being for so long that the very concept of the apex had become inextricably intertwined with his name. Now, it seemed, there was a challenger. Hu Yi smirked. The stronger he got, the weaker he seemed. Right now he'd feel to the ordinary cultivator no different from a mere mortal. He might have no presence at all. His dress was plain, muted leathers, as though he were some simple huntsman plucked straight out of an obscure, forgotten wood. He reached out a finger and gave the air a little poke. The sky split all the way open. It tore like paper all up and down its length. A canyon, yawning and endless, ran from horizon to horizon. Air screeched around it. Below, the black waters trembled violently, and thousands of horrible god-beasts within scurried away, frightened. Hu Yi cocked his head. It had been so long. He forgot his own strength. He stepped into the void and was gone. 162. Storm 1. A few hours of sky treading later, Dorian was back to the oasis. The sun was setting, spilling harsh light over a bloody battle. Not a big battle, nor a devastating one. A small wave of sandwolves, vordors, and other lesser beasts splattered against the oasis walls, guided by a small fleet of a dozen-odd shamans. Soldiers rained bolts of chi from above with their wizard sticks. Battleships shot down vordors with ease. Bin Hailong greeted him with a curt nod as he landed nimbly beside the man on a parapet. All around them soldiers tripped over themselves to get out of the way, awestruck. "You're late," said Bin, mustache bristling. "I missed you too," replied Dorian. He gave the battlefield a once-over. "You seem to be doing fine. Why, it seems my presence is hardly needed." Bin snorted but couldn't put much oomph into it. He was looking rather sick. "We've repelled their probing strikes, sure. Our scouts report a force of tens of thousands on the horizon, hundreds in the Earth realm alone. Who knows how many in sky?" He crossed his arms, but only managed to look frightened rather than imposing, like he was hugging himself. "They are but 1 day away. 1 day." Dorian scratched his chin. "And how many do you think you can take?" "A quarter of their Earth-realm forces, if I am generous." Bin swallowed. The man reminded Dorian of a scarecrow, propping himself up with nothing but sheer habit. His composure was clearly shot through. All the Oasis's ships, all the Oasis's men summed together. It wouldn't be nearly enough. There was nothing anyone here could do. "So, the heavy lifting will fall to me then, won't it?" said Dorian, smirking. The question was rhetorical, and both of them knew it. "You'll need to handle the riffraff. I can't be running around trying to stamp out every last Profound Realm cultivator trying to set the city ablaze. Hells, probably couldn't if I tried. What are there, tens of thousands?" The sole contract he'd signed weeks ago had frustratingly simple terms. He'd agree, on pains of death, to defend the city to the best of his ability. He could hardly protect a city from 10,000 cultivators striking from land and sky, while also fending off the heavy hitters. Bin nodded. "Crag has mobilized the outskirts well, and the imminent threat has scared the guilds into falling in line. Ton of the Artificers has been working his men half to death producing sticks. The noble families stand at the ready. Our Hailong forces hold strong as ever. Rest assured, beat back the brunt of the Earthrealm beasts, turn back the sky, and the rest we shall cover." "It's a deal." Bin sighed. "Are you ready?" "Not yet." "Not yet?" screeched Bin, nearly hysterical. "Oh, relax. I will be. Some fine-tuning must be done. Consolidation, that kind of thing." Dorian stretched, cat-like, then clapped Bin on the shoulder. The man nearly fell over. "Don't you fret. I have gotten strong, stronger than any of you can possibly know. By noon tomorrow, not one of them will be able to touch me. Why, it'd take the avatar of a god to threaten me." "Do they not have the avatar of a god?" Dorian licked his lips. "See, that's the tricky bit." There was nothing to do but consolidate. Polish off the rough edges, put in some last repetitions, grind out a few skill levels, maybe mine the sinkhole for whatever was left. The bulk of the work was done. But first, night fell. Dorian staked out a sealed meditation chamber in the Hailong estate, a cool, windowless box of pure obsidian. His body had healed in all the major ways. His eyes worked fine, his muscles were mostly attached in the right spots. But he was still sore as hell. The residue of all that volcanic heat, of the physical trauma of being beaten by those apes within an inch of his life, still left 1,000 micro-tears and pain points brimming up his body. All this time he hadn't had a good few hours to really sit his ass down, take a breath, and focus on healing. So he chugged as many high-grade healing elixirs as he could handle without vomiting, felt a spell of sleepiness strike him between the eyes, and let himself succumb. At this point, the pure white expanse of his mindscape had grown familiar. He floated there as an avatar of himself. Before him was an avatar of Old Man Fate, short, squat, white-haired, and bushy-bearded, in dark blue mourner's robes. His eyes were even more soulful and teary than usual. "Ah, come now, Fate," sighed Dorian. "Remember our first vision? You conjured up an entire tea-house for me." He gestured at the white void. "Couldn't be bothered to put in the barest of effort this time? A nice background would have done." Fate sighed. Dorian frowned. There was a startling dejection to him. He couldn't recall the last time he'd seen the man's lips droop so. This was Fate.
Forgive me. I am tired," Fate croaked, blinking. "But if you would like a change of scenery, I shall oblige."
Instantly the scene shifted. They stood within a smoldering, ruined hellscape. Blacks and reds and oranges clawed at the skies, tore the realm apart. Then Dorian blinked. His mind adjusted. Wasn't that the Phoenix's old peak? And there, that was Dimu's pagodas, or what was left of them. Each floor had been broken off, scattered lopsided down the side of his mountain. This was Zenith. For a minute, Dorian was silent. "Well, I'll be," he whispered, whistling. "He really did it." He turned to Fate. "When was this?"
"Merely an hour ago, seen from my scrying glass."
Fate shook his head.
"Half of the god-kings of the multiverse have gone into hiding. Those that remained were killed or absorbed or taken hostage. It is, to my chagrin, as I foretold."
His voice broke at the end.
"I could not stop him. None of us could. In the end, I was forced to flee."
His eyes scrunched shut. "And it's come on so fast," said Dorian. He nearly snorted. "I'll give Jez this. In speed, he's outdone even me." Fate looked up. His eyes soaked in Dorian's face.
"This has unnerved you. At last."
It wasn't a question. Dorian opened his mouth to bite off some snarky retort. Then he checked within himself and found the bastard was sort of right. "Well, yes, I'd be a special sort of insane not to be."
"But unnerved is all."
Fate studied his face.
"You're not afraid, not panicked."
"Panicked enough to join your resistance at long last?" A hint of a rueful smile touched his lips. "Alas, no. I've cast my lot with the other smart fellows who've had the wherewithal to hide and wait out the storm. Whatever happens, I'm quite certain I'll be safe."
"I see. Selfishness, then, to the end."
Fate sounded almost bitter. Then his eyes widened.
"Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. I have been under a preponderance of duress of late."
Dorian shrugged. "Don't apologize. It's true enough." Then he paused. Fate looked near tears. He didn't like the man. He found him rather annoying, but something about the sheer persistence of his optimism had ground Dorian down over all these millennia. He nearly found the man charming now, in a sad sort of way. "Look," Dorian said gently, "this will blow over." He grinned. "It's bad now, that much is obvious, but the multiverse is far too big for one man to govern. Say he takes the rest of the planes. Even simply as a matter of logistics, how will he keep that big of an empire together without infighting? It'll splinter under its own weight." Dorian shrugged. "From internal threats or external, one way or another, time will take care of it. And the bigger the empire, the bigger they fall. You've done all you can. Take my advice and wait it out, all right? These things pass. They always do." Fate sniffed.
"You think so?"
"Of course."
"I don't."
Something strangely hard had come into Fate's voice.
"I haven't come to recruit you, Dorian. It's clear to me now that some causes are lost."
He swallowed.
"I've come to tell you to brace yourself. It is maybe the last act of kindness I can impart to you for a long, long time."
"Excuse me?"
The storm has only begun, and it is like nothing that has touched the multiverse before." His voice firmed up. His pupils trembled. "Something vast and monstrous trembles on the horizon. My good fellow, you have never taken to heeding my words. Heed them now. Brace yourself." Now Dorian was frowning in earnest. "What exactly is it? Specifics, if you please." "I don't know. I can't know. You know that." Fate swallowed. "Your brother has gone to stop it in person." Dorian froze. "Wow, that bad, huh?" He raised an eyebrow. "And you think even he can't stop this Jez, this upstart?" Fate's brows furrowed. "I don't know," he whispered. He looked like he might shatter at a touch. "Well, you should have led with that," said Dorian easily. The tension was going out of him. "We both know two things my bastard brother is good for. They might as well be laws of the multiverse. One, whatever Hu Yi's arrow strikes ceases to exist. And two, Hu Yi never misses." Fate swallowed again. I know. And you're right. I do have faith in the man. There is hope yet." "There," Dorian shrugged. "We'll be fine then, one way or another. Is that all?" "What I hope to be true," said Fate slowly, "is not the same as what I know to be true." His eyes locked on Dorian's. "Brace yourself," he said again. With that, the scene dissolved. 163. Storm 2. Dorian woke with a start, fully healed and very confused. For a few breaths he sat there, still and silent. His mind felt like a clogged throat, choked with thoughts, and he was having no small difficulties swallowing. "Brace yourself." Fate's words still weighed on him. Okay, then. Jez was a real threat. Noted. Perhaps Dorian had been wrong to dismiss the man so. Perhaps fate had been right all along. The question was, just what the hell was he supposed to do about it now? He was already maximally protected. All his treasures were scurried away in the multiverse's most impregnable natural lockbox, the unstuck space. He was as braced could be. Plus, his brother was handling the man, in person. Overkill, probably, but Hu Yi always did like to do things right. There was no such thing as a margin of error with him. Either it was done, or it was not. Dorian winced. He knew that aspect of Hu Yi well, which was also how he knew the matter was over. He might despise the man, but there was no denying him. With Hu Yi, there was no such thing as failure. He hesitated. And if by some heavenly miracle he does fail, the rest of us can hardly do any better. So, dire as it might seem, the best course of action was still to stay put, do his thing, and not make any sudden moves. He'd draw zero undue attention. With luck, he might be able to skirt the fallout of Jez's death. Perhaps he could even chart a course through the middle and upper realms that skirted conquered territories. It was a pleasant, if hopelessly naive, thought. Oh, look at me, punching at ghosts. How is any of this relevant to me? He snorted, then left the room. Outside, the sky was a watery smear behind a film of slate clouds. Probably he had run out of time. Today was the day. Before the day was out, it would all go down, and he'd know. What matters to me is not the main body. I'll be busy enough with this pesky offshoot. In a way, he liked the challenge. It roused within him a fighting spirit that only certain men knew, men who sought out the knife's edge. He discovered a new route in this run already, a route that had afforded him endless possibilities. Frankly, he was well on his way to a top-tier run with all his exploits this time around. He wasn't about to stop now. All that was left to do was some testing and fine-tuning. How had his laws changed his techniques? How might he use their funky new quirks in a new and improved style? Some testing was in order. He went out alone into the desert, flitting easily past the walls, past sands strewn with corpses, crusted over with dried riverbeds of blood.
Viscous black chi slithered around his fingertips, draped his arms and legs, chi from his main core, a core now laced with the laws of darkness. Chi with laws was a difference in kind. He felt it even now, passively. It had a natural affinity with the world. He felt integrated into the fabric of the multiverse, like one cog in the pan-cosmic machine. But the difference would be made most clear once he tested his techniques. He found an empty stretch of dunes. The early morning sun, angled at a slant, meant the desert was washed with long shadows, shadows of dunes, of chunks of bone jutting from the sands, of shelves of rock peppering the land. He licked his lips. First up, shadow jumping. He probed out with his mind's eye and snatched up a shadow. It came to him like a well-trained hound. No effort at all, as though it was meant to pool at his feet all along in the natural order of things. He stepped in just as easily. The shadow realm, which was to him a noxious space before, now grudgingly accepted his presence, but only as a host might accept a guest. He was wreathed in shadow law, true, but he was not a being of shadow. At some point, he would overstay his welcome. A horrible fate would befall him then. But when was that point? Dorian flitted about the realm of shadow like a wraith. The resistance, he found, had shrunken by an astonishing degree. Hells, if he wanted to, he could probably hop from this end of the oasis to the other. In fact, he tried just that. With but a flicker of will, he slingshotted across the shadow realm, aimed at the string of shadows made by the walls on the other side of the oasis, the east walls, thousands upon thousands of strides away. In the blink of an eye, he emerged into the real world, stumbling to a halt in the sands. He whirled around. Behind him, the east walls rose up, a cliff of gears and steel. Soldiers manning the parapets gawked at him. And this isn't even its limit. His shadow jumping had evolved nearly to teleportation, it seemed, within limits. Then a funky thought popped to mind. How many hops from here to the volcano? He had little to gain here by going back. There was no time to challenge the Dweller to a rematch, and the chances he could level up enough to best the creature were slim besides. Still, though, he filed the thought away in the back of his mind. One never knew when a nearly immortal creature capable of massive destruction might come in handy. The rest of the morning was spent testing techniques. Most every one of them had gained a delightful boost from his darkness laws. Yama's chains was most notable. Rather than needing to fork out gobs of his own chi, he could now convert pools of shadow into new links, extending his chain. Which meant that at nighttime, his chains would become a horrifying weapon indeed. Bin Hailong came to deliver the news in person. Dorian knew what he'd say before the man opened his lips. It was written plainly on his bone-pale face.
"According to our latest scouting reports, the Ugok are hours out," he croaked. "They may arrive before sundown."
Dorian took a breath. Very well. This was it.
"All our preparations are made," said Bin primly. "Our troops are at the ready."
He turned a stern eye on Dorian.
"You've had a day. Are you ready now?"
"Nearly," Bin choked.
You are aware that your fate is tied to that of the Oasis?"
His cheeks were ruddy.
"You are soul-bound to defend Azcan to the best of your abilities, to die if you must. How do you remain? You so...
Nonchalant, Dorian shrugged. It does me no good to be nervous, does it? Besides, he turned an eye to the city walls, but he wasn't looking at them, not precisely. He was looking beyond them, eyeing a signature he felt in his spirit, a resonance signature. I'll be ready. There is only one more matter to take care of. It won't take long.
What is it?
Well, Dorian paused. At the moment, I'm skeptical, you might say.
Of what?
That I can beat Jez, of course. His avatar, that is. Bin looked like a strong gust of wind might scatter him like a sand sculpture. Dorian forged on, wagging a finger. Gods are no joke, you know, especially when you try to fight them as a mortal. I was reminded of that very recently. I simply don't have the firepower. Bin opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, made a sound like a leaking pipe, then,
"And you thought to mention this now?"
"Relax. There's a few hours yet, aren't there? I may not have the firepower now, but I will. Have your men clear out the area around the sinkhole, will you?" A thundercloud of dread settled on Bin's face.
"Do I even want to know?"
"If I am to craft a secret weapon," mused Dorian, "a technique destructive enough to slay the avatar of a god, a botched try might end the oasis in a stroke." Bin couldn't get any paler. There was no blood left in his face. "So, sinkhole," Dorian shrugged. "I'll need spirit water as cushioning, as much as I can get." Bin was already turning away.
"It shall be done."
"Hey," called Dorian to Bin's departing back. "Don't you want to know why I need water in particular?"
"I am going to vomit,"
said Bin without turning. He leapt away. "Fire!" called Dorian after him with a devilish smile. "There will be fire! Lots and lots of fire!" 164. Storm 3. As Dorian walked the main street to the sinkhole, there was not a soul in sight. Most everyone was grinding in a factory, manning artillery, conscripted into an army, or otherwise holed up. The whole city felt wound up like a clenched fist. The end was near. They all knew it. He passed through the sinkhole gates, manned by 2 sober-looking guards. Then the great steel doors swung shut behind him, and there was only him and the expanse of water before him. They'd gotten the torch dragon corpses removed, but he could still see the huge valleys their bodies left on the sands. Their blood still shimmered in the water like oil. There was little here left for him. No torch dragons. Whatever critters remained were, to his current form, hardly worth his time. He was here for one thing only. Closing his eyes, he felt for his interiors, felt for that fuming ball of fire laws orbiting his dark star. He teased out a thread of fire law chi, his first time grasping such a thing, his first time manipulating anything fire-aspected since his Rust Tribe techniques, really. Then he let it out into the world. He pointed out a finger. Out came a stream of crimson and white, like he'd opened a portal at his fingertip which connected to the heart of the sun. It scorched a brilliant line through the air which seemed to give way to it as servants do for an emperor, before burrowing into the sinkhole. There was a hissing, no steam. The sinkhole waters didn't quench the fire, didn't evaporate. Instead, his fires left a strange black line through the sinkhole before sputtering out and vanishing. It almost seemed an ink trail. The laws of fire commanded the world to burn, and so it did. Even water burned, whether it was in its nature to or not. That was something never seen in nature, something only producible by law. Burned water. The trail dissolved, tugged away by the sinkhole currents. Dorian flexed his fingers, nodding. He felt good, as expected. Now, he could stop here, name this finger of flame or something of the like. Anything could be a technique, even a strike this small. A technique was simply a moniker for an application of chi. It was all an invention of the mind. But this little outburst would hardly put a scratch on a godly avatar. He would finalize nothing until he himself felt threatened by the strike he produced. Again. The next half-hour or so he spent familiarizing himself with fire laws. He threw them out wantonly. He molded them into spheres, into spears, into pinpricks and needles and lashes. What to do? He could augment his Yama's chains, he supposed, add a sizzling flavor to the technique. He frowned. It was not as simple as slapping in some fire and calling it a day. It would be like trying to change an iron sword into a copper and iron alloy. He'd need to melt it and rebuild it from scratch. No augmentations. What to do, then, with this new capacity? What to make? He scratched his chin. There was no time to forge anything intricate. He was making a technique for maximum impact. It would be a club, not a sword. Nothing fancy, a simple tool to channel the vast sea of powers he had boiling within. A sardonic grin traced his lips. What better technique as a base than the very first he'd ever learned in this life? Ray. Its main virtue twofold. The first was it was incredibly simple. Channel chi in a beam at the enemy summed it up. Just what he needed. The second was that it was immensely scalable. If he tried a fireball technique, the more chi he poured in, the more unstable the fireball would get, for instance. At higher powers, all sorts of headaches arose. But Ray could work like turning on a faucet. All he needed, really, was the wherewithal to direct the beam vaguely in the direction of the enemy and let loose. It'd let him blast out an insane amount of power. But fire laws by themselves would not be enough. A killer technique, he decided, would need to combine both of his strengths, fire and darkness. Only how would he put them together? He scratched his chin. Perhaps. As a test, with one hand he threw out a blistering ray of fire. With the other he did the same, only with darkness. They converged at a dune at the far end of the sinkhole. An instant later, only a fathomless tunnel remained. Good, but not quite the level of destruction he imagined. If he really wanted a world-ender, he'd need these two to synergize. A 2-in-1. But how? Given a base technique, he could probably hack together a synergistic technique in under an hour, but it got much more finicky when laws got involved. Laws didn't play nice with one another. If he wished to blend fire and darkness into a fusion ray, it'd need a lot of designing and testing, and he had very little time. For the hells of it, he gave it a shot. Who knows, maybe with my new cultivation system, the normal rules don't apply to me. This time he fed chi from his fire planet and chi from his dark star into the ray. He tried treating them as one stream. It exploded in his face. He was mostly unharmed. Chi was rather kinder to its owner, but he did feel very dumb sitting flat on his ass with his face blackened. Okay, then. Just to make absolutely certain he couldn't hack together, he tried it another 2 times. Same result. All right, then. By now, the sun was worryingly far on its journey across the sky. Dorian frowned at it. How many hours left? Maybe 3? He really should get going with this. Sir Hero! Sir Hero! The booming voice, amplified via chi, came from a messenger atop a small balloon aircraft hovering a safe distance away. There was a very loud gulp, also amplified. So sorry to bother you, but General Hailong has dispatched me to inform you that a beast tide has been sighted by our scouts via scrying glass. We estimate 2 hours until arrival. Dorian rolled his eyes. Understood, he yelled back. Another gulp. I have been told by General Hailong to ask when you shall be ready, mighty hero. Dorian paused. What a ridiculous question. Tell him not to ask questions he doesn't want to know the answer to. He could see the messenger's tiny face pale from here. The balloon craft scuttled off. Sighing, he turned back to the sinkhole. The problem of combination. Tricky, tricky. He had all the pieces arrayed before him. He had them almost right. But how they'd all piece together was eluding him. He frowned. In an ideal world, he'd create some fancy twining technique. He'd braid fire chi and darkness chi together, spiraling together but not touching. It was a standard and powerful way of chi fusion. But the problem of intricacy stumped him again. Too tough to do. Too little time. He sat there and thought, and thought, and thought. He felt the sun's light rays tickling his temple. A light wind ruffled his hair. He sat cross-legged on warm sands next to a sparkling pool. He could have been on a tropical beach. The world about him was blissfully unaware of the very literal life-or-death pressure he was under. It almost seemed mocking. And then a thought lit up his mind. He sat bolt upright. An idea for an alternate construction popped to mind. one that would require no advanced planning on his end at all. Really, it would use the same ray template. His mouth went dry. It was almost too perfect. So perfect he was suddenly very worried it wouldn't work at all. The idea was very, very simple. His chi was all stored in a planet of fire which orbited a star of darkness. This lay within his body and soul, a natural geometry. Wasn't this already the twined chi structure he was looking for? Fire circling darkness? He didn't need to design anything new at all. The very nature of his path was that lesser laws orbited greater ones. All he needed to do was to bring it out exactly as it was, drawing both at once in one contiguous stream from his core, and, critically, keeping the structure they already had. The result, in theory, would be a beam of darkness surrounded by a spiral of fire, extending a star and the planet orbiting it in a flat plane into 3 dimensions. It would be a technique modeled after a solar system, a crescendo of fire around a darkness core, a galactic inferno. He was so giddy he didn't plan or prepare or hesitate at all, really. He did. He grabbed at all the chi within him and yanked. He opened his mouth. He was not sure why. It seemed a fitting path. Sometimes you went with your instincts on these things. And it poured out into the world. He nearly shed a tear then and there. A wire of blazing red twined around a pillar of smoldering black left his mouth and, with astonishing speed, blitzed across the air and made contact with the sinkhole. It was God's damned beautiful. Only then did he realize, with some alarm, how chi-intensive the thing was. Even for him, this thing had yanked out over half his chi in a blink. It was too much, too fast, too powerful. He winced, trying desperately to hold the structure. He lost control of it. What happened next, he wasn't sure. It came to him as a blur of harsh sensations, a crashing, very, very loud. Then his body felt like a leaf in a hurricane. He felt his body slap against something hard and realized with some consternation he'd been plastered against the sinkhole walls. He felt himself slide down and land in an unceremonious heap. Spitting sand from his mouth, he leapt up, eyes wide. What? The sands that had surrounded the sinkhole were now terraformed, pushed up against the walls. He blinked again. He grew painfully aware that the technique had somehow managed to drain nearly 3/4 of his chi in the space of 5 seconds. A staggering amount of chi, an amount of chi that could level a mountain. And he saw clearly now where it all went. The sinkhole was perhaps more aptly described now as merely a very big hole, because all the spirit water within it had vanished. Level up! Galactic Inferno, level 0 to level 1. 165. Storm 4. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. There was ash everywhere. Black, misshapen forms were lumped about the sands. The walls of the sinkhole were glazed with a fine layer of soot. It all seemed to pulse with a dangerous gentleness, like hot coals, and what steamed off them were not smoke, but vestiges of law, tiny translucent flecks visible only to those well-versed in fire. The sinkhole had in a stroke gone from holy font, the crux of all life in the oasis, to a cursed land. If a mortal touched a finger to it, the skin would burn like paper. He'd managed to inadvertently make the place inhospitable. Oops. Meh. It was a rather moot point, given the disaster trembling on the horizon. He waited idly for some backlash from his soul contract, the multiverse striking him down for voiding its terms to protect, not destroy, the oasis. Really? Nothing? He shrugged. He supposed there was reason to let him off easy. It was unintentional, after all, and done in order to protect the oasis. Perhaps. The world warbled about him as though under a blistering heat wave. Faugh! He doubled over, gasping, feeling a spike of nausea drive through his skull. His soul felt very light, anchored to his physical form by flimsy strings that felt like they were struggling to keep him attached. His vision grew hazy. His body's sensations reached him from far away. Fuck! He gasped, hacking out air, and waited for the feeling to pass. And then, after an eternity, he snapped back to his skin. He gulped in lungfuls of air, hacking mightily. All right, get yourself together. It's just a warning. A multiversal finger wag. It let him know he'd come dangerously close to voiding his soul contract's terms. Soul contracts were strange that way. It was widely theorized that, like the system, they were not native to the multiverse, but rather coded into its laws by some ancient god king, something only possible in the multiverse's early aughts. The precise mechanism by which contracts worked was a matter of heated speculation. Most thought they manipulated strings of fate. A few believed there was some semi-sentient judge embedded in the multiverse that presided over them. Whatever the case, transgressing them, as Dorian had learned from lots of hard experience in other runs, was sadly impossible. Even considering it, or nearly doing so by accident, had painful consequences. There were no loopholes out of this predicament, to his chagrin. Coughing, he got to his feet and stumbled over to the sinkhole's charred lip. He peered down at his own handiwork with morbid fascination. Would it be enough? This was no mere water he'd wiped from existence. This was spirit water, water so rich in chi it sustained a civilization of cultivators. He squinted at the slag. Nothing could take this strike defenseless. Of that he was sure. Not the avatar of a god, not a fallen god like the Dweller. This would even threaten full-fledged demigods in higher planes. If he timed it right and unleashed it with Jez's avatar in its blast radius, the god would have no choice but to counter or block. He was a god king, and he could bring forth a great deal of his laws unto this plane. That, paired with his unusual gold chi, made for a uniquely finicky problem. Still, the utter blackness gaped at him. The spirit water had been charred to slag, and that slag had been charred to lesser slag, and then superheated so horribly it had burst into a fine particulate matter. He nodded. If this doesn't do it, nothing I can muster will. As far as he was concerned, the matter was done. All the preparations were made. He turned back, steadying himself for the finale. Then he paused. He whirled back to the sinkhole and squinted at the darkness. He felt something there, a faint prickling at the back of his mind. In any other circumstances, he would have brushed it off, but it came from a place where nothing, not even slag, should have survived. What? He hesitated. Jez's forces hadn't yet come. Surely there was time for one very brief jaunt. He stepped in and was quickly swallowed by the dark. Now that he'd so thoroughly woven darkness laws into the fabric of his being, darkness felt more welcoming than daylight. In daylight he could perceive with eyes, but sight could be blocked, distorted, blinded. It was imprecise. In the darkness, he mapped the world through a feel which extended far beyond any vision. He felt the darkness like a vast drape of his own skin, molding to the shapes about it. And so he knew that this sinkhole went surprisingly deep, almost twice as deep as the farthest he'd explored. And then it stopped abruptly. He landed in a crouch on fuming hot rock. Before him was a familiar sight, a tunnel stretching far into the distance. He saw a few hundred spans before the rest was swallowed up by smoke and dust. And it was a sight, for it was tinged faintly red along its length. Its walls were molten rock. He had the impression he stood at the artery of some fathomless organism, and he knew where it led. This is an underground tunnel, exactly like the ones at the volcano. A tunnel linking sinkhole to sinkhole, and perhaps volcano to volcano? And then he knew what he sensed. The prickling had blossomed into the faint glow of a distant resonance. He knew, too, who he was resonating with. There was an electric shock, a starburst of recognition. His soul felt like it had been stung. He frowned. He knew a third thing with certainty then. Phantom eyes peered out from the gloom. Right this instant, at the far, far end of this tunnel, at a volcano he'd left not a day before, the Dweller peered into this same gloom. He felt its direction, its mindscape churning like slow lava flows. It was not on the verge of eruption anymore. It would not come for him, but they shared in that moment an implicit understanding. The moment passed. It turned away, heavy eyelids sealing shut. This tunnel, hollowed out and drenched in shadows, was nearly a direct route to the creature, to that portal to hell. It would take but a few minutes of straight-line shadow jumping, and he'd be in the volcanic heart. Alas, he'd likely find no use for it. He was stuck firmly here. Contracts were contracts. He, too, turned back. No more delays. It was time. Still, he filed this discovery away. Who knew? Maybe it had come in handy. Jez waited for the final battle, emptied of thought and feeling. The time for feeling was done. He'd cried. He'd knelt. He'd made graves. He'd sought forgiveness. And with a heavy heart, he'd forgiven himself what he was about to do. Now all that was left was to execute. He stood midair, hovering high over a vast and empty stretch of desert. His armies were arrayed behind him, one thick, dark line of horrible beasts and riders, of shamans and tribes and followers stretching from horizon to horizon, all simmered in quiet preparation. They were but an hour out from the final oasis in the desert. Once this last desert holdout fell, his armies would sweep out across the plain and stain it gold with his powers. It, too, would fall under his dominion. One girl would not sit still. Kaya, Io's sister, was a natural vessel for his energies. She could not sit still. This was no lull for her. He watched her far below, a tiny dot hunting down the wretched forms of a pack of worms. Where she passed, blots of red pricked amid their brown squiggles. He felt her mind, a boiling cauldron of feral instinct. She'd given herself over to it freely, easily. It was an enviable life, to be able to escape one's troubles by reducing oneself to one's basest instincts. In a way, it was what he'd done. He'd turned to a radical love early on. But sincere feeling, alas, was not enough to change the world. It was but a spark. Reason would serve as the kindling. He smiled kindly upon her. Sometimes he, too, wished he could descend to a level such as hers, make of himself a dumb brute, marinate in ignorant bliss. But then the multiverse would return once more to its base inhumanities. Someone had to love the world more than it loved itself. Someone had to serve as its... He supposed his self-conception was similar to his opponent's. Fitting, then, that they would meet at the end of things. He sighed. It was time. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in a different plane, a much, much higher one. A once awesome, holy place, now ripped open, scarred forever, its mountains sliced open, its gods slain, its clouds stained brooding black. Zenith, the fallen home of countless god-kings. He stood now, midair, gazing upon its heart. The peak of the tree of eternity loomed. Its boughs, so vast each of them could support its own little realm, burned before his eyes with fires drawn from the cruelest depths of the 9 hells. But the tree itself still stood, mighty as ever. It would not fall, not without a final touch. His hand closed around the hilt of a sword. Then, at last, the man he was waiting for arrived. The realm tore open before him, jagged and screeching. It looked like the opening of a great black eye with no pupil. Then a pupil emerged. A simple man stood there, motionless at the center of the tear. He stepped out. The world sealed up behind him. The man was plain, dressed in plain clothes, and yet there was no mistaking him. His gaze was utterly flat. It was a gaze a dragon might wear as it gazed down upon some feckless human knight. He went by many names. The sentinel at the edge of the multiverse, he who plucks the stars from the sky. And yet perhaps the most awe-inspiring of them all was his name itself. It startled the hearts of gods and mortals alike. It had come to mean the infinite, the absolute, the ultimate, the end. It meant the one above all. "Greetings, great Hu Yi," said Jez with a soft smile. "It is an honor to meet you at last. Shall we begin?" 166. The End. 1. Dorian sat cross-legged at the edge of the blackened sinkhole. His eyes were shut. His breaths were steady. A cocktail of elixirs roiled within him, healing elixirs, chi elixirs, recovery elixirs, all to prime his body for a drawn-out battle. He sat there, digesting, waiting. And then the horn sounded, a crass, grating groan on the air. His eyes snapped open. His lips curved to a hard grin. At last. The javelin burst into being in a flash of smoke and darkness, rearing above him like a hungry serpent, sunlight glinting off its cruel point. He stepped into its shadow and was gone. An instant later he re-emerged atop a parapet on the oasis walls. Ignoring squawks from the sticks-wielding soldiers about him, he looked due west. It seemed at first glance as though the horizon were pulling inward. In the distance, an endless wall of dark smoke raced toward the oasis, but Dorian's serpent eyes pierced the veil. Beyond the smoke were frothing hordes of sandwolves. Behind them were hundreds of Earthrealm shamans riding Earthrealm worms, spurring these pests to action. Beyond them, huge footsteps of some massive, unseen beasts shuddered the sands, echoing across the plains. A few well-placed techniques of his could wipe out half their fleet, Dorian surmised, at the cost of a big chunk of his chi. But he'd have to leave that to the Oasis's own soldiers. He couldn't afford distractions. For far above these ground troops, riding the top of the storm, were the true threats. Through the smoke he made out the wings of dragons, some webbed, some scaled, all the size of a small mountain, all brimming with Skyrealm chi, all wielding laws that would threaten even him. There must have been 30-odd dragons in total, and each, he sensed, was the equal of one of those hellish apes which had nearly ended him in the volcano. On their backs rode Skyrealm shamans with their own host of laws and techniques. These were the true elites of the Ugok, and they too were but mere distractions when set against the Avatar which lay in wait. Is this the plan, then? First wear me down with your lackeys, then swoop in to finish the job. To either side of him, Yama's chains flickered into existence. Swallowing up the shadows cast by the oasis walls, they stretched as far as the eye could see to either side of him, smoking with dark chi. Darkness laws bound them down their length like deathly brambles. Within him the dark star ran hot. The fire planet about it simmered, eager. His eyes flashed. A cute plan, but I suspect what's about to happen will come as a bit of a shock. Zenith Realm. "You knew I was coming," said Hu Yi flatly. His peasant's robes fluttered softly in the ashen breeze. Behind him loomed the Tree of Eternity. It managed an aura of grandeur even as it burned. "Yes," said Jez. "I admit I've planned for the possibility." "As have I." A cold, proud smirk graced Hu Yi's face. "I have watched you, young Jez. Ever since your first incursion upon the Middle Realms, I have traced your progress. Your methods intrigue me. They are quite remarkable. You ought to be commended." Jez smiled. "Why, what a kind thing to say. I'm honored." He shrugged. "In truth, it's not so special. There is one core problem plaguing this world. It is needlessly cutthroat. To grow bigger, we must eat one another, slay one another, kill, steal, rape. How awful," he sighed. "My powers are built on a simple philosophy, to radically oppose such a worldview. My powers are founded on connection, on love, on collaboration, not competition, you see." I do. Hu Yi cocked his head. And this has vaulted you from the earth to the heavens in but a step. The premise is quite elegant, said Jez. He held out a hand. Atop it hovered one gold sphere of chi. I am the first, the prime, even if I recruit but 2 friends to the cause. 2 new spheres materialized above the first, tied to it by thin strings of chi. And they recruit but 2 more. 4 new spheres were affixed atop the 2 with 4 new lines, like a family tree. Jez's smile grew wider. The growth, you see, is exponential. We stand stronger together. He paused. His smile grew wan, a smidge melancholic. And this is why I have already won, great Hu Yi. Oh? Hu Yi's face was nothing like the impassive monolith it had been mere hours before. Now it was lit up with emotion. He snorted, eyes flashing. His lips were a mocking slant. Have you now? Within me, said Jez softly, lies the powers of 100,000 cultivators of the lower realms. Within me lies the powers of 6,000 gods, dozens of god-kings among them. Together, we make the infinity. He let his words sit heavy in the air. If they fazed Hu Yi at all, it didn't show on the god-king's face. No one, not even one as great as you, can stand before our combined powers. Still, Hu Yi was silent. And so I come to you with an offer I have made to dozens of god-kings before, an offer I humbly extend now to you. Jez held out a hand. Join me. We both seek to bring about a more just multiverse. Our ends are the same, are they not? Join me, and it shall be done. His eyes glistened. There stretched a long and terrible silence. Convince me, then, said Hu Yi at last. What of those black-hearted knaves who join you for power and power only? You have welcomed more than a few into your fold. Is this just? A fair concern, but those who come to the infinity with black hearts shall not stay that way. That is its beauty. It is not like a religion. It is so much more. Jez's voice trembled with reverence. To join the infinity is to give of yourself fully to it, to make your chi our chi, to make your laws ours. Not even your identity is exempt. He let out a happy breath. To join the infinity is to be reborn. It is to renounce the old ways and to accept a new way of loving kindness. They shall be as new limbs added to the main body. In time their black hearts shall be recast in gold. Hu Yi regarded him. You truly believe this? He sounded amused. You think you can change the hearts of men? You think you can change the order of the multiverse? Of course. Most every creature can be made to love. But for those rare few who cannot, they shall be excised as tumors for the health of the whole. Jez sighed once more. A sad necessity, but you, of all creatures, ought to understand. I excise those creatures who pose an existential threat to the multiverse, said Hu Yi. His eyes narrowed. I am a gardener, removing weeds so that the rest of the flora may flourish. You are an arson. You preserve the few you approve of. You mean to set fire to the rest. This I can no longer tolerate. There was a hard edge to his voice. The only sound was the crackling of hellfire rippling down the boughs of the tree of eternity. We both pursue a more just world, continued Hu Yi. But there must always be a balance between the ends and the methods we use to achieve them. One injustice cannot dignify another. The air between them stilled, unnatural. You intend to chop down the tree of eternity, that which upholds this plane. Yes. It would mean the end of Zenith, said Hu Yi. All of the god-kings here, severed from the rest of the multiverse, shunted to a place outside all law, outside even time and space, unreachable, irretrievable. You would in effect be killing them. You would collapse an entire upper plane. Jez shrugged. I don't deny it. Then I, Hu Yi, say you have lost all sense of balance. A bow appeared in one of Hu Yi's hands, an arrow in the other. And for that I shall render judgment. Slowly Jez shook his head, resigned. I suspected as much. Hu Yi notched the arrow on the string, calmly, almost leisurely. His form was perfect, the placement pristine. He could have been readying a shot at a sitting duck, not one of the most powerful beings in the multiverse. Still, Jez made no move to dodge, nor did he lift a finger to disrupt Hu Yi. They both knew it would have been useless. Instead, "Why act now?" said Jez sadly. "Why is the life of a god-king of Zenith worth so much more than the thousands he has murdered to arrive here?" He meant the question rhetorically. He was surprised Hu Yi answered. "You think I act to preserve the plants," said Hu Yi. The bow rose, arrow notched, until Jez was squarely in its sight. "I act to protect the garden." "Then we shall never come to a resolution." Jez turned his gaze upward, forlorn. "I mean to upend the order of the multiverse. You seek to preserve it, and now you aim to kill me for it." The drawing of the bow was Hu Yi's only answer. Eerie how ordinary it all was, how deceptively simple, like an innocent little brook a child might splash into, only to find it hid a 1,000-li trench rife with seething currents. Jez sighed, spreading his arms wide. "There is no use dodging, is there?" he said. "They say Hu Yi never misses. They say you peer deep into the past and future. They say you take into account the position of every particle for 1,000 li, that you run 10,000 simulations of the shot, and only when each one strikes true does the arrow leave your fingertips." "They underestimate me," said Hu Yi. His grin was wicked, fiery. In that instant he seemed almost indignant. "I am far more thorough than that." The bow was aimed, pulled, ready. "This arrow contains 3/4 of my being, law and chi all placed in one vessel." He licked his lips. "I shall honor you with the most powerful arrow I have ever unleashed." Still, Jez made no move to defend. He simply blinked. "You truly believe you can kill me? I, who holds within me the power of 1,000 deities?" Silence. Then, "You are young," said Hu Yi, "and so I shall forgive your ignorance." The arrow trembled, and for an instant the whole of the realm seemed to collapse to that spot, the point where it hung taut on the string. The air around it turned to mush, liquefied, swirled around it like frothing waters around a whirlpool. The power leaking from that infinitesimal point exerted so much pressure that the very fabric of existence could not bear it. Form forgot itself. Atoms scattered to the void. Jez's eyes widened. It made sense. The careful gardener didn't need to snip the weed by its stem. He pulled it up by its roots. This arrow didn't seek to kill him. No being in the multiverse had enough chi for that. Instead, it would simply write him out of existence. "Ah, I see," he said. He stared at the arrowhead with a mix of awe and wonder, the way a child might stare at a sunset. "How utterly beautiful!" Then the arrow left the string like the expression of an immutable law. 167. The End, 2. Horns blew. All along the walls soldiers readied their sticks, chi techniques boiling feverishly at their tips. Thousands of eyes watched the line of beasts draw closer. Then the sands at the forefront erupted. A new horrible species reared up from the sands, like worms blown up to 10 times their natural size, eyeless, toothless, screeching murder, streaming waves of sand. Their foreheads were shiny, dark plates like massive beetle shells grafted onto the skin. Battering rams. General Bin roared a command. The sticks discharged. The world was rocked with chi and noise and screeches. Chaos erupted. The battle began in earnest. Dorian turned his eyes from the ground. He'd need to trust the Oasis defenses to hold. The sky demanded his attention. Keeping pace with the ground fleet were the vanguard of the Sky Realm dragons, two ugly lumps of gray skin and grayer wings. Steel rimmed their wings, flecked their tails, tipped their massive snouts. Wielders of the earthen laws? They proved him right an instant later. Their mouths opened, and a muddy avalanche descended upon the world, horribly heavy, bloated with laws which granted it an unnatural weight. If this mass struck the Oasis walls, it'd flatten like it was made of straw. Void shield! A glut of shadow coursed up to meet the blast, fanning out until the darkness blotted out the light of the waning sun. It swallowed the avalanche soundlessly, easily. For a moment the rock dragons looked as baffled as their craggy faces allowed. Then the shadow winked out, along with the attack. And in a strike, Dorian knew everything. These things were not the Dweller. Their command of law was nowhere near a god's. The dozens of them together might hope to trouble him, but two? He drew his hands together, and his Yama's chains whipped across the air. The dragons hardly had time to move before they were struck like flies by a swatter. It was comical seeing things so big be flung aside so fast. Two geysers of sand cratered in the distance, then more as the huge bodies skidded across the dunes. Dorian blinked at his own chains. Slowly, he grinned. It's as I suspected, then. We are not of the same level. As realms went, star eclipsed sky. It was an old cliché to frame the paths of cultivation as different paths up the same mountain. While the basic idea was fair, in truth this was an oversimplification. Really, the paths of cultivation were different routes up a mountain range. Some routes led to higher peaks. Already the difference was clear. Dorian breathed higher air than these creatures of the conventional sky realm. The next wave struck at once, a scattering of dragons, some sleek, others ugly, all unleashing blasts of law-wreathed magics. Dorian found himself the center of an all-sides assault. Sleet, fire, lightning, stone screeched at him. Another finicky constraint. There was no dodging. Dodging meant letting the dragons blast the Oasis. Dodging meant violating his contract to protect. He'd have to swallow these head-on, which meant he was about to get a lot of run out of his void shield. A dozen odd shining pillars of law gouged trails in the air as they descended upon Dorian. A dozen odd shining pillars sank into the swirling whirl of shadow before him, and vanished, like that, like stones dropping into a pond. But without even the sound to mark their vanishing, it was as though they'd passed into another world. Gone. Dorian bared his teeth at them, and he saw in their slitted eyes naked disbelief. Level up! Void shield, level 1 to level 2. Wonderful. Then he reached for chi for a counterattack, felt the depths of his reserves, and paused. That little stunt had blanked out 30% of his chi. He didn't let his sudden antsiness onto his face. He was meant to save a goodly chunk of it to blast Jez's avatar with. No more eating attacks head-on. No more probing, screwing around. This had to end fast. There was only one course of action here. Javelin snaking high above, chains curling at his sides, he took one massive leap, right for the dragon's midst. The strategy was simple. No projectile strikes, use too much chi. No void shield blocking, same reason. So, rather than stand here where he was forced to block and strike back, he'd wade into the fray with his javelin and chains head first. He'd have at them in close combat. No time for anyone to charge any big beams. No time for long-winded feats of law. This would be grimy and dirty and brutal. His raw powers versus their huge numbers. It was like charging into a thorn bush with an axe. It would be bloody and awful, a horrid mess. Just the type of fight I like. Dorian smirked. He liked to play around with his fighting styles, sure, but at his core, he was exactly what his older brother Hu Yi was not. In his basest mode, he was the antithesis of order. Soon these beasts would know the true meaning of chaos. The dragons greeted his charge with unhinged jaws overgrown with dagger teeth, raising talons like scythes. Then the violence began. Zenith Plane. The arrow moved through space. Jez and Hu Yi both saw it pass smoothly, with shocking slowness, through the air. Yet Jez knew dodging was impossible. If he tried, he'd find himself quite stuck. A relaxed smile graced his face. He let his arms droop at his sides. This was a sort of illusion. It wasn't that the arrow was slow. It was neither fast nor slow. It moved at just the right pace. It only seemed slow because it skewed reality around it. The eyes of the multiverse itself were trained on its passing. The whole realm seemed to collapse to its form as it crossed halfway between them. 3/4, then at last, mere hair's breadths from Jez's beating heart. Jez closed his eyes. He put gratefulness in his mind. He let love soak his being. Love to the universe, to his followers, to himself, and most of all to the man who was about to make love the final emotion he felt. The arrow tapped gently on his chest. The world in which he existed tore apart. A grotesque sphere blotted out the place where he stood, reality fraying at its edges. The sphere crumpled inward like a piece of parchment crumpled up, crinkling into non-being. In the tiniest fraction of an instant it was gone, leaving naught but a jagged hole behind. Something was made nothing. And that was that. One of the most powerful beings in the multiverse carved away. The arrow didn't slow. That small act seemed to have barely exhausted its energies. It flew into the void and was gone. The realms sealed up after it. Nothing but a shimmering line of light marked the spot, a scar in the fabric of the multiverse which would never heal. Some wounds ran too deep. But it was necessary, and it was done. Hu Yi let out a breath. He closed his eyes. 3/4 of his chi gone in a flash. Utterly necessary, in the end. At the edge of the multiverse, with his long eye peering across its breadth, he had scouted Jez these last few centuries. He had mapped the world around the boy. He had charted the past and the distant future. He had played out countless scenarios, had let 1,000 variables dance across the surface of his mind. The cognitive load had nearly overwhelmed him. But it was done. Of all the futures he'd foreseen, and he'd seen far past this moment, this was among the most bleak. He had hoped not to intervene in person. Alas. The bulk of the work of the hunt happened before he so much as touched his bow. The act itself, the arrow leaving the string, was but a formality. Sighing, he made to leave, and froze. His head swiveled slowly to look at that shimmering white scar. A tinge of gold glimmered at the tip. Then it spread downward until the whole line bore a signature color with which he was all too familiar. He had seen it so often these last few millennia that there was no mistaking it. His suspicions were confirmed but a moment later. The scar tore back open. A being stepped out. It was not the same body, that much was instantly obvious. Leathery wings extended from the fold. A body thrice as big as a man's, red and black, furred legs like a goat's, and sleek head like a dragon's. A demon, but not any mere demon. Hu Yi knew it on sight. Yama, he breathed. He had gone very still. The demon king of hell. But something was not quite right, and it took him a second glance to place what it was. This thing was not alive. Its body was held together by seams of gold light, where the joints connected, patching up tears down its legs and chest, sewing on a broken horn. That was not right either. The body was not alive. The soul within it was. He saw it in the eyes. They glowed with gold light. The creature opened its mouth, and Hu Yi knew who spoke before he so much as heard the words.
"I must thank you, great Hu Yi," said Jez.
His voice was of 3 pitches, one screeching, one low and hoarse, another level and even. Blended together they were agony on the ears.
"To bear witness to your arrow is an honor few receive. I shall cherish it forever."
Then the beast leaked. It quivered as though struggling to contain its energies. It steamed. Trickles of gold spread up from it. And Hu Yi felt from them a potency which dwarfed even the mightiest of god-kings. It was power no one creature should have been able to hold, like a man grasping hold of the sun. And yet... "How?" said Hu Yi softly. He would not lower himself to croak. In that instant he kept his emotions on as tight a leash as they were when he'd had them split from him. He stared at the beast. Now, more than ever, reason had to reign. He took everything in. Reason. Only reason would save him here, would save the multiverse here. He had to...
"I must admit I obfuscated a corner of the truth earlier. I must apologize. I am not in the habit of doing so. But it was necessary to force you to exhaust your energies on a pointless task, to corner you here on this plane, at your weakest."
Jez cocked his head.
"Truthfully, I have transcended being. I am unique in more ways than you know. The creature you know as Jez is not a singular being. I am the infinity. You may think of me as a parasite, if you wish. I consider myself the host." He smiled. "So long as I exist in any one across the multiverse, I cannot truly die. I am eternal. I am infinite. And that is why you were fated to lose from the start. That is why I am fated to become the multiverse."
Hu Yi was silent. Jez sighed.
"You have shown me your greatest strike," he said softly. "For that I am most grateful. Please, let me repay you in kind."
The air was very still. Jez's finger touched the air, drawing a line. Where his finger passed, a weapon was unsheathed, like he'd drawn it from nothing at all. A blade whiter than white, older than time, incandescent in the light of the dusk. 168. The End. 3. There were times, in battle, for thinking, for strategy, for sussing out the strikes of one's enemies and planning counters. This was the sort of fighting generals taught, the sort of fighting found in textbooks, clean, direct, predictable. Then there was whatever the hells Dorian found himself in now. No time for thought, no space to execute. He let the thinking part of his brain go silent. Pure instinct enervated his limbs, and he acted. The javelin soared, his chains rippled to and fro, and he was lost in a storm of shadow and teeth. Slap down an earthen dragon, deflect the tail of another, leap into shadow, reappear behind the fleet, ram the javelin into the small of a frost dragon's back, relish its splintered howl, vanish again into shadow as smoldering claws rent the air, weave across a cobweb of chi beams, cut, stab, crush. A spear of pain down his left side, a claw raking him up the back and gouging out its pound of flesh. A week ago, that claw would have driven straight to his heart. He whirled, found the offender, tiny, black, spiky, dead-eyed thing, a sky-realm dragon with a mouthful of death laws, laws which lingered in his wounds. He fed the beast his javelin. His blow struck true, piercing the chinks of its neck. Down it went, speared through, bat-like wings spasming uselessly. Dorian laughed. He rent and broke and strangled and danced. He was cut, sliced, pounded by the clubbed ends of massive tails, had his jaw broken and realigned and broken again. He left it hanging there. He was unhinged. The world had become a confusion of torrid feeling. He let himself burn up with it. And one by one his enemies fell before him, great bodies sundered from the skies, crashing into their own armies. The air was choked with dust and screams, lit up with blasts of chi, torn up with expressions of law. But slowly, at its higher strata, it began to clear. 3 dozen became 2, became 1. The neat thing was that the start was the roughest. From there, Dorian's work only got easier. He could see through blood-filmed eyes that he'd put the fear in the rest of them. 6 left. 3 shamans coaxing their dragons around, 3 more on their own, all sporting a crushed limb or poked-out eye. They circled round him. They made to pincer. Their hearts weren't in it. He laughed again, blood spurting from his open lips, and descended upon them again. So he finished off the rest of the appetizer. Head cooling, breaths heavy, blood slowing, he took inventory. Limbs, mostly intact. Cuts, too numerous to count. Ribcage crushed, most of teeth missing. Shadow leaps had eaten up another chunk of his chi, so had sustaining his chains. There was one left, one he'd left alive, the runt of the bunch. A thunder dragon, scarcely into sky. The shaman on its back looked nearly juvenile. Dorian looked him in the eye, saw the youth flinch. "Tell Jez that we both know who really decides the winner of this war," he said. "Send more men and I'll decimate them in turn. Is this his so-called love? Is this compassion? Tell him to stand behind his ideals and come himself. Let's end this bloodshed for good." The young shaman nodded quickly, spun his dragon about, and raced off. Dorian breathed out. Probably a useless gesture. Probably Jez would keep throwing lackeys at Dorian until he'd whittled him down totally, then finish Dorian off. It was the smart thing to do. He shrugged. Whatever the case, his body was scarcely holding itself together at the seams. His reserves were hardly inspiring either. He squinted. No new wave of sky beasts on the horizon? Good. Perhaps he'd have a little breathing room to recover some. A din of screams below, an eruption of golden light. Frowning, he glanced down. His eyes widened. Wait, is that... Kaya was there, cackling madly, streaming all over with gold. So much gold she could have been a statue cast in it. Every time her fists connected, it was like a cannon's blast. Azcan warriors were sent flying like dolls. There were no laws, but the force was comparable to a Skyrealm technique, and she was inflicting it on Azcan warriors. Dorian blinked. He swooped downward, treading on air. "Kaya!" he shouted. "Sis! What in the 9 hells are you—" She didn't hear. She seemed as he had been, in fact. She was utterly lost, in some other dimension. She only had the mind for violence. Her eyes were so gold he could hardly see her irises. Except this shouldn't have been possible. He was quite certain her brand was atypical. It was a blessing. It should have granted Jez no control over her. Then why? It wasn't that Jez was controlling her. She'd ceded control utterly. She'd given herself over to the madness. In a way, it was similar to what he'd done in battle, but she was so knee-deep in it she couldn't pull herself out of it. Or maybe she didn't even wish to. Looking at her now, Dorian saw euphoria written plainly on her face. She had, in this moment, achieved what all living things needed: happiness. Somehow, this violence made her whole. How could she quit it? Dorian sighed. While it was cute in a way, her discovering her meaning in life and so forth was proving quite the inconvenience to the Azcan forces. Already his soul contract was starting to sizzle in his mind. A warning. All right. He dropped down, landing before her in a plume of dust and sands. She blinked up at him, stunned. There was recognition in her eyes. The sight almost seemed to shock her out of her berserker frenzy. So not all gone, then. It was good news. There'd be something to recover, hopefully, once this whole thing blew over. For now, he could hardly waste more time on this. He punched her in the face faster than she could react. A little too hard. He heard a bone crunch sickeningly under his fist, winced. Oops. She dropped. Casually scooping her up, he vanished into a pool of shadow. He reemerged at the lip of the sinkhole and unloaded her. Then he took a moment to think, staring down at the smoldering ruins. There's just too much to recover, too little time. He groaned. Even going close combat, foregoing the use of chi techniques, he still had too little for comfort. Given the sheer amount of chi he needed to recover even top-grade elixirs, which were meant for Earthrealm Azcan fighters, would take hours to fully heal him, and Jez might arrive within minutes. No. Fine. He gritted his teeth. He'd been hoping he wouldn't have to, but I'll do it. He tapped his interspatial ring and pulled out his last remaining vial of Devil's Promise. He measured out the necessary amount, then downed it in a gulp. Bloodline density, 100% to 98%. He could feel his heart throbbing as he watched the number go down. Or maybe that was from the blood loss. Regardless, this time there was no bloodline essence influx to replenish the burned bloodline essence. Each percentage drop meant his chi got that much less powerful. But a good 1/10 of his chi rushed back into him, like that. Bloodline density, 98% to 96%. Another 1/10. Now he was up to 80%. Bloodline density, 96% to 94%. 90%. He frowned. Given the amount of Devil's Promise left in his system, he was going to overshoot, it seemed, by about 10%. What to do with it? He supposed he could try to use it to increase his star's capacity, but it'd only yield a marginal increase in usable chi. Most of the chi would be expended in the enlarging. Then a really dumb idea came to him like a hammer blow to the head. An idea so dumb, it simply had to be done. He nodded, grinning. If he had to bet in the battle ahead, he'd put his money on Jez. He was not at all certain of his prospects, plus who knew what other hordes the god had in reserves. He had to complicate things, make this not a straightforward head-to-head. And one way to do it was to add in a third player, a chaos agent, something to wreak havoc, make openings, and maybe, just maybe, make things messy enough for Dorian to capitalize. The only issue was, to bring this third player in, Dorian would have to spur it to action, which meant antagonizing it, which also meant this could easily turn on him. This could easily end up in a very sad 2-on-1. What's another risk? He'd taken so many this run he could scarcely believe he still lived. He'd been twice as cautious in prior runs and died far earlier. It was almost as though there was some quirk of fate this time. Shrugging, he dropped into the darkness of the sinkhole. The wind screeched by him. A smell like brimstone enveloped him. Sulfur stung at his eyes. Seconds later, he dropped to the ground. Bloodline density, 94% to 92%. He was up to full power now, and there was still chi coming in. It had come for another 10% or so. Time to make good use of it. He stepped into shadow, stretched his night walking as far as it could possibly go, and leaped. He emerged in a tunnel filled with brimstone and sulfur. The walls were all glowing molten rock. In other words, almost exactly like the place he'd just left. It was tough to tell how far he'd gone. Probably pretty far. That had been one hell of a leap. Then he made another. Exited at a similar-seeming spot. Hotter here, though. Closer to magma? A good sign. Another leap. Rocks glowing brighter, veined yellow rather than red. Hotter still. 4 more leaps. And then, at last, just as he was starting to think he'd overestimated the range of his upgraded Nightwalker, he stepped out of shadow and came face to face with the Dweller in the Deep. Literally, he stood not 10 strides from its massive head. That sleek arrowhead face was as ugly as he recalled. Its shocking yellow eyes went wide. Its nostrils flared in surprise, sparks swirling mid-air. Dorian noted this was not the space he'd found it in initially. This seemed to be the heart of the volcano. Islands of molten rock floated amid a boiling lake of lava. The dweller stood on one such island, staring at him in surprise. Above was the mouth of the volcano, leading to open air. Dorian had, 4% chi overrun left, not counting the chi it'd take to jump back? He opened his mouth. A galactic inferno poured out and slapped the baffled beast in the face. Dorian was gone before he could witness the aftermath. Laughing, he made sure the beast could hear him. He dashed upward, cloud-treading, and was out the volcano in a blink. Behind him came a roar, blistering with fury, and then a crashing, thundering sound as the beast gave chase. Excellent! With his new night-walking abilities, even dim light could serve as an entry point, and under cloud cover, studded with shadowed rocks, the side of the volcano had plenty of shadow to work with. But he hesitated, waiting. He felt a furious glut of bloodline rising from the bowels of the volcano. In seconds it had breached the open air, body rising like a giant column of swirling smoke. There was an earth-shattering bellow, a challenge. They locked eyes. He gave it a shit-faced grin. He stepped into shadow and was gone before the inferno of fire laws could scorch him. He re-emerged far along the underground tunnel. It really was a convenient road for him, drenched in shadow, linear, an easy route straight home. He heard another roar, softer now that there were so many layers of stone between them. But this one sounded even angrier. Excellent. And then it moved closer and closer, flying toward him, tracking him via his bloodline. He grinned. So it was pursuing, over land, even better. Before it encountered him, it'd first meet the back of Jez's army. Some delightful chaos ought to follow. Preparations were made. This contingency was set into motion. He was hale as he could reasonably be, with a full stock of chi to boot. He could only hope that Jez really would choose the silly option, that he would forego throwing his minions at Dorian, that he would answer Dorian's challenge. No other military leader would, of course. It was bad strategy. But something about the man made Dorian think he truly did hold to some childish idea of honor and virtue and love, that if he could end this war early, he would. 10 heartbeats and a handful of shadow leaps later, Dorian was back at the sinkhole. 2 quick leaps took him to the top of the oasis walls, where he could sight the battlefield. Against the sunset, wreathed in a corona of gold, was a familiar figure, striding leisurely across the air toward the oasis, toward Dorian. Thousands of strides apart, they locked eyes. Jez's eyes were pools of molten gold. He smiled at Dorian with a warmth so genuine he nearly believed it. Well, shit. What do you know? Dorian smirked. Let's do this. 169. The End. 4. Galactic Inferno lay waiting, a coiled whip of chi churning in his gut, growing weightier by the second. He stepped up to greet Jez as any proper host should, open arms and a pleasant smile, all the better to hide a nasty surprise. They paused before each other, both treading on air, high above the raging battle. Below, the Oasis Lord wrestled against a cadre of Earthrealm shamans. Bin Hailong roared himself hoarse trying to hold back a herd of sandwolves. More of those battering ram worms broke through the Azcan forces, thundering against the Oasis walls, goring craters into the steel. Guild Leader Ton screamed at his men to unleash more. Faster, you dickless fucks! But it was no use. Slowly, surely, the beast tide was starting to overrun them. Dorian was, as ever, the Oasis's last hope. This instant would decide it, the most pivotal in all the Oasis's existence, in this run, even. The instant he'd run through hell, figuratively and literally, to get to. And saints, was he eager for it. That familiar seething heat of battle fervor was thrumming through him again. Despite the gritty melee he'd just been through, he felt ready to wrestle a dragon. Within him, galactic inferno built to a glorious climax. It bucked against him, desperate to be unchained. He licked his lips. Not yet. Soon. Very, very soon. Jez stood before him, studying him with pale gold eyes, unnerving eyes, like a ray of sunshine trapped in a bead of glass, endlessly ricocheting, unable to break free. Then he opened his lips. A sound came out. Dorian stilled. The inferno ground to a halt, unwound, washed back into his veins in a flood. He almost couldn't believe what he'd heard. A trick of the wind, a slip of the tongue? Surely the man hadn't just said, "Hello, Dorian," said Jez with a smile. Not Io, Dorian. His grin froze on his face. A cold tide washed over him, sent his hairs sticking up on their ends. "What?" he said softly. "Please," said Jez, spreading his hands, grinning wanly. "Away with the techniques, the weaponry. Let us talk, you and I. We are, after all, old friends, reacquainted at last." His lips quirked at that. Dorian's brain felt very hollow. Thoughts rattled around his skull. He felt like he'd been slapped in the face, then backhanded again for good measure. He blinked, frowning. "What?" Jez kept talking. "Do you remember Seminan?" he said. "It was a land of vast, teeming forests, a land where men and beasts walked the soil as equals, ruled by a king and queen most wise and kind. It's now a land of ashes and dust and bones, void of life forevermore." For the first time in this run, Dorian felt like he'd met someone who knew more than he did. It was a distinctly unpleasant feeling. "No need to answer," Jez laughed softly. There was a note of melancholy in it. "The question is rhetorical." Slowly, far slower than they had any right to, the dots began to connect. He was still deeply confused, but he could now sense vaguely what the hells was going on. So he's a fan. How strange and unexpected. "Well," said Dorian, clearing his throat. His smile was slowly returning, even if he didn't quite feel it. "How embarrassing. You've caught me." He gave a curt bow. "I am indeed the God King Dorian, if not in the flesh, at least in the soul. I can't say it's a pleasure, given the circumstances." He glanced pointedly down to the battlefield, then back up at Jez. "Let me guess. This Seminan, it is a property of yours, one I destroyed in a past life? I can assure you I didn't mean to." He frowned. "Well, no, that would be a lie. I probably did mean to destroy it, but this sort of thing happens a lot with me. It wasn't personal." He smiled. "Is this why you've come for me? Is this what this is all about? I'm sure we can work out some sort of reimbursement." "Seminan was my homeworld." "Ah." "I was a mere youth." Jez's expression had not changed the whole time. He looked tender, almost fragile. "You slaughtered my parents, my kingdom, full of thousands of rich, lovely lives. My sister was torn from my arms and drained to a corpse. I watched her die." His voice was somehow full of emotion and yet not emotional. He eyed Dorian with soulful eyes, verging on teary, but no tears fell. "Well," said Dorian at last, "it's a little late to say sorry, isn't it?" He shrugged. Yes, this mess was slowly gaining definition in his mind. He made himself keep talking. "And I suspect if you're here, you've stalked me for a while. You'll know who I am. If I apologize, we both know I won't mean it. I've heard you've lain waste to half the multiverse. Bravo! So what will it be then, almighty Jez? Come to spank me too?" His grin turned sardonic. That would be a dumb way for this run to end, slain by some god king bent on a vendetta. In seconds would he wake back up in one of his bodies in his zenith estate to Gerard's raised brow? What a waste. In hindsight, this run had been off from the start. Too many bouts of ill fate and good fate strung together. Something was wrong on a fundamental level, on the level of the atoms, of the strings of fate. Jez simply sighed. "I came here to talk," he said. "Perhaps to bargain, to make an offer. But I can see now there is a soul contract involved." He squinted. His eyes glowed. "You are bound by the strings of fate. A basic defense contract. So long as the oasis exists, you must defend it." He sighed. "And so we are fated to duel." "I suppose so." Dorian shrugged. "It appears that after all those words, we've circled back to where we've begun." He was settling into himself again, slipping back into a sense of certainty. The world was flipping right side up again. It had stopped wobbling. Dorian's smirk reasserted itself. "So all that came as a bit of a shock, to be sure." He winced. Perhaps more than a bit. But did it change anything fundamentally? The game before him, the rules, his goals, his plans, his enemy, remained the same. He knew what had to be done. Only now he knew his enemy knew him better than he'd thought. And bore a grudge, apparently. He'd need to retool his tactics some, put a spin on his strategy. A little extra caution, then. Below, there was a thunderous bang. A massive portion of the oasis walls had caved in. Beasts streamed in with ravenous eagerness. "If we must fight," said Jez, still smiling, "let us at least take some joy in it. To duel you is my honor and privilege." The warmth in his voice was sickening. Why is he so smiley? It's almost like I didn't kill his family. Something was deeply off about the man. Dorian snorted. "Please don't take what I'm about to do to you personally." "Not to worry. I shall not." He smiled, putting a finger to his air. "You truly believe you can win? What utterly delightful optimism. You are more like your brother than you think." Dorian's eyes narrowed. "Wait." Jez's hand drew a line in the air, drawing a weapon. Dorian didn't let him finish. A Yama's chain swarmed the air in an instant. It lashed out at Jez like a striking snake. But Jez drew his weapon so fast it was like it had been in his hand all along. A line of light, blinding to lay eyes upon. The light seemed hateful to his chains. Where it lit, his laws of darkness flinched and sizzled. Then Jez flicked his wrist. He wielded his blade all wrong. A swordsman ought to put his torso into a hit, turned his hips, set his feet, setting his whole body into a kinetic chain that ended at the blade, a seamless flow of momentum. But only Jez's arm moved. It looked less like a powerful slash and more like a painter drawing a line with the world's sharpest brush, a casual flick. His Yama's chain severed halfway through, smoked away, along with a fraction of Dorian's hard-earned chi. Dorian stared. That's disgusting. Severing a chain like that? Not even the Dweller's claws could do such a thing. How sharp was that slash? And then came something even more disgusting. The dismembered chain flared gold at the edges. In a blink it was outlined in it. The gold drew in, encroaching on the laws of darkness, smothering them. The golden tide engulfed the rest of the chains. In a heartbeat, his chain had been stolen from him. Then it flew up and turned towards him. Jez shook his head. He didn't seem the slightest bit fazed, nor nervous, nor even like he was taking this seriously at all. He looked to Dorian like he was entertaining a child throwing a tantrum. He looked happy to do it, which was the most annoying part. Dorian, for his part, glared at the skies. He imagined he could see Fate's twinkling eyes staring back at him. He spat a florid stream of curses. "Really?" So Jez had the ability to steal the chi from his techniques, which meant Dorian couldn't afford to throw anything carelessly, not even probing strikes like that chain. "I've heard much of you, Dorian, Lord of Time," called Jez. He sounded amused. "It doesn't matter what form you take. They say in your first life you wrapped time so that every strike came when your enemy least expected it. They say you're a god made of tricks, like fighting a storm, they say." He raised his arms wide. His teeth were like blocks of white gold in his mouth. "I know what you're capable of. I know who you are. Please, show me." 170. The End. 5. How annoying. If he threw out another technique, he risked getting it ripped from him, turned on him. If he tried close combat, frankly, he didn't fancy his chances against that sword in close quarters. So what'll it be? Galactic Inferno? He scratched his chin. Now didn't seem like the right time to unleash his trump card. Not when his enemy was stood there a safe distance away and inviting him to strike. No. He ought to unleash it upon Jez in a moment of weakness, up close, for maximal effect. He chewed on the problem, frowning. Meanwhile, Jez cocked his head. Below, hordes of his beasts poured through the Azcan walls like floodwaters through a broken dam. "I eagerly await. You do not have the luxury of waiting, I'm afraid," Jez said. "Don't I?" Dorian squinted at the horizon. But alas, no sign of the creature he hoped to see. "Fine, I'll go it alone." He turned his gaze to Jez once more and started to plan. The god seemed oddly content to let him do it, like he was observing a curious specimen in a laboratory. There wasn't a hint of hatred in his gaze, the sort Dorian might expect when confronting his family's murderer. It was all slightly unnerving. Usually Dorian was the one doing the unnerving. A model of the battlefield materialized in Dorian's mind. An idea branched out, cohering, playing out into a grand strategy. He saw it all laid out step by step, a web of techniques, counters, counters. Yes, this will do quite nicely. His eyes flashed. If he can keep a straight face after this, I'll eat my own core. They stared each other down, neither moving. Dorian feigned calm. Jez looked calm. Yet an incredible tension hung between them. There was a gravity to this moment, like the feeling a man has as he stares into an endless abyss, the feeling before he leaps. It verged on unbearable. Then Dorian broke it. He struck. He raised his hand, and the world grew black. Darkness laws sullied the air like a shale of oil spilling into water. "Darken the sky!" Shadows swam up from the sands. Shadow streamed down from the clouds. Jez blinked, watching them coalesce around him, a cage formed of the laws of darkness, not so close that he could touch them, not so close that he could slice them and make them his own, but they fenced him in a loose sphere. The arrogance of this Jez, letting him set up on the battlefield for free, not raising a finger to prep. Why, I'm nearly insulted. In a duel it used to be that no one, not even the saints, could afford to take me lightly. Have I been away so long the world has forgotten who I am? Time for a reminder. He whirled into shadow and vanished, and came out right above Jez, spraying a tongue of flame at him. Jez glanced up, brow furrowing, sword hand reaching up to slice, and Dorian cut it off, vanished it before Jez could strike it. A feint. In the same instant, he dove into another hovering pool of shadow and was gone, and came up under Jez, his javelin spearing up at the man at lightning speed. Jez glanced down. Up came his hand again, sword hand whipping down, but Dorian threw a Yama's chain into the shadow pool beneath him in the same instant. It came out through the pool above Jez, Yama's chain smashing down, javelin spearing up, a pincer. Now he saw Jez frowning in earnest. But the god had fast reactions. Dorian would give him that. The golden chain, the one Jez stole from him, flew up to block his own. Jez's sword flew down to block the javelin. And then both Dorian's chain and his javelin retracted, vanished to smoke. They, too, were only decoys, techniques to bide time. Time for more techniques. 4 chains struck out from shadows all around Jez. There was no time to slice each of them. Jez threw up both hands. Golden veined shields like the chrysalis of a butterfly ensconced him neatly. But the chains never met them. They, too, vanished, for they were also feints. Jez laughed, delighted. He was forced to cut himself off an instant later as 9 tongues of fire laws rushed at him from all sides. Laws which also vanished as soon as he threw up another shield. Soft sparks of chi splattered against it, useless. And then the attacks poured on in earnest, streaming in from all sides, one after another, a rising storm of fire and darkness. A storm of fakes. Jez looked faintly amused at it all. Then Dorian threw in a real strike, a supercharged Yama's chain thick with darkness laws that didn't vanish with the rest, that gored against the side of Jez's chrysalis. The shield shattered. Jez whirled around, eyes widening. The sword flew up in a slash. The chain smoked away before he could touch it. This was Dorian's route of attack. Feints, misdirection, unbalancing. And they did draw out an effect from Jez, even if he still seemed strangely pleased as he reacted. The idea was simple. Feints were false attacks, attacks he merely pretended to commit to, so they also cost him little in the way of chi. But they served a critical purpose. They made the enemy feel like a leaf in a howling storm, and that made all the difference. They made it impossible to tell fake attacks from real, to even discern where and when the true strike would come. And more than that, they forced the enemy to dull their own senses, to second-guess their own reactions. It was clear it was working. As more and more illusions bore down upon him, Jez was struggling to keep up. Normally, this was where the panic would set in. But he was still smiling, like this was all some grand game to him, and he was playing along. Dorian frowned. "A wonderful display," said Jez. "As frenzied as legend says. Yet you won't defeat me with mere lights and shadows." He sounded amused. "Are you stalling, Dorian?" Dorian snorted. Of course not. Well, mostly. There was, to Dorian's great annoyance, still no dweller on the horizon to spice things up. What the hells was taking that thing so long? But no matter. At this point, he hardly needed the beast. All this feinting was more than a light show. It was a setup. 4 Yama's chains rushed out, coiling around Jez, constricting fast. Jez blinked. Instantly, his sword whipped out, carving a line of pure light. But Dorian let it carve into his chi, cleanly cleaving his laws of darkness. His chains went limp, quickly felled, falling away. Jez looked surprised that Dorian had let it happen so easily. The chains shivered, taking on shades of gold. But of course those chains were not the true attack. They were only very big, visible distractions. The instant Jez committed to his slash, the javelin pierced out at blistering speed from a shadow right behind his head, a spear laden with darkness and fire, howling with chi. Jez whirled around. Then he saw he was a fraction of a heartbeat from being gored by the javelin. He grimaced, serious for the first time this whole fight. His hands shot up, and from them poured a sheet of shining gold chi, a sheet which layered onto him like a second skin. But of course, this javelin was not the true attack either. The feints bought time for this blitz of chains. The chains bought time for the javelin. And now the javelin bought time for the strike Dorian had been charging this whole time. If he'd thrown it outright, it would have been obvious, easily blocked, easily anticipated. Jez would have had all the time in the world to dodge. But at the highest levels, tiny margins made all the difference. One by one, the strikes flowed, granting him a little more momentum, a little more time that added up slowly, surely. Dorian smiled savagely. Gotcha. He let loose, and so much chi left his body at once he nearly blacked out. Jez was still throwing up his defense for the javelin when the galactic inferno poured out from the shadows behind him with the force of a falling star. Then things happened very quickly. Jez felt it before he saw it. It must have been hard not to, like feeling the heat of the sun on his back. He knew instantly. Dorian saw his eyes go wide. The javelin drilled into the shield furiously. A shower of gold light flew up. There was no time to cast another as the inferno fell upon him. There was not even time to turn. In that moment, Dorian saw Jez's tiny body silhouetted black against the shining mass of chi behind him, a mass rarely ever seen wrought upon this realm. The only bright spots were his eyes. They locked on Dorian's. They softened. He looked grateful. Dorian was struck then by how calm his eyes seemed. This was not the look of a god about to lose his prime avatar in a realm. This was the look of a man who'd had a grand time playing a fun game and had lost like a gentleman, graciously. Then his eyes hardened. It was the look of a man who had decided he was done playing by the rules of the game. A horrible premonition came upon Dorian. Then it was like the whole plane gasped. Time slowed to a crawl. But there were no laws here. No, it was a dilation of space and time caused by the influx of an amount of chi so huge it distorted the fabric of reality. Then Jez burned. There was suddenly so much chi in him that his body could not hold it all. Then the image before Dorian switched colors. It was Jez who was the beacon in the dusk, his body shining so bright it was dissolving before Dorian's very eyes. So bright it was blinding even for his enhanced eyes. So bright it made the inferno behind him seem a dark backdrop in contrast. At a speed no creature under heaven should have been capable of, Jez whirled around, raised his sword, and slashed. 171. The End, 6. There was a slash like no other, a slash to end the world. The world was reduced to 2 dimensions. Sound lost meaning. Dorian's vision turned black and white. All else was static. Static on his tongue, his skin, crackling across his skull. Before his eyes, one piercing white line met the surging black and red of the inferno. The line drew up in one smooth stroke. Laws broke. Thick cords of chi were torn apart. The line reached the top and was done. For an instant the galactic inferno hovered there, that great mass of fearsome chi, still struggling forward, as though unable to believe it had just been sliced in 2. Then it fell apart. A corona of scalding heat, a rush of shrieking air. One moment Dorian hovered mid-air. The next he was smashed head-first into the sands, skidding across a dune, flipping on his head once, twice. All about an explosion of chi and law sundered the world. He was thrust under a mound of sand with the force of a falling comet, and all went dark. Seconds later he popped out, dragging in breaths, groaning. His body felt as though it had been scraped raw from the inside, then flayed for good measure. It was a minor miracle his limbs still bent the right way. Spitting out a mouthful, he tried to get his bearings. He rubbed sand from his eyes, joints screeching in protest, and frowned. He rubbed some more. It wasn't his imagination. The surface of the sands glistened like the top of a frozen lake. That blast was so hot it had turned the sand to glass. To his side, the whole front face of the Azcan wall was knocked over. Its sides struggled in vain to stay upright. Nothing stirred. Not a man, not a beast. Fresh skeletons, bones half melted, were strewn about in heaps. Turgid clouds of stinking dark gas, the meaty parts of bodies sublimed in the blast, floated free into the skies. Dazed, he gazed out at a land without dunes, a land made flat, a glass land. At its center, not 20 paces from Dorian, was a stump of a man. No legs, one arm, half his torso remained. His insides leaked slowly out of him. Jez's smile was much less kindly now that he did it with no teeth. He spoke. A garbled mess of syllables came out. He frowned, made a hand gesture. One moment, and then gold flared at the stumps of his torso. Gold wreathed his sagging gums. Gold chi wrapped his arms, and where it touched, fingers grew back, clear-skinned and whole. The start of a leg. Bones and thighs and hamstrings and tendons formed before Dorian's very eyes, lengthening visibly. Dorian drew in another dragging breath. He gaped. By now, Jez had regenerated a tongue and half his teeth. "Well played," said the god. This time his grin was monstrous. Genuine, but monstrous. "I hadn't thought I'd need to resort to that." Dorian stared at him. One eye twitched. "That," he croaked, "was stupid." "If it is any consolation," said Jez with an embarrassed smile, "against any other god, you would have won." A faint buzzing sound filled Dorian's ears. "No," he said. "No, no, no. I refuse to accept this." Jez blinked. "Pardon?" Dorian waved a trembling finger at him. "You undo that nonsense this instant." "Ah, I'm sorry," the god said gently. "I know this must be quite the disappointment. He paused. His eyes turned up, unfocused, glimmering gold. "Oh," he said softly. He turned back to Dorian. "Please excuse me. I must finish up my business in the upper realms, and this task will require the sum total of my concentration. In the meantime, I shall have to bind you up. I hope that's all right." Jez had fully healed now. Fully healed. From his body, Dorian could sense the same chi aura he'd had as before the bout. It was as though he hadn't been in a battle at all. Dorian, meanwhile, was still at less than 10% of his chi. His body felt like it had been stung all over by a hive of wasps. He couldn't resist in the slightest as Jez waved a hand, and a cord of gold thread wrapped his arms and legs and hands, then drilled into the sands, piercing glass and diving farther, anchoring him to some bedrock layer. "Don't waste your time plying the shadow realm. These restraints anchor you in body and soul. You cannot escape them." Jez shot him one last apologetic glance. "I shall return to finish this shortly. Please, bear with me." He sat in a meditative posture, closed his eyes, and was still. Far above, a hot gale of humid wind blew gently. "What the fuck?" Dorian started to giggle. Then he laughed. Then he started to choke, lungs burning up, hunching over. "Well, shit." He looked down at the ropes binding him, then at Jez. "What the hell was I supposed to do?" Jez had that this whole time. He could draw upon an infinite pool of power, at will. Dorian shook his head, bemused. The only limit was his body's ability to hold it. But what did that matter? Let his body burn up. He could always regenerate it instantly, too, apparently. Fuck. He kept giggling. All he could do was throw up his hands. Not his real hands, those were bound. He was exasperated, amused, nearly hysterical. He couldn't even bring himself to be mad. From the distance, he could faintly hear the sounds of human wails. He heard far more roars of beasts. The fleet forms of dragons drifted over the far side of the oasis, spraying fire and bursts of law. Probably they were so deep in the oasis already that they'd been shielded from the blast. Good for them. At least now his soul contract could hardly fault him. It specified he defend Azcan to the best of his ability. The best of his ability right now was nearly nothing. What was he supposed to do? Wiggle aggressively at those dragons? Speaking of, the longer this went, the fewer sparks of chi flew up, the softer the human cries got. High above, a dragon roared its displeasure in the distance. It sent down a shower of fire laws. "Hold, you gormless fox! Hold!" screamed Guildhead Ton. A web of blue chi shimmered in charged air, streaming from dozens of sticks held aloft. They held up a translucent blue dome. Dozens of wide eyes watched as a line of shining red touched the tip of the dome. It was surprisingly gentle. There was a crack. Crag frowned at the crack. Eudora Azcan gasped at it. Her father, missing an eye and an arm, fell to a knee, head bowed. Lynn cried out, shivering as she braced behind a shield artifact. She knew it wouldn't save her. She clung tight to it anyway, hoping, despite it all, eyes squeezed shut. She couldn't stop the tears. Then the dome blew open, and hellfire fell from the heavens. There was a string of sharp bangs, flashes of scalding light and voices, high and desperate, crying out, dwindling, then one last awful crash, and all was still. And then, silence. Dorian felt a bond within him break. His soul contract. His eyes widened. Wait, a soul contract could only be broken by one side, the contractor. His contractor was the people of the Oasis. All of them, which could mean only one thing. They're all dead. The Oasis Lord, Lynn, Princess Eudora, the Rat King, Crag, Marshal Elder Cal, Guild Leader Ton. To his surprise, he felt a tinge of regret. Just a tinge. A bittersweet realization followed. If he was to defend Azcan to the best of his ability, and Azcan was gone, what was there to defend? The contract was voided. The contractors were gone. I guess that's one way to get out of it. He snorted, giggling more. Fail utterly. He kept giggling and giggling. Then the giggling tamped down. Then he was silent. And at last he arrived at the rather depressing conclusion that he was at last, finally, totally, utterly done. Nothing he could conjure now could hold up to that dumb cheat. Next life, priority number 1 was to avoid Jez at all costs. He sighed and waited for the end. And then his eyes shot back open. He was struck by an awful, piercing feeling, like a limb of his was being slowly sawed off by a blunt knife. But it was hardly physical. It was mental, in the realm of the soul. He sat bolt upright. His face went bone white. What had Jez said? He had some business in the upper realms to finish. Hadn't Hu Yi gone to battle the man to stop him from cutting down the Tree of Eternity? The tree which upheld the Zenith realm itself, and by extension, the unstuck space? The space which held all his godly possessions, including his main body? He committed suicide. No hesitation. He went instantly. Triggered his soul to fly free. A buried spell of the Ninth Order, a spell of God King origin, shone deep within him with laws of fate and time and life, great laws incomprehensible to his current form, laws wielded by the highest gods. There was a flash of chi and emerald light. His eyes rolled back, his body slumped forth. His soul streamed up from his body, seeking its origins the way a moth seeks flame. Crack! In the space of his spirit, there was a severing. He was overwhelmed by a pungent feeling, something like nostalgia. He felt like a very old man whose younger years receded quickly from memory, fading away, winking out until nothing but empty space filled the gaps. No, no! The flame was snuffed out. His soul, floundering, snapped back to his tied-up body. His eyes snapped open once more, wide and bloodshot, and he gasped. He found himself trembling. The horrible implications hovered above him. 2 things must have happened. He would not have believed either one, not in 10 millennia, had he not felt it in his very soul. The first was that he could not feel any connection to himself. He was cut off from the unstuck space. The return spell was broken off, which could only mean one thing. Jez had gone through with it. Somehow that insane bastard had done it. It meant one more thing, too. His brother had fallen. And at last, his mind circled around to the grim conclusion slowly, shiftily, like a prisoner being marched to his hanging. If I die here, now, that's it. 172. The End, 7. His smile slipped off his face. Tied up in the middle of some shit lower realm, put down like some common hound, this was how he'd go out. And Hu Yi, too. How in the nine hells had he let this happen? The evidence was plainly laid out, yet Dorian could still not get a firm grasp of it. It simply made no sense. His brother was like the rising sun. It didn't simply stop. The thought sank like a stone down his throat, stuck there. He swallowed. He felt it settle heavily in his chest. Could it? He glared up at the skies, at the upper realm. How could you let yourself lose to this smarmy upstart? To his surprise, a sharp pang of some foreign feeling pierced his chest, a feeling he hadn't felt in a very long time. Fuck. You'd better not be dead, you bastard. I'd never forgive you. Trussed up like a hog bound for slaughter, left stranded in the desert of glass. Really, it should have been comical. He found most dire situations at least a little silly. Yet right now he grasped for humor within him and found nothing. Something about the looming mortality of it really put a dampener on things. He swallowed, grimacing. He looked down at himself. Oh, to hell's with this. Even hogs had the self-respect to squirm until the knife came down. He started to struggle. Buck thrust up against the golden rope with all the might of his reforged body, gasping as he did. Each of his hands could crush a block of steel like an egg. His legs could dent the oasis walls on their own. And yet the rope held firm. He cursed. Suddenly he was in no mood for jokes. Sunlight winked down at him, mocking him. He bucked again. Nothing. He cast about, desperate. No shadows nearby. All was flat. He squinted at the wrecked lumps of metal hundreds of paces away. Darken the sky! Then he dragged out a shadow, yanked it all the way beneath his feet, and tried stepping in it. It admitted him. For one blissful moment he thought Jez was wrong. He thought he was free. Then he looked down. One gold rope anchored his ankle. It ran up his body, bound his soul. It yanked him like a leash. He was thrown unceremoniously back into this realm. Fuck! What else was there? Nothing in his interspatial ring would make any difference now. There was no devil's promise, no more bloodline burning, no last cheap tricks. All he had was a piddling sliver of chi left in his body. It was regenerating naturally, but it was still no more than 10%. He opened his mouth, drew it all up in one glut, and let it loose. Galactic Inferno! A stream of black and red splattered against the thread binding his leg. Then it faded out, the thread still intact. It was less bright. That had knocked it down a few degrees. He yanked on it again, and it felt firm as ever. He sighed. Whatever damage he'd done wasn't nearly enough. He'd expected as much. And now he was really out. There was barely enough chi in him left to manage a handful of shadow jumps. Groaning, he let himself fall on his side, spent and bruised. His head throbbed awfully. His whole body throbbed awfully, come to think of it. Black spots started to riddle his vision, swimming at the corners of his eyes. There was one particularly long one in the middle, just peeking over the horizon. He squinted at it. It almost seemed like... He blinked. The line came into sharp focus. He started to laugh again, hysterically, heaving side to side. There was nothing else to do, really. The goddamned dweller! He tried to make rude hand gestures at the beast. He only succeeded in flipping himself on his face. Spitting out sand, he squirmed back upright. Couldn't you have come any earlier? Heavens! The timing was fantastic. He might as well have been served up on a platter for it. He kept laughing and laughing and laughing. And then he choked and frowned. He glanced at the dweller again, meandering closer, and saw spurts of darkness and fire chi streaming from its mouth. He glanced at the cord at his legs, the slightly dimmer bit, the bit he'd damaged with his tiny galactic inferno, with his darkness and fire chi. He glanced at the dweller, darkness and fire streaming from its mouth. He glanced at the cord. His eyes went wide. There is not a chance in the 9 hells this is going to work. The fate of the multiverse, it seemed, was about to rest on one thing: whether Dorian could outlast a cord. How the hells am I going to do this? The setup would have to be perfect. First, the bare essentials he'd need for survival: his brain, his core, and maybe his heart. The lower half of his body was mostly optional. He'd live to grow them back. The setup came to him easily, a stroke of inspiration. His penchant for dumb good plans might just save him. It would take some luck, of course. He was beyond caring. First, he drew a small pool of shadow behind him. If things went to play, he'd go in head first, like a diver entering a watering hole. Then he waited and waited and waited, his tongue like a chunk of dried wood in his mouth. Seconds stretched out to tiny eternities, and then, at last, the dweller was in range. They locked eyes. Dorian stuck out his tongue. Then he turned around and bent over, exposing his ass to the creature. They didn't speak the same language, but some gestures were universal. Behind him came a roar, a very, very angry roar. All about him, glass cracked, splintered, shattered. He winced. Whispering an apology to his poor behind, he braced himself. Here it comes. This position served 3 crucial functions. First, obviously, it enraged the creature. He meant to goad it into unleashing its most potent attacks. It could just chomp him up, of course, but he had a hunch. The eruption of chi behind him would put some volcanoes to shame. Yes! Laws flared around it, infusing them, charging them, building to some superheated monstrosity of a blast. It felt for a moment like he was mooning the sun. The second function was to protect his vital parts, head and core. Present his lower half, which included the cord, to be struck by the technique first. The third function was to get himself in position. His head was already a mere inch from the pool of shadow. His torso was angled to dive straight into it. He was but a flicker of will away from escaping. In the second before the strike, 2 things happened in rapid succession. Drawing on his reserves, Dorian did a rough estimation of chi. He put all he could spare into a void shield, covering only his legs and ass, leaving the cord exposed. Then there was a flash of light to his left. A smiling Jez returned with the sort of self-satisfied face one wears when one is ready to unleash a long-winded monologue. His gaze flickered to the dragon. His eyes widened. His gaze flickered to Dorian and the position he was in. They widened further. They locked eyes. Dorian gave the man his very best "fuck you" wink. He tried to insert some menace into it, some promise of vengeance, perhaps, but it was rather hard to look intimidating in his current position. Then he promptly took it up the ass. Fire and darkness descended upon him. The blast ran straight into his void shield, was halted for but a fraction of a second. Then it crumpled like old paper and engulfed flesh. Dorian screeched. In the same instant, it relieved him of his body parts below the shin. But not the rope. The rope held tight for a fraction of a second longer, just long enough for the fire to take him up to the hips. Then, mercifully, it gave. Jez shouted something incomprehensible. He threw out a hand. Strings of gold lashed out at Dorian, but it was too late. Dorian's head dipped into shadow. His torso followed easily, propelled by the blast. His mind, his spirit, his legless body all craved oblivion then, But he couldn't rest now, even as the pain rose in a searing white tide, threatening to blank out all thought. He gritted his teeth. Just a few more. The first jump took him to the bottom of the sinkhole, and then he was gone. Gone along that route he'd tread mere hours before, slingshotting himself through the shadow realm to freedom. His one way out. Tears stung his eyes. He would have whooped if he wasn't about to pass out. 1 jump, 2, 3. The rest streamed together. It was in a sort of half-conscious haze that he finally reached the mouth of the portal. Vision swimming, head pounding, he launched himself through that gap between realms. The last thing he remembered doing was driving his law-tipped javelin through the portal's open mouth, severing the threads of chi that held it in place, cutting off the doorway behind him as he went through. He blacked out before his head hit the soil of hell. 173. Epilogue? One plain arrow flew through the void, slow and heavy, like a battleship cruising inky seas. Its aim was true as it traced an arc through the multiverse. Again! Dorian rushed at his brother, teeth bared, smiling wide as a jackal. The storm began. Feint jab, cross to the body, pivot, jab, cross, head kick, and a dip out, smooth as you like. Hu Yi looked positively bored. Block, block, dodge, 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 block. Then, timed in perfect unison with Dorian's dip, a vicious stomp to Dorian's midsection. Wheezing, he was sent sprawling across the training field. Dorian cursed, scrambling to his feet. Hu Yi looked on impassively. Again. How? You're predictable. Dorian spat out a clump of weeds, then glared. Ah, come off it. I had no pattern. I wasn't even thinking as I moved. That was pure improvisation. It's sloppy. I won the city tournament with that sloppiness, said Dorian loftily. The martial elders said I'm a genius. Hu Yi arched a brow. That says more about them than you. Why do I get the feeling you think every way of fighting that isn't yours is sloppy? Because it's true, said Hu Yi with a shrug. Prick, Dorian snorted. Tell me how you did it. It's simple. There was that look again, that expression which on a less regal face might be a smirk. On his it was a sort of subtle smugness, infuriating. There is no such thing as the new, he said. Innovation is an illusion. It is a recombination of old parts. There are only so many patterns of footwork, so many optimal paths to strike with the techniques at your disposal. You can play with timing, angles, and distance, but there are only so many moves. And? Dorian raised a brow. Old Pangu had just one move, Fist of the New World. He used it over and over. Everyone knew it was coming. They still couldn't stop it. I won because I know not only your toolbox, but also how you will use it. Hu Yi stared flatly at him. I have in my mind a complete model of your mind. I know what you will do before you do it. I know what you will do before you know you will do it. Thus, the instant you set foot on a path, I am there to meet you at its end. When you decide to strike, I have already thrown the counter. I see the future and the past. In the end, I always win. He crossed his arms. This is what you ought to aim for. There is no future in chaos. Your style is childish. You should have discarded it long ago, little brother. So I have said to you again and again and again. Dorian considered this for a long moment. At last, Nah, he said, smiling. I'm just not good enough at it yet. I'll catch you one day. You just watch. You'll never learn, will you? Hu Yi shook his head, gave a long-suffering sigh. Then a slow, begrudging smile spread across his face. Fine. Go on, then. Surprise me. Very few things in this multiverse could put this expression on Jez's face. His mouth hung slightly open, His eyes bulged, twitching, threatening to fall off his face. He stared at the spot where Dorian had winked at him, at the patch of glass where a shadow had once been, then winked out, at the charred clump of gold chi threads sticking to the ground, swaying gently in the lazy winds. He kept blinking, and staring. How? Then a shadow loomed over him. A grating screech blasted him, loud enough to splinter the glass he stood on. He turned to face this strange newcomer, this pet of Dorian's he'd apparently summoned from thin air to free him. A dragon, sleek curves made its face. Its spines jutted like a shelf of knives, masterfully crafted. A lovely beast, well made. Then it opened its mouth and made to scorch him. He sighed, raised his hand, drew a clean horizontal line. The scene stood still. Jez waited. Then gravity finally took its toll. The great neck, head and all, slid from the lower half of the body and thundered into the sands. The body still stood upright, balanced nicely on big, deadened hind legs. Well made indeed. Jez turned back to the empty spot, the spot Dorian had been. "Huh, I see. Well done," he whispered, eyes twinkling. Slowly, to nobody in particular, he clapped. Kaya woke and immediately wished she hadn't. Her head pounded something awful. Her vision was littered with yawning black holes. There was no spit in her mouth. She felt dry as a rotten carcass. She groaned, propping herself up to her arms. It was about as far as her body was willing to go. "Good evening," a voice said softly. She looked up. It was the strange man with gold eyes, silhouetted against a sky the color of burning. Jez, the one she'd struck a bargain with. It all seemed so distant now that the rush was past and she was all hollowed out. "Where am I?" she croaked. She felt as beaten as a strip of old jerky. She could hardly swivel her head about. What she could see made no sense. A big old hole in the ground, steel walls torn up, broken, sagging open like tent flaps along jagged zippers, the sound of silence, heavy as fog, hanging over it all. "This is the Azcan Oasis," said Jez. "Or rather, what's left of it." His words floated in one ear and out the other. They made no sense. She frowned. "What?" "It's all gone," said Jez with a sigh. Kaya opened her mouth. No sound came out. "There was a duel between deities. An attack went awry. I'm sorry. When godly powers enter mortal realms, these things happen." She looked round again, slower this time, struggling to take it all in. Her head pounded, fiercer now. She hadn't much connection to this folk. In fact, they'd been asses to her since the moment she'd come. But still. "I wish it weren't this way either." Jez's eyes seemed to glow in the sunset. "I'd like to make a world where this sort of thing never has to happen, where each and every creature is free to pursue their joys, free from the oppressions of the powerful, where we can all share in the wonders of chi. But many people don't like that, and sometimes there's no other way." Kaya took that in silently. They sat there for a while, letting the acrid smell of smoke, the ruined sights, the warm colors of the sunset wash over them. "This duel," she said softly, "was one of the deities you?" "Yes." "Was the other my brother?" No hesitation. "In a manner of speaking, yes." She lunged for his throat. She hardly made it a foot off the ground. Gently, he caught her arm and lowered her back down. "You're injured," he said, brows furrowing. He looked genuinely concerned. "Rest. There will be time to hurt me later." "You," she snarled. I should have known there was something off about you, about all that gold stuff." The city burned. It all felt like a fever dream. These past few weeks, like she'd been drunk off something far stronger than wine and was only now sobering. She lay there, trembling. But still there was an itch prickling at the back of her mind, strengthening by the second. A want. The gold chi, it felt like living. It felt so right. It plugged some hole in her she didn't even know she had. Yet, she growled, shaking her head. "Your brother," said Jez sadly, "is dead." Her head snapped up. Her eyes were wide, red-rimmed. "Huh?" "You've noticed the changes, surely?" Jez cocked his head. "For a decade and a half, Io was one way, I'll wager, and these last few weeks he became another. Am I right?" Kaya gaped at him. Her heart lurched. It felt like someone had taken a hammer and split her head clean in two. She instantly felt defensive, and yet... He just said something some dark, horrible, deep-down part of her thought. But up till now, she couldn't bring herself to face it, couldn't make herself believe. But the ugly thing was out there now, hanging in the air. "How'd you know?" she whispered. "I didn't kill your brother. The monster that wears your brother's skin did. He's a tricky one. A monster I've been tracking for quite some time. A monster who has long schemed cruelties like this. His name is Dorian. He is, in truth, a god king, among the most infamous god kings of all, one who leaves great suffering in his wake wherever he goes. In my perfect world, there won't be anyone like him." Kaya stared up at him, wide-eyed. She was finding it hard to speak. She was finding it hard to think. "At first I wished to convert him. Wishful thinking, perhaps." He chuckled ruefully. "Then I trapped him. I thought I had him. But even at the bottom of an ocean he can find a breath of air, it seems. He's gone now. Far gone." He chuckled, eyeing her. "All is not lost." His hand hadn't left her wrist. "As fate would have it, we have a body that shares blood with his own. A sibling. Through the use of your shared blood and a great deal of scrying, perhaps we can track him down again. Will you help me?" His eyes met her own. "Will you help me avenge the death of your brother and bring justice to Dorian for good?" Dorian found himself in a blank white space he was frankly getting sick of. Another damned vision? He was in the middle of bleeding out. He hardly had time to waste on this nonsense. As far as he knew, his body, the mangled remains of his torso, was lying face down in literal hell. He was minutes from bleeding out. That was if the djinn and imps and drakes and all manner of awful critters didn't take him first. "What now, Fate?" he snapped. A figure materialized before him in plain-clothed dress, plain face. Dorian stopped cold. "Not quite," said Hu Yi dryly. "Greetings, little brother. How have you been? Still keeping up with your footwork drills, I hope?" A beat. Then Dorian tackled him. But in this unreal realm, their bodies were both ghostly. He went straight through to the other side. Hu Yi raised a brow. "I see." Dorian crossed his arms, looking as cross as he could manage. "How could you let yourself lose to that smiley moron?" A snort. "You hardly did any better." Dorian spluttered. "I'm not you buffoon. You're Hu Yi. In your duel with the Rain Dragon King, you modeled every goddamned grain of sand on the beach. You looked decades ahead. How the hells didn't you see this coming?" "I did," said Hu Yi, rolling his eyes. "Sometimes foresight is not enough. You can know what your opponent will do. You can know how and when they will do it. Yet in the face of absolute power, none of that matters. I had to pick my battles." "I see," said Dorian. So. It has been a few millennia. It's well past due we caught up. But, unfortunately, I'm about to bleed out. In hell. So time's rather short." "Ah, yes," Hu Yi smirked. And you've landed in a most ironic circle of hell, I must say. Fate has a sense of humor. Dorian ignored the jab. He sighed. Idiot brother. Fate of the multiverse on the line, and he still had time to jibe. I liked you better split up. So do I, said Hu Yi. Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. I've been wounded rather horribly, and trapped, for good measure. I shall be of no use to your dying body. I shall be of no use to anyone for a very long time. So I'm fucked. We're all fucked. Not necessarily. Hu Yi's eyes twinkled. You are right, in a sense. I did see this coming. What's the use? Cried Dorian. You failed. Not necessarily. An enigmatic smile. This duel between Jez and I is, shall we say, unfinished. How it ends depends on you. What in the 9 hells is that supposed to mean? Hu Yi scratched his chin. There is a way out, he said finally. Seek out the infinity hearts. They are the locus of his power. They must be dealt with. But first, you shall not survive in hell long in human form, and a human with a bloodline transfusion shall not cut it. You will need a dragon form. Rather fortuitous, you've got a torch dragon lineage. After that, he frowned, then shrugged. Too many variables, too hard to calculate. I've done all I can. There is a resistance. Fate is doing his best, and at last others are listening. Do try not to be eaten in the meantime. You have landed in a rather thorny spot. The power vacuum you left has led to a mess. But it is your own doing, I fear. Perhaps it's fitting you're left to deal with its consequences. Best of luck. He paused. Oh, and his expression softened. It is wonderful to see you again after all this time, little brother. Truly. Do take care. Wait! The scene dissolved. Dorian woke up and immediately wished he hadn't. His head pounded like his brain was trying to break free of his skull. He groaned, flopping on his back, and opened his eyes. And frowned. He glanced back. The portal had dropped him in the same plane, smoldering red rock, broken up, floating on a lake of sluggish magma. A ring of volcanoes gurgled shining lava in the distance. He squinted. It was a strangely familiar plane, now that he had a second to really take it in. He squinted harder. There were bodies here littered all about the plane, coated in a thin layer of volcanic ash, dried-up remnants, strewn like torn puzzle pieces on the molten ground. A few limbs here, a head there. If you squinted, you could make out the vague outlines of egrets and djinn and gargoyles. He could not believe what he was seeing. If he was not mistaken, if he was where he thought he was, this level of hell was filled with warring demon kingdoms, hordes of roaming djinn, lairs and dungeons even he hadn't dared touch as he ascended, where every passing beast could be a demigod, where dead god-kings made long-buried tombs, horrible spirits and ghosts ruled the skies, where great opportunities and greater dangers lurked in equal measure. It was the most treacherous, most vile layer of hell. He knew this because he had died here many, many, many times. He knew this because, more pertinently, he had just been here. In fact, he was not 50 strides away from the spot where, mere months prior, he had stabbed Demon King Yama through with a sword the color of blood. "Fuck!" was all he got out, before ash rushed into his mouth, choking him. Above him, coal clouds shifted in a starless, sunless sky. So began Dorian's adventure through the 9th circle of hell. Again. The final run began now. 174. Demon Food 1. Molten Plains, 9th circle of hell. Dorian flopped about, gasping, feeling like a slab of meat left too long on the grill. Beneath him lay a vast stretch of molten coal veined with fissures, shifting uneasily atop a sea of churning magma. Hunks of the stuff jutted up everywhere, clumping into hills, gently rising and falling with the currents. A floating wasteland spurting with lava, stretching far as the eye could see. His stumped arms throbbed, his stumped waist leaked, his intestines oozed slowly out of him. Even the air hurt to breathe. Its sandpaper smog grated his lungs, brought up coughs flecked with blood. His skin was cooked red, and tiny sparks of cheese singed his hairs. His weak human body couldn't cope. It simply didn't belong here. He groaned. First things first, he needed a new body, and fast. A dragon form, like Hu Yi said. What else had his blasted brother blabbered about? Something about infinity hearts, was it? The source of Hu Yi's power? A dizzy spell struck. The insides of his head rattled like a gong. He fell over, hacking up a gout of blood. He groaned, flopping to his back, breathing heavily, trying his best not to throw up what was left of his lungs. He was reminded of how he started this run back in the desert tribes, poisoned, dying, underground, in a scorpion's hive. There had been some fun to it, way back then. Survival had been a game, a fresh challenge. That was before his soul got cut off, of course, before he was left stranded here. Now his death would be painfully permanent. That stark fact sucked most of the whimsy out of it, truth be told. He glanced down at his stumped self. An image came to mind, of himself wriggling furiously as some gargoyle sauntered up to him, bent over, and swallowed him in a gulp. At least it'd make for a funny way to go. Not much comfort, but you took all the scraps you could get in a time like this. Laughing at his own plight was still laughing, and if he didn't even have a little laughter left in him, he was done. What else did he have? He looked back down at himself. Not limbs, certainly. His bottom half was slowly sealing, sparking with darkness and fire, whatever little chi he had left trying furiously to sew him back up, trying and failing spectacularly. It was like a very fat man trying to squeeze into pants a few sizes too small. Despite his best efforts, body parts kept spilling out. Dorian stared at it. He felt for his chi reserves. Empty. He glanced at his stumped arm. It had once had a hand that had wore an interspatial ring full of all sorts of goodies that would have been quite handy right about now. Alas, also gone. He wiggled his left stump. He wiggled his right stump. He frowned. It seems I'm fucked. Well, he died before, and it wasn't so bad. Wasn't like life was so much better. The only way he could bear living was by doing these runs, over and over and over, up, down, all that running. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let himself relax, close his eyes, sink into that warm blackness. Bleh, who am I kidding? Wheezing, he propped himself up to his elbows. He was God's damn Dorian, renowned trickster, god king of time. Sure, he'd been rather horribly beaten, but despair? Utterly ridiculous. He refused it on principle. He'd made it through worse before. He paused. He wiggled his stumps again. He frowned. Have I? It was rather hard to conjure up any examples. He had been in worse situations than this, of course, those he could think of quite easily, but they all ended up with his usually gruesome death. Half the time he went out while shitting himself. At least I haven't got enough intestines left in me to shit myself. Another scrap of comfort, he supposed. Now he had two. A few more, and he could start a collection. He shook his head. He was getting delirious. Maybe it was the blood loss, or maybe it was the painfully recent loss of everything he held dear, which was to say, himself. All his bodies cut off like that, and his entire estate, too, his many mounds of treasures, his servant. It was a lot in one go, even for him. He giggled. He giggled some more. Then he burst out in hysterical, shuddering, hacking laughter. He suspected he was in shock, at least a little. He suspected he was spiraling quite a lot. He frowned. Maybe it was the blood loss. Enough nonsense. He forced himself to think. Think. Think or die. That much was plain. All this gunk of the mind, this loss of his bodies, this loss of his brother, all a very unfunny joke, a joke he resolved to laugh at later. For now, something actionable, moron. How do I fix this? He racked his brain. A long, weighty pause. He racked some more. There was one tiny bright spot. He clung to it. He knew this place. Hell. Knew it like the back of his severed hand. He knew, too, of 1,000 items that'd fix him up in a flash. There were the swamps of the damned, for instance, with their juicy, blood-boiling fruits. Devilish things that'd have him healed in minutes, at the cost of taking on a few curses. There were the twilight caverns, studded with their thousands of crystals, each of which was enough to boost an untrained mortal to the peak of sky. The problem, of course, was that he had no way of getting there, or not dying along the way, for that matter. If only I was at full strength, he groaned. Then he at least stood some minuscule chance. He was so drained of chi that he scarcely had an idea of how to move. Obviously, limbs were out of the question. As for shadow walking, in hell, even gods would be foolish to try that. This was not the lower realms. In hell's shadow realm lurked creatures stripped from children's nightmares, obscenely powerful wraiths with lots and lots of teeth, eager to seize any hapless interloper. At least he could ride the javelin. It wasn't nothing, he supposed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is somehow even worse than the start of my last run. Forget living to see tomorrow. It'll be a minor miracle if I last 10 minutes. What the hells am I supposed to do? Nothing for it. He'd have to be in stump form until he scrounged up some other way to heal, somehow. And he suspected his lifespan in this form was on the order of days, maybe hours. Sharp grating noises filtered to him, a background hum. It was the theme song of this realm. All kinds of horrid shrieks and screeches and howls ground up in one uniquely noxious concoction. It was ear-splitting at first, every time. You got used to it after a while. It brought to mind another stark fact. This place had among the highest monster densities in all the multiverse. The ground shifted beneath him. His eyes went wide. Sheer instinct saved his life. His javelin was there in a spasm of shadows. He clung on to its long chain as best he could with his arm stumps. Then he shot straight up. Just as the ground beneath him erupted, the stone layer bulged up like a red-black tumor, then violently tore apart. A great big head rammed through. A rocky, craggy thing, jaws flared wide, two beady yellow eyes burning, geysers of magma splashing all about it as it arched for him. Hell whale! The javelin shot up fast as it could, Dorian in tow. The jaws rose around it, farther still, and Dorian saw 4 long fins broach the surface. Its whole body seemed forged from ash and brimstone and obsidian, the base elements of hell. The jaws snapped shut, body hanging at the peak of its leap. Then gravity wrestled it down. The beast bellowed, furious at the loss as it sank back into the depths, leaving naught but an upset pool of magma in its wake. Dorian started a sigh of relief. The sigh cut off before he finished it. He realized just how high up he'd gone. There were no clouds here in hell. The closest thing were the endless streams of ghosts churning high above. He saw them a stone's throw away, a layer stretching horizon to horizon, an endless sea of swirling gray whirlpools, of ghastly, moaning faces coursing by. In a panic, he tried to arrest the javelin's motion, sending it arcing back down. It wasn't the ghosts that scared him. It was what lay above. The air up here was infested with creatures he had no business tangling with. and he was getting awful close. Shit. With luck, he'd pull out of this before a screech from up high. A shadow blotted dark gray against the ghostly stream. Dorian shoved his javelin to go with as much mental force as he could muster. Just as a great feathery head burst through the cloud layer, beak flared wide. Its whole body was some shifting molten silver, feathers like plate metal lining its comically wide wings. Quicksilver rock! It came so close he saw his watery, terrified reflection on its shining feathers. Then it dove past, making a slow loop. The grounds erupted again, this time in two places. 2 hell whales breached the surface like mountains rising out of the ocean, jaws unhinged. One clamped a rock wing as it passed. The other spewed out a great big glut of smoldering fire laws. The rock thrashed, twisted, slashed at the hell whale, clamping it with its other wing, edged with shining silver chi. Geysers of gold blood spewed out from the whale's side. It held firm, even as the other whale's technique engulfed the rock's head and did its horrible work. The rock thrashed, howling, choking, melting, then went limp. The technique sludged off it. What had once been a proud, sleek head was now a sagging mess. The whales dragged it under. That was that. Fucking hell! From up here, Dorian got a good eyeful of the place. Demons everywhere, swarming under the lands, clogging up the skies, always hidden just out of sight if they bothered to hide at all. And that wasn't even counting the things on the land itself. Motes of crimson light were everywhere, prickling the shadows of volcanic ranges in the distance, dancing atop the broken coal plains before him. Little sprites of fiery, hateful chi, scarcely sentient. Each one of them was more than enough to end him, and these were the lowliest creatures hell had to offer. Dorian hung low in the air, breathing hard. This was the only thing he could still do. Cling onto his javelin and flee. Hardly a plan. Then the grounds just below him started boiling and trembling again. He bolted. A third scrap of comfort. He was small, which meant he was very mobile. He whipped over a rocky ledge, taking care not to go too high, went over the other side, where 2 gangs of stone-skinned gargoyles were busy tearing each other apart, limbs flying, blood splattering everywhere. Screeches clawed at his ears. Godly laws shivered the air. Nope. He made a quick left turn, skirted a long spine of coal, then veered up as he almost whizzed straight into a crowd of cackling hellspawn. He went up midway to the clouds, trying to get a breather. The land below was mostly flat, fissured like it was the dry skin of some slumbering giant, studded with hunks of rock and, from his vantage up here, festering with beasts. He tried scouting out a direction to run. Any direction. And wherever he looked was a battleground. Demons everywhere. Creatures made of dripping, oily chi, slick and black, white bones peeking out, each one more bizarre than the last. To his left, wolf-bear hybrids tore at eagles with human faces. To his right, a 2-headed, feathered serpent lay waste to a horde of hellspawn. A massive gorilla with elephant's tusks was busy nailing a baby hell whale to a slab of coal. Chaos! This was hell, overrun all over with demons, and where there weren't demons, there were spirit beasts waiting to make a meal of you. For those at the bottom of the food chain, there was no place to rest, or even so much as take a breath. At least he was also very weak and very small. These beasts were all at least peak sky. Most radiated the aura of a demigod. With luck, he wouldn't be paid too much attention. 2 gray beaks broke the ghost layer above him, leaking green slime. Baby rocks. Hungry baby rocks, staring straight at him. They dove. Fuck! He gunned the javelin and sped on through the multiverse's most deadly obstacle course, screaming as he went, weaving between warring monsters, dodging juts of coal, hanging on for dear life. The end. This book was read for you by Graham Halstead, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Speedrunning the Multiverse, Book 2, a lit RPG cultivation adventure by Adastra339. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.